Chapter 1444. The instant the geomancy returned to normal, all the adventuring loose cultivators and holy land elders on the surrounding ghost mountains immediately sensed it. Everyone here was an expert. Even if they did not understand geomancy, they could sense the subtle changes in their surroundings. Furthermore, every team had a geomaster. That went without saying. In Zodiac Hall's group, the Sun Palace's Princess Chu Tian frowned slightly, feeling confused. What's going on? The geomancy of this ghost mountain suddenly returned to normal. The geomaster in the group was a white-clad old man, the personal geomaster of Zodiac Hall. His means were no weaker than Jiang Tian's. The white-clad old man thought for a while before saying, "It is extremely difficult to change the geomancy of the ghost mountain. The other party probably cannot maintain it for long. Or perhaps the other party only needs to maintain it for that long. That will be enough." When Chu Tian heard that, she nodded and said, "That's right. Just a small advantage is enough to leave us far behind. Since the geomancy has returned to normal, let's not hold back anymore and rush to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed." Whoosh! 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 Under the lead of Chu Tian and the white-clad old man, Zodiac Hall's group moved like lightning, rushing to the ethereal immortal palace at full speed. Such a scene happened on the various ghost mountains. These people who already knew that they were too slow no longer held back. At the entrance to the ethereal immortal palace in the middle of the valley, the two immortal venerates' expressions sank at the same time. Immortal venerate Mingyu said, "Fellow Taoist Purple Cloud is already dead. I can no longer sense his aura." "Who is that strong? Purple Cloud is compatible with the ghost mountain. He should be able to protect himself when facing the ninth heaven's Emperor Wu." Some of the immortal cultivators behind Ming Yu expressed their confusion. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said, "Never mind. We should have expected this trip to be full of twists and turns. No matter how prepared we are, something unexpected will happen. Let's continue forward." Immortal Venerate Ming Yu said, "I'll leave behind a restriction. That way we can buy some time and create more opportunities." "Right. That would be for the best. If others were here, they would definitely be shocked." The restriction that Immortal Venerate Ming Yu casually mentioned was actually the major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon. Not caring about anything else, after the geomancy returned, Xiao Chan relied on his passable dragon seeking meridian fixing art. With the help of the dragon revealing mirror and the dragon fixing needle, Xiao Chan did not have to worry about anything, and his progress was exceptionally smooth. The only thing on his mind was the cycle art. Xiao Chan did not pay attention to the spiritual herbs and profound beasts along the way. His speed was unusually fast. After a while, the ancient fairy palace appeared in his field of vision. Under the corrosion of time, the majestic immortal palace no longer looked like an immortal from the outside. The old red walls, dusty eaves, and cracks visible to the naked eye gave off a feeling of dilapidation and vicissitudes. The spiritual energy was far from being as overwhelming as it seemed from the outside. After breaking through the thick fog, one could see that it was even more realistic. Xiao Chun felt something in his heart. Even the most glorious legend seemed so fragile in the face of ruthless time. Seeing this immortal path relic, Xiao Chun thought of the lightning immortal ancestor in the misty lake. The lightning immortal ancestor who had loudly declared that he had subdued him before he died. The doors of the immortal palace were wide open, but there was a man-made restriction blocking the way. The entrance to the hall was blocked by a bright crimson moon. A cold light flickered around the bright moon, causing one's heart to palpitate for no reason. Sha! Sha! Footsteps rang out. Xiao Chan turned his head back and discovered that it was the group of people from the Zodiac Hall rushing over. There was a total of 5 people from the Zodiac Hall. Aside from the Sun Palace's Palace Master, Chu Tian, and that white-clad Geomaster, the other 3 were Peak 8th Heaven Martial Emperors. It looked like the cyclic Astral Lord had put in all his effort for the sake of the cycle art. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Chu Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling somewhat surprised. To think that there was someone who arrived before him. Chu Tian had heard of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign before. He did not dare to be too careless when facing this person. Xiao Chan turned his head back and asked indifferently, "Palace Master Chu, what can I do for you?" "Haha. It's nothing. I just did not expect that there would be someone faster than me. Brother Shadowless, did you discover anything by arriving early? Chu Tian recovered his composure and revealed a smile on his face. It was best not to offend this person if possible, lest more problems crop up. I did not discover anything. Someone left a restriction at the entrance. Based on the method, it should be the work of one of the Penglai Sea's immortal venerates. The moment Chu Tian said that, the expressions of the people from the Zodiac Hall changed slightly. An old man took a step forward and arrived before the restriction at the entrance. After examining it for a while, he said, after checking it, he returned and said, Senior Chu, it is indeed the work of immortal venerate Mingyu. The major magic skill, Icy Blood Moon. Chu Tian frowned and said, What is this old fellow trying to do? We just want to obtain the cycle art. It is not like we have any conflict with him. Why does he keep blocking us? Xiao Chan said coldly, Palace Master Chu, you are really naive. It is already clear that what he wants has a great conflict with us. Otherwise, why would so many things happen for no reason? Chu Tian showed some anger on his face. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's words made sense. Dong! 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 Footsteps rang out, and another group of people rushed over. The one leading them was the 5 Poison Sect's Vice Sect Master Yang Tong. Soon, the people of the Yinyang Paradise and the Heavenly Province Academy, the 2 Holy Lands, arrived as well. After a while, more and more people gathered here. When they saw the Blood Moon Frost restriction, they all frowned slightly, not daring to step forward. This Blood Moon Frost restriction is Immortal Venerate Mingyu's strongest magic skill. Even the minor Heavenly Venerate Emperor Wu could not escape death from the attack of the Blood Moon. Even if he barely survives, he will be a cripple in the future. I wonder who would go and break the restrictions. Aside from a few 9th Heaven Martial Emperors, who would go and break the restrictions? If other Martial Emperors want to break the restrictions, they would have to think carefully. All sorts of discussions rang out, and the various horrors of the Blood Moon Frost restriction spread out. Xiao Chan thought to himself, feeling that this move of the Penglai Sea's people was really beautiful. The restriction was nothing. However, whoever broke it first would be at a disadvantage. The people behind would benefit for nothing. If they entered the ethereal immortal palace to search for treasures, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. Wait, why do I not see that group of scarlet-clad people? Aside from the Penglai Sea's people, the ones that Xiao Chan cared about the most were the blood-clad sect's people. However, when he looked around, he did not see a single blood-clad sect member. Could it be that they already entered? No, I can't wait anymore. If the other party's goal is really related to the cycle arts, I cannot accept such a loss. Look, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign is going up. What is he doing? The Sun Palace's Palace Master, Chu Tian, and the 5 Poison Sect's Vice Sect Master do not dare to act rashly. Could he be trying to break that restriction? He is really bold. However, even if he breaks it, he will still suffer a great loss. When Xiao Chun arrived at the palace doors, he attracted everyone's attention. Several people revealed joy in their hearts. If the restriction was broken, they would be able to enter the ethereal immortal palace after him. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign would definitely be injured, which was equivalent to having one less competitor, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As Xiao Chun stood before the icy blood moon, cold chi assaulted his face. The bright scarlet moon was like a planet made of ice. After sizing it up, Xiao Chun could not help but view this magic skill in a different light. While it looked simple, there were many tricks to it. The light screen contained an icy small world. Once forcefully broken, the entire small world would explode. Then the blood moon, which was no longer bound, would grow infinitely larger. Bang! There would be an intense explosion. At such a close distance, just thinking about that might make one tremble in fear. Simply put, the blood moon was like a huge bomb and the restriction was the fuse. The moment one touched it, it would ignite. Forcefully breaking it was definitely the stupidest method. One would die a miserable death. However, if one did not break the restriction, how should one get over? Many thoughts flashed in Xiao Qin's mind. After a while, Xiao Qin thought of a way to break it. The heavenly snow divine flame appeared in his palm. Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Qin entered the light screen with a pew sound. Whoosh! 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 Move back! Move back. When the people of the various holy lands and the loose cultivators saw this scene, they quickly retreated, afraid that the following explosion would affect them. Chapter 1445. However, the expected intense explosion did not happen. The shadowless saber sovereign acted like nothing had happened, directly walking into the icy blood moon. 10 seconds passed and everything was calm. There were no restrictions on the icy blood moon at all. The Sun Palace's Chu Tian's face immediately sank. To think that he let the shadowless saber sovereign take the initiative. The most important thing was that the restrictions were still there, not broken. What's going on? Could this restriction be fake? The many Emperor Wu present all had such doubts. When they saw the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, they could not understand. Finally, one person could no longer hold back and wanted to see whether the restriction was real or fake. That person's figure flashed and arrived before the palace doors. As he looked at the light screen formed by the icy blood moon, he hesitated. Clenching his teeth, he finally made up his mind and stretched his hand into the light screen. Whoosh! In the next second, that person's arm turned into ice. He could not feel anything, and the scarlet cold chi continued to spread. Whoosh! This person decisively chopped off his arm. Then he retreated with a pale complexion. It's real. The icy blood moon's restriction. Such a scene happened before everyone's eyes, stifling all the people who had hoped to get lucky. Now came the question. How did the shadowless saber sovereign enter? Why was he not attacked by the restrictions at all? Of course, it was impossible for Xiao Chan not to have been attacked. Inside the ice small world in the light screen, Xiao Chan merged his primordial energy and saber intent, forming a cone-shaped force field in front of him. He formed a cone-shaped force field in front of him, and as he flew, he forcefully broke through all kinds of restrictions. At the same time, the heavenly snow divine flame in his right hand continuously gave off horrifying cold chi. The shadowless saber sovereign quickly mended the restrictions he broke. He looked like a fish swimming in water. Instead of being attacked, he seemed to be enjoying it, swimming quickly. However, in reality, he was doing 3 things at once. He had to break the restrictions, circulate the solar true flame to protect himself, and expel the cold chi. Furthermore, he had to use the strong ice-attributed energy of the heavenly snow divine flame to repair the restrictions he broke. If he made any mistakes, the cold would attack him. The heavenly snow divine flame would rebound and detonate the icy blood moon. At that time, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. He could forget about the reincarnation technique. After carefully passing through the most dangerous blood-colored moon, Xiao Chan felt the ground under his feet disappear. Then he landed on the ground. Swoosh! Xiao Chan put away the heavenly snow divine flame and shattered the frost on his body. Then he sized up his surroundings. He should have entered the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiao Chan turned his head back to take a look. The seal was still intact, so he continued walking forward. After working so hard to pass through the icy blood moon's restriction, Xiao Chan naturally would not let those people who wished for him to die. At this moment, the restrictions left behind by immortal Venerate Ming Yu had become his assistants. They should be able to block those people behind him. Inside the immortal palace there was a large hall. On both sides of the hall, there were 18 giant white jade pillars. Due to the passage of time, many cracks had appeared on the white jade pillar. The color was no longer pure white either. Unknown just how much dust had covered it. Only the murals were still intact, their grandeur just as before, outlining the prosperity of the last great era. After walking through the corridor, there was a long flight of steps with many hurried footprints on them. Xiao Chen lowered his head and looked for a long time. He discovered that these footprints were left by 2 groups of people. There was a clear difference in the footprints. Above the steps was another long flight of steps. When Xiao Chan reached this place, there were passageways on both sides that led to places unknown. When Xiao Chan looked to the front, he saw a damaged throne at the end of the hall. The jade-like gemstones and divine metal that had been placed on the throne were long gone. If not for this damaged throne not having any value, someone would probably have taken it away already. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he leaped into the air and arrived before the throne. He gently swept his sleeves and blew away the dust on the throne. After hesitating for a moment, he sat on it. During the immemorial era, The heavenly profound holy lady should have been the one to sit on this throne. As for the immortal epoch, Xiao Chun did not know who did it. Regardless of the past, at least now it was Xiao Chun who sat on it. When Xiao Chun looked to the front, he discovered that the position of the throne was very ingenious. Sitting there, Xiao Chun could see every corner of the hall clearly. "Sir, you have been following me for so long. You can show yourself now, right?" Xiao Chun, who was seated on the throne, suddenly spoke to the empty hall. Who was he speaking to? Air or an invisible ghost? Whoosh! Suddenly, a white-clad woman holding a sword appeared in front of Xiao Chun in front of the hall. This was the white-clad fairy maiden that Xiao Chun saw at the summit before entering the ethereal immortal palace. Without a doubt, this white-clad woman was the heavenly profound holy lady. "How did you know that I have been following you?" the heavenly profound holy lady asked softly. Her voice was surprisingly pleasant to the ears. It was like wind chimes ringing in the night wind at midnight, crisp and quiet, giving off a cold feeling. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chun replied indifferently, "I don't know. I only know that you purposely showed yourself and let me see you because you have something to say to me." Before coming here, he had heard from the old man that no matter who it was, they would not be able to see this lady after entering the Ghost Mountain. There were even people who were infatuated with this woman's fairy-like appearance and temperament. They searched more than half of the immortal palace but couldn't find even a corner of this woman's clothes. However, after Xiao Chun entered the Ghost Mountain, he saw it clearly. Jiang Tian, who was with him, did not see it. He was the only one who saw it. First, Xiao Chun was startled. He didn't think too much about it, but the more he thought about it, the stranger he felt. For tens of thousands of years, so many people had come and gone, but no one had seen this woman in the Ghost Mountain. Obviously, if this woman didn't want to be seen, no one would be able to find her. On the other hand, if anyone saw her, it would not be a coincidence. She had done it on purpose. "You're quite smart. It seems like I didn't choose the wrong person. You have the strength, the ideas, and the courage to make me show myself," the heavenly profound holy lady asked indifferently as she looked at Xiao Chun. "Thank you for the compliment." Xiao Chun replied with a calm expression. However, right after he said that, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady, he was shocked to discover that he had to look up to her. It turned out that at some point in time, he had swapped places with the heavenly profound holy lady. He was still seated, and the heavenly profound holy lady was still standing. However, one was standing on the throne, and the other was sitting on the floor of the hall. "Sorry, I'm not used to others sitting on my seat and speaking to me." After the heavenly profound holy lady said that, she slowly sat down. Whoosh! The instant the heavenly profound holy lady sat down, the entire hall lit up. The dilapidated hall suddenly became grand and magnificent, giving off a brilliant light. Immortal fog shrouded the floor. The jade pillars in the corridor were white and shiny. The murals carved on them were very lifelike, exquisite and gorgeous. The throne was also restored. The white-clad woman sat on it, holding her sword. She looked valiant and heroic, her clothes as white as snow, exuding a pressing air of nobility. Xiao Chun instantly felt somewhat intoxicated when he saw this. It was hard to imagine that there could be such a beautiful woman in the world. She could perfectly merge a woman's purity, heroic bearing, and air of nobility. Even a fairy would not be able to compare. Xiao Chun knew that this was an illusion. However, compared to the dilapidated hall in reality, this illusion looked very pleasing to the eye. This was especially so for the woman sitting on the throne. It was truly a delightful sight to behold, and one did not want to leave. Xiao Chun preferred the current appearance of the other party, the one he liked in reality. Although she looked beautiful, she gave off a miserable feeling. Coupled with the dilapidated hall, it was even more sorrowful. "Can I ask a question?" Xiao Chun asked, breaking this short silence. The heavenly profound holy lady nodded and said, "Go ahead. Are you a human or a ghost?" The moment Xiao Chun said that, the heavenly profound holy lady's calm expression changed slightly. Faint anger appeared on her face. When Xiao Chun saw this, he quickly apologized. "Sorry, I've been curious for a long time. That's why I was bold enough to ask." The heavenly profound holy lady's anger vanished, and she recovered her original expression. She said indifferently. I expected that you would have a question. I originally thought that you would ask why I appeared before you. Unexpectedly, it was this question. I will not tell you the answer to this question. Let me ask you instead. Someone wants to touch my corpse. I want you to help me. Are you willing? Chapter 1446. The heavenly profound holy lady's words did not surprise Xiao Chan. He had expected this long ago. However, the heavenly profound holy lady had only said a few words. It was hard to tell whether she was hiding anything or not. The heavenly profound holy lady's expression also indicated that she was not willing to say more. This made it hard to judge. Xiao Chan thought to himself for a while before saying, Sure, but you have to help me obtain the cycle arts. Cycle arts? The heavenly profound holy lady entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, she could not recall such a secret manual for the cycle arts. Just as Xiao Chan revealed some doubts, the heavenly profound holy lady said, I remember now. That is a cultivation technique that my martial granduncle obtained by chance. However, it seems to be an incomplete copy. Even my martial granduncle did not manage to practice it. Are you sure you only want this? In that case, there was no mistake. It was similar to the information that Xiao Chen obtained. The cycle arts was indeed an incomplete copy. Only by possessing the cycle arts and the 7 thrones, comprehending 7 different states, could one truly succeed in cultivating the cycle arts. No matter how one cultivated, one would not be able to comprehend the state of cycle just by relying on the cycle arts. One needed to comprehend the 7 states, refine the thrones, and use the cycle arts together. However, since ancient times, no one had managed to collect all 7 thrones and obtain the cycle arts at the same time. Hence, no one had truly cultivated the state of cycle. That's right. I only want the cycle arts. The other treasures in this immortal palace have nothing to do with me. Xiao Chen's Dao heart was decisive, only seeking the cycle arts. Although the immortal palace is nearly empty after so many years, there are still many great treasures. As far as I know, there is a universe origin fruit that just matured. The heavenly profound holy lady played it down and said calmly, It is just an incomplete copy of the cycle arts. If you can help me stop that group of immortal cultivators, consider the universe origin fruit as a gift from me. Universe origin fruit? Naturally, Xiao Chan was interested in it after hearing the hemp-robed old man mention it. However, compared to the cycle arts, it was secondary. I hope that you will keep your word. However, I have some doubts. The people who came to this Mirage Immortal Palace are all experts. In terms of strength, there are many existences that are stronger than me. Why did you choose me? The heavenly profound holy lady narrowed her eyes as she stared at Xiao Chan. She said sullenly, Because I cannot see through you. You are not a martial emperor yet, but you have 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Your cultivation is comparable to that of an 8th heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. He's clearly a martial cultivator, yet he's also a celestial cultivator. He's even reached the soul transformation realm. Furthermore, he's using many secrets that even I can't see through. Xiao Chen was shocked. This woman was truly powerful. With just a glance, she could see through so many of his secrets. One last question. With your strength, do you still need my help? Xiao Chen's eyes were like torches as he stared at the woman, hoping to find some clues from her face. The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head gently. I can't explain too much to you. No matter how strong I am, I cannot attack anyone in this world. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment before saying, All right, I'll believe your explanation for now. I promise you, and I hope you'll keep your word. Come with me. The illusion vanished, and the dazzling palace turned dilapidated again. Xiao Chen discovered that he was still sitting on the broken throne. However, he had fallen for the other party's illusion without him realizing it. He could not help raising his guard. This woman's illusion was too strong, simply incredible. Xiao Chen leaped up from the throne and landed beside the heavenly profound holy lady. Then, he followed her and quickly moved through the ethereal immortal palace. Along the way, they passed several large halls and stone rooms. With a quick glance, they discovered many supreme treasures protected by strong restrictions. These treasures had not melted even after 1,000,000 years. There were even piles of corpses in front of the supreme treasures. They must have died in the restrictions. This made one's heart tremble. Their greed slowly cooled, and they regained their rationality. Of the various halls, there were pill pavilions, herb fields, blacksmithing halls, and many cultivation rooms for the heavenly profound sex seniors. Many of the cultivation rooms had murals with traces of the Tao lingering in them. This was probably what Feng Xiao was searching for. However, it was not easy to enter. The cultivation rooms of the elders all had many ancient restrictions and mechanisms. As Xiao Chun advanced, he felt that he was following the heavenly profound holy lady into the depths of the ethereal immortal palace. After asking around, it was indeed so. The heavenly profound holy lady's corpse was in the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. As they went deeper, Xiao Chun felt the cold qi grow increasingly heavier. At the same time, the immortal qi also grew denser. This was very strange. Celestial spiritual energy should give people a very comfortable feeling, but the celestial spiritual energy here was especially cold. Xiao Chun guessed that the heavenly profound holy lady had purposely set this up to cultivate the ghost immortal Tao. How fast! This group of people actually already reached the 9th floor. When the heavenly profound holy lady arrived at another entrance and saw the broken restrictions, her expression changed slightly. Below the entrance should be the deepest layer of the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chun could not help feeling curious. What was the scene of the heavenly profound holy lady's closed-door cultivation back then? Unexpectedly, the heavenly profound holy lady continued. You cannot enter from here. They will discover you. I'll bring you in from another entrance. Before Xiao Chun could react, the heavenly profound holy lady quickly left. Xiao Chun thought about it. The two immortal venerates were shrewd and experienced people. Based on the restrictions they left at the entrance of the hall, it was clear that they had some backup plans. Xiao Chun quickly followed the heavenly profound holy lady and left. After a while, he followed the heavenly profound holy lady to the next floor. There was an unremarkable old well in this side hall that had been sealed for a long time. Split it open. Xiao Chun did as he was told. Along the way there were many restrictions. The heavenly profound holy lady had pointed out the method, and Xiao Chun had taken action. This was enough to show that the other party was under some kind of restriction and could not make a move. Bang! The well cover was lifted, and a pungent stench wafted out. Xiao Chun squinted and saw a pool of blood in the well. When the turbid qi scattered, the blood became clear and transparent, giving off an ethereal feeling. What is this? Xiao Chun found something unusual. The blood in the old well was not ordinary. The heavenly profound holy lady recalled the past, and her expression became complicated. She said sullenly, "This is the 10,000 fetus blood spring that I refined back then. Jump in and you can swim to the next floor." 10,000 fetus blood spring. This woman is really ruthless and vicious. Xiao Chun, you have to be careful. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3 life mirror, suddenly warned Xiao Chun. What's wrong? What's so special about the 10,000 fetus blood spring? I can't explain it to you now. In any case, just be careful of this woman. Don't get bewitched by her. Little 3 did not want to explain too much, only warning Xiao Chun to be careful of the heavenly profound holy lady. Xiao Chun glanced at the heavenly profound holy lady. After hesitating for a moment, he jumped in. The blood spring was extremely cool. Xiao Chun held his breath and focused as he swam down the well. At the same time, in the 9th floor, Immortal Venerate Ming Yu and Immortal Venerate Tian Yi led 10-odd immortal cultivators. Breaking one restriction after another, they kept advancing. Every time they broke a restriction, this group of immortal cultivators would set up a restriction of their own. After breaking many restrictions, the Immortal Palace's 9th floor finally revealed itself to these people. As far as the eye could see, the 9th floor was an incomparably vast blood-colored lake. Countless white flower petals floated on the surface of the lake, with lanterns in the center of the petals. The white flower petals clustered around a black coffin in the center of the lake. Blood, white flowers, lanterns, and coffin. The atmosphere of the entire 9th level was extremely strange. It was empty and cold, and there was nothing but a blood-colored lake. There were also the thousands of white flowers and the inextinguishable lanterns accompanying the lonely coffin. Master, the legend is true. These petals are hell-void flowers, and they burn with the extreme yang true flame. An immortal cultivator said excitedly, unable to hold back his excitement. Yin and Yang could not merge. However, the ghost immortal Tao moved between Yin and Yang, needing to merge the two. The Hell Void flowers represented extreme Yin energy. The extreme Yang true flame burning on them was the only Yang attributed flame that could burn on the Hell Void flowers. Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at the coffin and sighed softly. This heavenly profound holy lady was truly magnificent back then. To think that she managed to think of such an ingenious method of merging Yin and Yang. I am ashamed of my inferiority. As Immortal Venerate Tianyi looked at the vast scarlet lake, he sighed as well. This pool of blood should be the 10,000 fetus blood spring. Such a feat is unprecedented since ancient times. No one else can do it. Her boldness to pursue the immortal Tao is also much greater than the two of us. These two were immortal venerates, the strongest immortal cultivators in the world. As they looked at this pool of blood, they were deeply impressed. If the heavenly profound holy lady were here, these two would definitely cast aside their dignity and beg her to take them in as a disciple. Chapter 1447. Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tianyi silently watched the scarlet lake. The void flower and the extreme Yang true flame were in a delicate balance. One was extreme Yin while the other was extreme Yang. If the balance was broken, it would definitely cause an explosion. Looking at the tens of thousands of void flowers on the surface of the lake, Zhang Xian knew that if they exploded, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, this was only the method on the surface. No one knew if there were any other restrictions in the coffin. Ancestors, do you want us to test them out first? One of the 6 disciples standing behind the immortal supremacy stepped forward and said. They had come here with the identity of a death warrior. Many of the restrictions had been broken at the cost of their lives. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the restrictions to be broken so quickly. From the original team of 100 people, only 6 people were left. However, these people had no regrets. As long as they could obtain the method to cultivate to become a ghost immortal, it would be a form of release for all the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. The path that the immortal cultivators had been unable to pursue could also be made up for in another way. If he couldn't become a celestial immortal, then he would become a ghost immortal. As long as he was an immortal, that was enough. Immortal Venerate Tianyi shook his head and said, "There's no need. I'll do it myself." As the strongest person in the Penglai Sea, Immortal Venerate Tianyi had cultivated to the void refinement realm long ago. He should have transcended the tribulation long ago to become an immortal and ascend to the Tao. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Xiao Chun was or how strong he was in this martial epoch, he could never touch the immortal path. Forming a hand seal with one hand, Immortal Venerate Tianyi pointed forward. Boundless magic power gathered at his fingertips, emitting a dazzling spiritual light before disappearing like a breeze. Immortal Venerate Tianyi infused his magic energy into every petal of the sky flower. He did not dare to be careless as he stretched out his hand and slowly moved it upwards. In the void flower on the blood lake seemed to be pulled by something and slowly rose up. Soon the sky was filled with flower petals containing the extreme Yang true fire, floating in the air. The sky flower and extreme Yang true fire, which were in a delicate balance, were peaceful and quiet. They were not damaged at all. Immortal Venerate Tianyi's expression did not relax. He slowly raised his right hand, controlling the flowers in the sky to slowly rise. Boom! Amidst the quiet atmosphere, Immortal Venerate Tianyi's left hand suddenly launched a ferocious attack. A spot of light shot out like lightning. Success or failure depended on this moment. The white petals in the air tottered, and the flames flickered as if they would explode at any moment. When the storm passed, everything stopped. The disciples at the back looked over carefully. Only then did he realize that there was an ancient lamp hovering above all the void flowers. The ancient lamp released thousands of rays of light that guided all the empty flowers. They were like tentacles that didn't allow the empty flowers to fall. My ancient lamp can last for an hour. An hour later, 10,000 flowers fell. The consequences were unthinkable. We only have less than an hour. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said with an extremely grave expression. A trace of exhaustion flashed in his eyes. Clearly, the earlier action had exhausted a lot of his mind. Go! A sense of urgency spread in everyone's hearts. Under Immortal Venerate Tianyi's lead, everyone walked on the water, heading for the coffin in the middle of the blood spring. The group did not dare to lower their heads to look at the lake formed by the 10,000 fetus blood spring. After a while, the group arrived before the coffin. The heavy coffin did not have any dust on it at all, looking as clean as it was before. Red nails covered the four sides of the coffin, and a talisman stuck in the middle of each side. Pa! Immortal Venerate Mingyu stretched out his hand and smacked the coffin heavily. Whoosh! 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 Coffin nails shot out. The 6 disciples at the back moved quickly, using all sorts of methods to catch the coffin nails. After all the coffin nails came out, the only remaining obstacles were the 2 coffin sealing talismans. The 2 immortal venerates stood at one end, watching carefully as they tried to find a perfect way to break the seal. Immortal sealing talisman. After a while, the 2 immortal venerates exclaimed at the same time, startled. When the 2 immortal venerates looked at each other, they saw horror in each other's eyes. Then they showed some hesitation. The immortal sealing talisman was not a very strong talisman. However, its origins were startling. During the immortal epoch, the immortal sealing talisman was normally used to seal some taboo existences. It was the highest level of sealing talismans. The name immortal sealing talisman did not refer to its use to seal immortals. Instead, it referred to its strong sealing power, which could inspire fear in immortals. There were very few places in the world where the immortal sealing talisman was useful. Furthermore, the method to refine this immortal sealing talisman was incredibly difficult, even during the immortal epoch. At this moment, the 2 immortal venerates looked at the immortal sealing talisman and the coffin, hesitating. What if there was some unknown existence sealed in it? Once they tore it off, the consequences would be unpredictable. Perhaps they would end up losing their lives here because of the ghost immortals cultivation method. That would not be worth it, and it might even invite a great disaster. Tianyi, what should we decide? Immortal Venerate Mingyu looked at Immortal Venerate Tianyi, asking for his decision. At this point, the situation already surpassed their expectations. Only Immortal Venerate Tianyi could make the decision. Should I give up or gamble? Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt conflicted. Along the way, for the sake of breaking the restrictions along the way, the 100-man team had died, leaving only 8 people. The specially refined ghost ship had taken the Penglai Sea 1,000 years to make. All for the sake of snatching the initiative and entering the Mirage Immortal Palace in advance. Now everything went smoothly. However, they had to stop at the final step. This was simply unsatisfying. Open. Immortal Venerate Tianyi no longer hesitated, making up his mind. Have you ever thought that the treasure master was lying to us? Perhaps there is no ghost immortals cultivation method in there? Immortal Venerate Mingyu suddenly said just as Tianyi was about to tear off the immortal sealing talisman. Immortal Venerate Tianyi shook his head and said, "That won't happen. The treasure master used an oath stone. If he lied, the heavenly tribulation would kill him. My 2 great limits are approaching. If I do not become an immortal, I will die. More importantly, the 3 million immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea need hope." Pusiai. Just at this moment, the Scarlet Lake suddenly splashed up. A head popped up. This person was Xiao Chan, who had been diving all the way, holding his breath. When Xiao Chan floated up, he immediately saw the 2 immortal venerates surrounding the black coffin and their 6 great realization realm disciples. "Snatch my coffin over. We cannot let them tear off the immortal sealing talisman." The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears. He squinted and looked over. Indeed, there was a talisman on each side of the coffin. Without much hesitation, Xiao Chen leaped out like a fish and flew towards the coffin. "Stop him!" The person who suddenly appeared startled the 2 immortal venerates. Then they quickly made a decision. The 6 immortal cultivators stretched out their hands, and their magic treasures pressed towards Xiao Chen. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was a flying sword. Such magic treasures had the sharpest attacks and the fastest speed. Although it looked like a small sword, it could easily split mountains and seas. Void-breaking stance. As Xiao Chen held pride, he executed the flawless saber technique and swung his saber. He gathered a boundless saber might and knocked the flying sword away with a loud dang. The rebound caused Xiao Chen's arm to go numb. He could not even raise his right hand. My spiritual light sword. When that immortal cultivator saw his magic treasure knocked away and its spiritual energy drained, he was greatly startled. After the flying sword, a four-legged cauldron, a resplendent pearl, and a lightning net attacked at the same time. The cultivation of these 6 immortal cultivators was not low, all of them in the great realization realm. Their magic treasures had been thoroughly tempered, nourished by their chi and blood for a long time. They were all life magic treasures. When these 6 worked together, even the 9th Heaven's Emperor Wu would have to retreat, temporarily avoiding their sharpness. However, when facing immortal cultivators, once they retreated, it would be as difficult as ascending to heaven if they wanted to get close. Heaven swallowing stance. A fierce fighting spirit appeared in Xiao Qin's eyes. He switched out the weapon in his hand for the 7 deadly sins greed and executed the 7th move of the flawless saber technique, Heaven swallowing stance. This move contained boundless might, representing Xiao Qin's ambition for the flawless saber technique. Heaven swallowing. This saber technique could swallow up any martial technique and bury it in the vast flawless great Tao. When the saber light chopped out, Xiao Qin's body gave off boundless light. Each beam of light represented one of the mysteries of the flawless saber technique. The beams of light gathered into a sea of great Tao. As Xiao Qin swung his saber light, it turned into a huge mouth that could hold up the sky. At the crucial moment, the mouth swallowed up all the magic treasures flying at it. How can it be like this? The 5 immortal cultivators instantly lost track of their magic treasures, all of them panicking. Scatter! How could Xiao Qin care so much? He charged forward. After he got close, he swept his sleeves and sent these 6 immortal cultivators flying. Xiao Qin's eyes lit up. The 2 immortal venerates had already used their various means to tear most of the immortal sealing talisman apart. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Qin did not have much time to think. He kicked the coffin into the air, sending it spinning. Chapter 1448. Xiao Qin kicked the coffin containing the heavenly profound Holy Lady's corpse away violently, instantly interrupting the actions of the 2 immortal venerates. The half-removed immortal sealing talisman was pasted back on. All their efforts had gone to waste. The 2 immortal venerates were stunned. While they were distracted, Xiao Qin's figure flashed. He flew forward and hoisted the spinning coffin on his shoulder with one hand, looking warily at the 2 immortal venerates. Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tianyi, these 2 old men, wore ancient Taoist robes and gave off an air of sages. After being stunned for a moment, these 2 old men immediately reacted and locked their auras on Xiao Qin. I've heard of you, Shadowless Saber Sovereign, Immortal Venerate Tianyi suddenly said, not showing any joy or sorrow. He only looked at Xiao Qin with a sharp gaze. There was a formless sharpness like a saber wind, blowing over coldly and mercilessly. Ripples appeared on the scarlet lake. Xiao Qin looked at the rippling lake water. While hoisting the coffin, he said, "Oh, unexpectedly, there are people in the Penglai Sea who have heard of my name. I am extremely honored. I have heard of the Penglai Sea for a long time already. However, I have not been able to enter." Immortal Venerate Mingyu smiled faintly. The lake water under his feet rippled as he moved back without leaving a trace. He said with a wide smile, "Is that so? If there is a chance, I really can come to the Penglai Sea as a guest. The 3 immortal venerates will definitely entertain you personally." Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and smiled. "In that case, many thanks for the invitation. In the past, I worried about coming uninvited. Now it looks like there is no need to worry. However, do the immortal venerates of the Penglai Sea have the habit of moving back when they speak?" As the 2 spoke, Xiao Qin, who was hoisting the coffin, took a step forward unhurriedly. The fight had already begun, unfolding invisibly. When fighting with immortal cultivators, one should never give the other party a suitable distance. Otherwise, there might not be a chance for regret. With their spells broken, the 2 immortal venerates' faces sank at the same time, and they stopped moving back. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said in a deep voice, "I do not know why you snatched the sage coffin. I only want you to hand it over now. Otherwise, you will die very miserably. Unfortunately, you can't stop me if I want to leave." Xiao Qin, who had been preparing in secret, pushed off the ground and executed the fish dragon art in an instant. Transforming from fish to dragon, Zhang Xian shot forward and was about to leave the lake. Reckless fool. Immortal Venerable Tianyi snorted coldly, and a powerful aura burst forth from his body as he stretched out his hand. On the surface of the lake, a realistic blood-colored giant hand condensed. The huge scarlet hand clenched, and Xiao Chun, who had already dodged, felt a suction force. Before he could even react, his body was grabbed tightly, and an endless pressure pressed down on his body from all directions. Kacha! 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 Cracks appeared on his bones. Xiao Chun felt intense pain all over his body. He only suffered some light injuries. When Immortal Venerate Mingyu saw that nothing was wrong with Xiao Chun's body, he was greatly startled. The giant spirit hand was Immortal Venerable Tianyi's best divine ability. Even the golden body of Emperor Wu of the Nine Heavens could not withstand it. If grabbed by this gigantic spirit hand, at best, one's bones would shatter. At worst, one's heart of an emperor would shatter. What was an immortal lord? An immortal lord was an existence that had cultivated the immortal Tao to its limits. Unless an utmost being appeared, no one could suppress them. Hurry up and attack. This guy's fleshly body is comparable to an existence who has proven his Tao through his fleshly body. I feel like I won't be able to restrain him for long. Immortal Exalt Tianyi shouted with a grave expression. Without further ado, Immortal Venerable Mingyu quickly took action, and a bell appeared in his hand. Xiao Chun shook it gently, and a furious roar resounded in Xiao Chen's ears. The vital qi that Xiao Chun had just gathered poured out like a flash flood. Cracks appeared in his internal organs. Poochie! There was a sweet taste in his throat, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of warm blood. The saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the coffin on his shoulder fell into the lake. Immortal Venerable Mingyu rejoiced in his heart. Then, he quickly shook the bell in his hand. The sound waves immediately surged towards Xiao Chun like they could topple mountains and flip the seas. Xiao Chun's freed left hand pulled the coffin over to him. Damn it! Since Xiao Chun made his debut as the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this was the first time he ended up in such a sorry state. He had indeed underestimated the means of an immortal venerable. However, without a saber in hand, he did not have to worry about the coffin, so he did not have to worry about it. Xiao Chun roared ferociously, and the vital qi in his body surged as he let out a thunderous roar. 1,000 dragon force instantly burst out and shattered the gigantic scarlet spirit hand with a loud bang. Dragon Tone Art. The instant Xiao Chun struggled free of the restriction, he quickly executed the dragon tone art that he had not used for a long time. A huge true dragon formed in the air. The dragon coiled around Xiao Chun and hovered above Xiao Chen's head. The instant Xiao Chun opened his mouth and roared, the true dragon roared. The sound waves were like an erupting volcano, knocking back Immortal Venerable Mingyu's sound waves. Bang! 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 The sound waves surged, and pillars of water shot up from the surface of the lake. The thousands of flowers in the sky, which the ancient lantern guided, trembled slightly. The bell in Immortal Venerable Mingyu's hand flew out of his hand. The lake water surged over like rain. After Immortal Venerable Tianyi waved his sleeves, the surging waves splashed everywhere. Immortal Venerable Tianyi stepped forward and grabbed a corner of the flying coffin. However, he discovered that Xiao Chun had grabbed the other corner as well. Immortal Venerable Tianyi raised his head and looked at Xiao Chun. Sword! The instant their gazes met, Xiao Chun felt his entire body turn cold. A dangerous aura surged over. It was a sword in the eyes. Peak major magic skill, sword in the eyes. There was no time for Xiao Chun to think. He stretched out his hand, and the gluttony saber, which had fallen to the bottom of the lake, flew into his grasp. Then he held it horizontally before his eyes. Dang! The saber in Xiao Chun's hand nearly flew out. Then he went flying back 100 meters, vomiting another mouthful of blood. Fortunately, when Xiao Chun retreated, he held on tightly to the coffin. On the other hand, Immortal Venerable Tianyi's vital qi was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, so he managed to struggle free. Where do you think you are going? Ancient Moon. When Immortal Venerable Mingyu, whose magic treasure was knocked away, saw that Xiao Chun was leaving, he held up his hands to the sky. A blood moon rose from the bottom of the lake in front of Xiao Chun. The strong aura of the blood moon made Xiao Chun feel as insignificant as an ant. This magic skill touched on the state of space. That feeling of insignificance was not illusory but very real. The blood moon in the sky before Xiao Chan was like a tall mountain protruding from the ground. Xiao Chan used the ancient moon to shatter the other party's aura and fighting spirit. In front of this blood moon, an ordinary martial artist would be overwhelmed by a feeling of insignificance. They would feel a great sense of powerlessness and lose their will to fight. Good timing. Shatter for me. However, Xiao Chan laughed loudly. He switched positions with gluttony and executed the flawless saber technique's third move, falling moon stance. A saber light flickered, and a figure soared into the air. Falling moon. The bright moon, which had just left the surface of the lake, had yet to rise when Xiao Chan chopped it in half with his saber, causing it to fall back into the lake. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu paled. He exclaimed, "How can this be? My magic skill." Nothing was impossible. By the time Xiao Chan chopped this bright moon, he was already one step closer to the edge of the blood lake. The two immortal venerates were truly difficult to deal with. Xiao Chan kept feeling like he was punching cotton. He could not truly injure the other party, but he ended up in a sorry state. This old man did not agree to let you go. Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Immortal Venerable Tianyi seemed to be truly enraged. His clothes flapped loudly, and a brush appeared in his hand. Immortal Venerable Tianyi clenched his teeth and vomited a mouthful of blood, dyeing the tip of the brush red. Using blood as ink, he splashed the brush. Instantly, Xiao Chan discovered that the ground below him had turned into an ancient battlefield. Heavy war drums rang out, echoing in the sky. Dust flew everywhere, blinding Xiao Chen's senses. He was momentarily at a loss on this desolate battlefield as he carried the coffin. Dong! 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 Loud battle cries rang out in the boundless dust cloud. Amid the haze, a vast army charged at Xiao Chan from all directions. When Xiao Chan saw such a vast formation, he could not help smiling bitterly. Immortal venerates were indeed not as easy to deal with as he thought. However, Xiao Chan also had a temper. Since immortal venerates did not allow him to leave, then he would not. Dang! The coffin landed heavily on the ground, and the cycle throne appeared. Xiao Chan sat on it, radiating a sovereign emperor's might. Xiao Chan drew his 7 divine weapons one after another. The dust cloud on the ground gathered. He stretched out his hand and grasped the divine weapons. Xiao Chen's fingers slowly tapped on the armrest of the throne. The sabers buzzed and turned into boundless saber lights shooting out. Figures took form on the ground one after another. They leaped into the air and grabbed the saber lights flying over. In reality, Immortal Venerable Ming Yu and Immortal Venerable Tianyi heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the long painting in front of them. Immortal Venerable Ming Yu smiled and said, "Picturesque mountains and rivers, armored horses. Once this painting is completed, no matter who it is, they will be exhausted by the endless slaughter and die a miserable death on the battlefield." Pusiai. Right after Immortal Venerable Ming spoke, the long painting tore in the middle. 1,000 people wielding sabers charged out of the painting together with the throne, Xiao Chan, amid a resounding aura of kill. The two immortal venerates were startled, their complexions pale. In a fluster, they used their trump cards and retreated. Chapter 1449. Xiao Chan led the 1,000 bladesmen out of the painting. If ordinary people were trapped here, they would have to fight for a long time. Not to mention how severely injured they would at least be exhausted. After breaking out of the painting, they would be at the mercy of others. However, Xiao Chan, who had the yin-yang saber formation, was clearly an exception. Using the might of 1,000 people to drive the yin-yang saber formation, he forcefully opened a path and broke out of the painting. Whoosh! 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 The 1,000 bladesmen stood on the blood lake with their sabers in hand, surrounding the two immortal venerates. Wherever the sabers pointed, killing chi spread out. The cold and sinister weapons caused the temperature of the blood lake to plummet. Strands of cold air drifted over the surface of the lake, making one's heart palpitate. Senior brother Tianyi, almost half of the 1 hour has passed. If this drags on, the 10,000 flowers will descend. The consequences will be dire. Surrounded by 1,000 bladesmen, Immortal Venerate Ming Yu and Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt very anxious. However, the battle in front of them wasn't what made them anxious. The bigger problem was the tens of thousands of void flowers hanging above their heads. Each void flower had an extremely concentrated spot of extreme yang true flame. Just the thought of tens of thousands of spots of extreme yang true flame exploding together would make one tremble in fear. Immortal Venerate Tianyi showed a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Chan, who was on the throne behind him, and frowned. This shadowless saber sovereign was simply too difficult to deal with. He was already harder to deal with than a regular Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu. Xiao Chan could suppress a regular Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu by himself. If he worked together with Immortal Venerate Mingyu, it would be even easier. However, this shadowless saber sovereign seemed to have endless backup plans, able to break or block Immortal Venerate Mingyu's various magic skills. This was not because Xiao Chan was as strong as a Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu. It was just that he had too many trump cards and dual-cultivated Immortal Venerate Mingyu. The two Immortal Venerates were still far from being able to suppress him with immortal arts. Seated on the throne, Xiao Chan looked at the two Immortal Venerates and said, "I have no grudge with the two of you. I was only entrusted by someone to protect this coffin. I hope the two Immortal Venerables will stop here." Immortal Venerate Tianyi snorted coldly and said, "The shadowless saber sovereign is really gracious. I'm afraid that your 1,000-man saber formation exhausted a lot of energy. After the battle in the painting, it won't last much longer. That's why he said that." Xiao Chan said in a deep voice, "You guessed correctly, but I have no intention of hiding it. I still have to repeat myself. If I want to leave, you can't stop me. Don't waste your efforts, otherwise no one will benefit. You can leave, but the divine coffin must stay." Immortal Venerable Tianyi's tone was firm and decisive, leaving no room for negotiation. "Do you think you can stop me?" Xiao Chan smiled coldly, and the yin-yang saber formation immediately formed. A huge taiji diagram appeared on the blood lake. The 1,000 bladesmen split into 500 bladesmen. Their auras merged into one. They were like the extreme points of yin and yang in the taiji diagram, each occupying a side, swimming around like two dragons. As the formation activated, a strong pressure pressed down on Immortal Venerate Tianyi and Immortal Venerate Bright Moon. With every revolution, the invisible mountain pressing down on the two of them seemed to become heavier. Sweat trickled down Immortal Venerate Mingyu's forehead. He felt incredibly nervous. The two roaming dragons were like a huge long knife stuck to his neck. The taiji saber domain under Immortal Venerate Tianyi and Immortal Venerate Tianyi formlessly stuck to their movements. The two Immortal Venerates, who were not good at movement techniques in the first place, found it even harder to move in this taiji saber domain. Once the saber formation was activated, their protective magic treasures would not be able to block it, and their physical bodies would be destroyed. Cultivators were very strong. However, even if they grasped their weaknesses, they were still incredibly weak. "It looks like I underestimated you. However, if you really dare to, then go ahead and make your move. All I need is a thought, and everyone will die here." Immortal Venerate Tianyi had not expected Xiao Chan to be able to maintain such a huge saber formation. He was somewhat surprised, but he did not show any fear in the face of danger. "Is that so? What other trump cards do you have? All I need is one strike to shatter your protective magic treasures. With my speed, I can kill both of your bodies in a breath's time." Xiao Chan said indifferently, "I said it before. I do not want to be enemies with the two of you. As long as you are willing to let me go, everything is negotiable." The current situation was very complicated. If Xiao Chan scattered the saber formation and left, the distance between them would increase again. At that time, if they wanted to leave, they would have to fight like before, getting exhausted by the other party's magic skills. However, Xiao Chan hesitated on killing these two. After all, he still had to make a trip to the Penglai Sea in the future. He could not make things too difficult to deal with. Furthermore, Xiao Chan was currently forcibly driving this saber formation. If he really attacked, he would overdraw on his magic energy, and his mind would be extremely fatigued. Xiao Chan had many concerns. However, if the other party continued to pester him, he could only kill them. Look up and see the flames on the flower petals in the air. That is an extremely concentrated extreme yang true flame. The heavenly profound Holy Lady personally refined it. With just a bit of it, she can severely injure First Heaven Emperor Wu. If 10,000 spots of extreme young true flames explode at the same time, no one under prime can survive. Even if your physical body is comparable to the top 9th Heaven Emperor Wu, don't even think about leaving here alive. Immortal Venerable Tianyi took a step forward and looked coldly at Xiao Chan as he spoke in a deep voice. You also know that immortal cultivators have yuanying. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the yuanying can reincarnate once through possession. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you cannot afford to play with me. His aura surged. He was clearly at a disadvantage, but he was still overbearing. What he said is true. Perhaps I'm destined to suffer this calamity after I die. The heavenly profound holy lady's voice rang out beside Xiao Chen's ear. She did not intend to continue arguing, hinting for Xiao Chan to give up. Looking up at the 10,000 petals in the sky, Xiao Chan saw that there was indeed an ancient lamp attached to each petal. His expression flickered as he muttered to himself. Immortal Venerable Mingyu heaved a sigh of relief and somewhat admired his senior brother. In the end, it was still his senior brother who could remain calm. However, cultivators also suffered great losses when their nascent souls were reincarnated. If they changed bodies and started cultivating from scratch, they would definitely not be able to cultivate to immortal venerate. I'll give you 10 seconds to consider. After 10 seconds, regardless of whether you agree or not, I will make the magic treasure drop these 10,000 void flowers. After Immortal Venerable Tianyi finished speaking, he stared at Xiao Chan. For the sake of the millions of immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea, he had to stake it all this time. If he did not be ruthless to himself, there would be no hope. If Immortal Venerable Tianyi were born in a chaotic era, he would definitely be a ruthless and ambitious person. Not everyone had such boldness. There's no need. I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. Either you agree to let me go, or I'll make a move immediately. You can bet on whether I can kill your yuanying before the 10,000 flowers fall. Xiao Chan had never liked others taking the initiative. He hated being threatened even more. Want to bet? In that case, feel free to bet. 1-2. Right after Immortal Venerable Tianyi spoke, Xiao Chan started counting, not giving Immortal Venerable Tianyi any time to think. How can it be like this? Immortal Venerable Tianyi's calm face turned somewhat flustered. 3. Xiao Chan did not have any intention of being deliberately mystifying. He quickly finished counting, and the yin-yang saber formation activated at full power. 2 true dragons formed by saber intents in the formation charged at the 2 immortal venerates. Stop! We are willing to let you go. Immortal Venerable Tianyi shouted when he saw the huge dragons formed by the boundless saber intents about to swallow up the physical bodies of the 2. It's too late. You already had this intention. Why the need to force me to make a move? Xiao Chan said expressionlessly from the throne. Xiao Chan had not reached the level where he could control such a vast saber formation as he pleased. If he forcefully stopped, he would only suffer a backlash. Furthermore, Immortal Venerable Tianyi had never thought of stopping. Immortal Venerable Tianyi had a calm and decisive nature. However, his bones hid an unrestrained nature that no outstanding talent could compare to. If one's hands and feet were tied in everything, what was the point of living? If you want to play big, then play big. Let's see who can afford to play. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this old man will do as you wish. Just as the saber dragons were about to swallow up Immortal Venerable Tianyi roared hoarsely, and the ancient lamp instantly shattered. 10,000 flower petals drifted down like snowflakes, carrying the fatal extreme young true flame as they fell. Chapter 1450. Going too far is as bad as not going far enough. These 4 words were applicable everywhere. For example, the beautiful rain of flowers in front of him. Tens of thousands of sparks took the extremes of yin and yang and danced in the air. It was hard to find a beautiful scene in the world that could surpass what was before their eyes. However, if it was too beautiful, it would not be a good thing. When these 10,000 sparks exploded at the same time, it would not be a good thing. It was the scythe of the Grim Reaper. It was much more terrifying than even the most ferocious beast. Xiao Chan did not have the time to appreciate this beautiful scenery, nor did he think about the consequences of the 10,000 flowers falling. He had more important things to do. He wanted to kill. He had requested to leave several times but was refused. Ever since immortal Venerable Tianyi was so overbearing, threatening to perish together with him and forcing him to submit, the killing intent in immortal Venerable Tianyi's heart had been quietly growing. Until now, he couldn't help but be unwilling to stop. He let this murderous intent surge in his heart and run wild in every cell of his body. A man had to be ruthless. Once his killing intent was aroused, he could not be soft and decisive. Thus, when immortal exalted Tianyi begged for forgiveness, Xiao Chun rejected him without the slightest trace of politeness. Who knows whether or not you'll cause more trouble, whether or not you'll play some petty tricks. Kill. Within the Taiji Saber domain, the yin-yang dragons formed by boundless saber intent roared ferociously. The strong wind engulfed immortal Venerate Tianyi and immortal Venerate Mingyu. Ding! 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 Two tornadoes were formed, and within the tornadoes, a continuous clanging sound could be heard. Each true dragon was made up of 500 bladesmen. They used the Taiji Saber domain to merge together. When they erupted, they would continuously attack their targets. Even Xiao Chun would find it hard to deal with the combined strength of 500 people, let alone two immortal supremacies. After a long time, specks of light appeared in the storm. They were the essence of the protective magic treasure that had been destroyed. A hint of coldness flashed in the depths of his eyes. On the throne, Xiao Chun was like a taut bowstring shooting out like a phantom. Holding the 7 deadly sins jealousy blade in his hand, he swung the blade and danced. Flawless saber technique, 4th move, heartbreaking stance. This move, heart-shattering, first shatters oneself, then shatters the enemy. When this saber light was chopped out, Xiao Chun's heart would shatter. Heartbreaking stance was the most extreme move in the flawless saber technique with the most negative emotions. In the flawless saber technique, the heartbreaking stance contained the most negative emotions and was the most extreme move. That day, Xiao Chun had hesitated of whether to create this move or not. The saber Dao Dao Chenlong Far was far, far away. Once he fell into it, it was very likely that he would not be able to extricate himself, and the power of the saber move might be beyond his control. Saber to the saber deadly. Saber the saber as good. Of a bad, the saber would be good as in as saber. Would he? Of the saber. Good. Good. Far one. Out. After. Good. Of Chun well. The storm dissipated, and the two immortal venerables vomited blood as they retreated frantically. They were at a loss of what to do, and all sorts of hand seals rapidly changed. It was too late. Xiao Chun had been waiting for this moment for far too long. The instant Xiao Chun emerged from the storm, a trace of blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. His entire body gave off an evil green light. The horrifying baleful aura that appeared in their field of vision scared the two so much that their limbs trembled and their guts ruptured. Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt extreme regret in his heart. To think that he threatened such a ruthless person. The falling flowers did not affect the other party's mental state in the slightest. Instead, it strengthened his killing intent. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have said those harsh words. Poochie! Blood splattered everywhere. The moment the two's bodies came into contact with the saber, they shattered into dust and fell into the blood lake. Two human-shaped beams of light shot out and attached themselves to their natal magic treasures. Like a laser movie, they quickly escaped. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, just you wait. The debt of having my physical body destroyed today will be paid in blood in the future. You simply do not know who you offended. You cannot afford to offend the major character behind the Peng Lai Sea. The resentment of Immortal Venerate Mingyu and Immortal Venerate Tianyi appeared in Xiao Chun's mind. Xiao Chun looked at these two Yuanian cultivators who looked like stray dogs and could not be bothered with them. Jealousy bounced back into the throne. Two spots of light flashed in Xiao Chun's eyes and spun quickly. He gently tapped with his right index finger, and a light flashed in his eyes. A tiny Taiji yin-yang flame diagram shot out from his fingertip and continuously expanded. Eventually, it expanded to cover the entire lake, gently holding back the 10,000 void flowers. Half of the primordial energy in Xiao Chun's body instantly vanished. However, when he looked at the 10,000 flower petals that were about to fall in another half a meter, he felt extremely relieved. It was worth it. Intense fatigue assaulted Xiao Chen's mind. Then he directly lay down. The cycle throne sensed it and flew over, catching Xiao Chen. As he lay on the throne, Xiao Chen squinted slightly, nearly wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips. In order to chase away these two immortal venerates, Xiao Chen was completely drained, covered in injuries. Not only was his magic energy drained, but he also severely overdraft. His heart was even more injured. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to chase away the two immortal venerates and protect the coffin. If one looked carefully, one would discover that under Xiao Chen's weak appearance, there was a powerful sharpness hidden in his right eye. A peerless sharpness was hidden in his right eye. His strongest trump card, the divine lightning eye, was already quietly circulating. Right now it was far from time to truly rest. The weak appearance was just a facade that Xiao Chen put on. The heavenly profound holy lady was someone that Little Three had repeatedly warned him about. However, Xiao Chen had never let down his guard. The extremely beautiful and bewitching heavenly profound holy lady silently appeared before Xiao Chen. The heavenly profound holy lady glanced indifferently at Xiao Chen, her gaze pausing on his right eye for a moment. "What is the name of the final saber strike?" the heavenly profound holy lady asked. "Heartbreak." "Good name. Many years ago I had such a sword strike as well. It is called Heartbreak. Unexpectedly, after a million years, I saw a saber strike that achieved the same result through a different method. It looks like we are really fated." Xiao Chen was not surprised in his heart. The other party was an absolute genius who had cultivated the martial Dao to the peak, and then scattered all her cultivation techniques to forcibly cultivate immortal cultivation. Wrong. Not only are we not fated, but our paths are different. I did it on purpose, but you got used to it. If my guess is correct, when you practice that heart shatter sword until the end, your entire heart will be gone. Xiao Chen continued unhurriedly. The pain reached its peak, and the heart could no longer be reconnected. This sword is heartless. I really want to see how strong that might is. How did you guess that? The heavenly profound holy lady's expression changed, but her expression did not change. She was still shockingly beautiful, untainted by the mundane world. Xiao Chen silently scattered the light in his right eye. He was already certain that the other party had not made a move. That earlier moment was when he was at his weakest. The other party did not make a move. After catching his breath, he would no longer be that easy to deal with. Facing the heavenly profound holy lady's question, Xiao Chen answered honestly. "From the first time I saw you, I found it strange. You are clearly extremely beautiful, but why do I still feel fear, not daring to approach you? Earlier, when you mentioned the heartbreak sword, I suddenly understood. You have no expression, no smile, no tears, no pain, no frustration. This is because you are a heartless person in the first place." The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time. It looked like Xiao Chen was right. However, even though her greatest secret had been discovered, there was still no change in her expression. It had to be said that it was truly chilling. Could a heartless person still be considered human? Clearly not. She was neither human nor ghost. In that case, there was an answer to Xiao Chen's previous question. A ghost immortal. The heavenly profound holy lady had indeed become a ghost immortal back then. Furthermore, she had been a bona fide ghost immortal. Thinking that this woman could not attack anyone, Xiao Chen guessed a possibility. This woman before him might just be a remnant thought of the heavenly profound holy lady. When the true heavenly profound holy lady became a ghost immortal, she left the Kunlun realm. Whoosh! Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and the coffin landed beside the other party. Then he said, "I already did as I promised and helped you guard the coffin. Now it is time for you to fulfill your promise." The heavenly profound holy lady glanced at the coffin and raised her head. "There's no rush. Promise me one last thing, and I will satisfy all your requests." Chapter 1451. Xiao Chen frowned slightly and asked softly, "What request?" "Help me open this coffin. I want to see something inside," the heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, surprising Xiao Chen. The moment the heavenly profound holy lady said that, Xiao Chen immediately raised his guard. Tear off the immortal sealing talisman? The two immortal venerates wanted to tear off this immortal sealing talisman. Xiao Chen had put in a lot of effort to stop them. Now, the heavenly profound holy lady actually wanted him to tear off the immortal sealing talisman. Xiao Chun felt flabbergasted. He said in a bad mood, "Heavenly profound holy lady, are you playing with me? Do you know how much effort I put in to prevent the two immortal venerates from succeeding? To think that you are saying this now." If the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see what was in the coffin, then she should not have asked him to stop the two immortal venerates. After the two immortal venerates tore off the immortal sealing talisman, she could just watch from the side. Why come up with such a clumsy excuse? There was no need. Do you think that a heartless person would have the heart to lie to you? The heavenly profound holy lady's expression remained calm, not showing any fluctuations, extremely calm. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was stunned. This was like a wake-up call. This sentence was better than any explanation. Nearly the instant the heavenly profound holy lady said this, she managed to convince Xiao Chun. Not many people in the world could understand the sorrow in her words. No matter how strong a heartless person was, it was a kind of sorrow. "All right, I promise you." Logically speaking, he absolutely could not agree to this request. However, along the way, no matter how Xiao Chun changed, his heart had never changed. There was always a naivety and sentimentality in the depths of his heart. When it came to matters of time, if one always used reason to decide, being meticulous and cautious, how different would a person be from a machine? This time, Xiao Chun was willing to believe the heavenly profound holy lady. Even if he got cheated, he would not regret it. The immortal sealing talisman was not easy to tear off. However, with the heavenly profound holy lady explaining, all Xiao Chun needed to do was listen. As they communicated, Xiao Chun discovered something very strange. The heavenly profound holy lady did not seem to understand the immortal sealing talisman. It was as if the immortal sealing talisman was not personally made by her. She needed to think for a long time when explaining it. "Weren't you the one who forged the celestial sealing talisman?" Xiao Chun couldn't help but ask. The heavenly profound holy lady remained silent for a long time before saying, "No, I once had a Tao companion. He was the one who helped me seal it." This stunned Xiao Chun for a moment. He had not expected such a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady to have a Tao companion. The pinnacle of the martial Tao was to disperse all of one's cultivation base and turn into an immortal cultivator. In the end, one would become a heartless person. It was hard to imagine that anyone would be willing to fall in love with such a woman. Where is he? He should be dead. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying with some uncertainty, "When I scattered all my martial cultivation, he protected me. After he helped me seal the coffin, I do not know his situation." Actually, it was a pointless question. No one could live from the primordial era until now. No one. Of course, a ruthless person like the heavenly profound holy lady was definitely not one of them. After about 7 minutes, the two immortal sealing talismans were removed. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chun finally used some force and opened the coffin. No mysterious phenomenon appeared, allowing Xiao Chun to release his bated breath. A corpse lay quietly in the coffin. The corpse was well preserved, looking the same as when it was alive. It had not rotted or festered, and there was no strange smell. The corpse looked no different from the heavenly profound holy lady beside Xiao Chun, just older. The corpse had a head full of white hair, and the crow's feet at the corners of its eyes were obvious. There were also some faint wrinkles on its forehead. The corpse's eyes were closed, looking like a woman sleeping peacefully. She clutched a painting tightly in her hand. When Xiao Chun saw the painting in the corpse's hand, his first instinct told him that this was the painting that the heavenly profound holy lady wanted to see. The corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, but she was still clutching it tightly. Clearly, this item was extremely important. Xiao Chun could not help feeling curious about what kind of painting it was for it to have such charm. "Is it this thing?" The heavenly profound holy lady nodded slightly and said, "Take it out. I just need to take a look." Xiao Chun did as he was told. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the painting, carefully applying some force. In the end, he discovered that the corpse was clutching it somewhat tightly, so he could not help using more force. Naturally, a dead person could not compete with Xiao Chun in strength. With just a little more force, the painting struggled free. Whoosh! However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The corpse's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. A cold light shot out from the corpse's eyes and encased Xiao Chun. When the cold qi entered Xiao Chun's body, it immediately froze. Even though the corpse had been dead for more than 1,000,000 years, the absolute sharpness of this gaze still made one not dare to block it, making one's heart tremble. After opening the coffin for so long, nothing had happened. It was hard not to let down one's guard. However, when the female corpse suddenly opened her eyes while Xiao Chun was holding the painting, she would have been frightened to death. What was even more horrifying was yet to come. The instant the female corpse opened her eyes, she soared into the air and tried to grab Xiao Chun's neck with one hand. An overwhelming killing qi surged over. In his despair, Xiao Chun's intense desire to live allowed him to break through the suppression of the female corpse's aura and fall back. In the nick of time, Xiao Chun managed to avoid this fatal blow. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Just as the female corpse was about to make a move, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly appeared and placed a finger on the female corpse's forehead. Bang! The female corpse turned into countless specks of dust and scattered. The moment the female corpse shattered, a strong gust of wind blew, and the scroll was unfurled. The startled Xiao Chun on the throne glanced at it and could not shift his gaze away. There was a bright moon hanging high on the exquisite paper. The painter had used his profound skills to paint the moon in a distant and elegant manner. The entire painting was bathed in gentle moonlight, giving it a sense of beauty. However, when the moonlight landed on the ground, the scene suddenly changed. The pale white moonlight looked like frost covering the courtyard. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard stood amidst the white frost. The heavenly profound holy lady held her sword and stood upright. The heavenly profound holy lady in the painting had an unparalleled beauty and a pure air. She looked valiant and valiant. As she gazed at the moonlight, she revealed an indescribable sorrow. It was this sorrow that dyed the gentle moonlight on the ground pale, making it as cold as frost. There were words in the painting. Moonlight like frost, flowing water hurts. Beauty ages quickly. Where to seek immortality? The distant moonlight filled the courtyard. It was like cold frost, exuding a faint sense of sorrow. Who could endure this sorrowful scene? Only that gentle and resilient woman could endure it. However, time was like water. Once it passed, it would not return. The scars of time would eventually land on this face. Actually, even flowing water could not block this boundless sorrow. As one looked at the bright moon in the night sky, one could only ask one question. Where to seek immortality? Xiao Chun instantly understood the state in the painting. He understood the sorrow and helplessness hidden in the poem. He stretched out his hand, and the painting slowly floated back into Xiao Chun's hand. Xiao Chun looked at the person in the painting and then at the heartless, heavenly, profound holy lady before him. It had to be said that this made him sigh. The person in the painting still had sorrow and helplessness. However, the person before him did not have anything. Was he the one who drew this painting? Xiao Chun asked as he raised his head and looked at the heavenly profound holy lady as he held the painting with both hands. Naturally, he was referring to her former Tao companion. After remaining silent for a long time, the heavenly profound holy lady, who seemed to have freed herself, nodded slightly. That's right. He drew it. It is also the thing that I am most reluctant to part with in this life. After waiting for 1,000,000 years, I left behind a remnant thought so that I could see this painting once more. I really like this painting. In that case, keep it. Just help me take care of it. Now I can fulfill my promise to you. There's no rush. Xiao Chun slowly rolled up the painting. Then he took out a mirror box from the universe ring and carefully put it away. The heavenly profound holy lady felt confused. She did not know why Xiao Chun, who had been very anxious, suddenly became so slow. Chapter 1452. Let me ask you something. After Xiao Chun tidied up everything, he looked at the heavenly profound holy lady and asked, "Where is your true body?" The heavenly profound holy lady was somewhat surprised that Xiao Chun would ask such a question. She shook her head and replied, "I don't know. I am just a strand of remnant thought. After my true body became a ghost immortal, I left this abandoned land." "How did you leave?" "I'm not sure. I don't know anything after she left." When Xiao Chun heard that, he could not help feeling suspicious. Since that was the case, who in the world could be sure that the heavenly profound holy lady had become a ghost immortal? It was just a legend. However, how could the people of the Penglai Sea spend so many years preparing for an imaginary legend? There were even 2 immortal sovereigns who came, sacrificing so many experts along the way. It was a bit strange. Someone must have provided concrete information that proved the existence of ghost immortals in the world. That was why these people from the Penglai Sea went crazy. Who could this person be? Could he have seen the true body of the heavenly profound holy lady after she became a ghost immortal, and wanted to use the Penglai Sea's people to scout ahead? As for the ghost immortal cultivation method, after Xiao Chan gained a deeper understanding of the heavenly profound holy lady, he knew that aside from her, there would not be a second person in the world who could cultivate to become a ghost immortal. No one was as beautiful as she was, and no one was as cruel to herself as she was, to the point where she didn't even want her heart. Even if they knew how she became a ghost immortal, no one would be able to do it. Let's fulfill our promise. Give me the reincarnation arts. Xiao Chun didn't think too much about it and stated the main purpose of this trip. The heavenly profound holy lady stretched out her hand, and a scene appeared in front of the 2. The scene showed a group of people in Zodiac Hall doing their best to break the restrictions. On the stone platform in the center of the restriction, there was an ancient black book with the word reincarnation, written in ancient characters. The Sun Palace's palace master, Chu Tian, looked at the cycle art on the stone platform with anticipation. He wanted to immediately charge over and take it away. However, he was still rational. No matter how close he was, he had to break through the restrictions first before he could take it. The restrictions of the Mirage Immortal Palace were no small matter. It looked like there was nothing there. But in reality there were 3 formations in one step, and there were formations within formations. The heavenly profound holy lady gently tapped her temple with her finger and closed her eyes for a moment. Xiao. The reincarnation technique on the stone platform suddenly disappeared, right under Chu Tian's nose, mysteriously disappearing. What's going on? Why did the reincarnation arts disappear? Chu Tian cried out in shock. This was truly unimaginable. He had never heard of such a strange thing before. In the scene he was both shocked and furious, extremely manic, and had completely lost his poise. However, this was also reasonable. Anyone who had experienced such a strange thing would be like this. When the image disappeared, the black reincarnation art appeared in front of Xiao Chun. He stretched out his hand and grasped it tightly. Xiao Chun felt like he was dreaming. This was a little too easy. Was it really the reincarnation arts? However, the item in his hand was incredibly heavy. Its ancient aura could not be faked. Flipping open the cover, Xiao Chen's expression was solemn as he carefully examined it. The reincarnation art was of great importance, and he could not afford to be careless. He did not have the time to wait for the Mirage Immortal Palace to appear again. After a while, Xiao Chun finally verified the item in his hand. It was indeed the genuine reincarnation arts. It could not be faked. The heavenly profound holy lady did not lie to him. In the end, she had fulfilled her promise. A heartless person would not lie. Many thanks, Xiao Chun said solemnly as he put away the reincarnation arts. Unexpectedly, he could obtain the reincarnation arts in such an easy manner. It would be great if he could avoid a fight with the Sun Palace's palace master. There's no need to be so polite. This is just a part of the promise. The universe origin Tao fruit that I promised you is the true reward. The heavenly profound holy lady did not show any joy or sorrow, appearing incredibly calm. Another scene appeared in front. That was a herb garden in the Mirage Immortal Palace. The garden was filled with spirit herbs and all sorts of strong profound beasts. There were venomous snakes, venomous bees, and strange birds hiding among them. An old man in hempen robes sneaked into the herb garden, heading for a spirit fruit in the depths of the herb garden. It was Mu Yong. Xiao Chun recognized this person with one glance. Unexpectedly, Mu Yong managed to reach this place. This spirit fruit looked ordinary. Its color was not beautiful, and it did not give off a refreshing feeling that made one's eyes light up. With just one glance one would ignore it, unable to look at it at all. However, such a spirit fruit looked exactly the same as the legendary universe origin fruit. Only when one focused and squinted would one discover a hard-to-look golden light concentrated in the uneven surface of the spirit fruit. If one stared at it for about 7 or 8 minutes, the image of this fruit in one's mind would suddenly turn golden, like an immortal lord sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. The profoundness of this was indescribable. I found the seed of this spirit fruit in an immortal Tao remnant back then. It only matured after more than 1,000,000 years. Even I have not eaten it before. Only such an immortal fruit is worthy of all the help you have given me. In the heavenly profound Holy Lady's opinion, the reincarnation arts were useless. The universe origin fruit was more practical as a reward. The universe origin fruit was also known as the universe origin Tao fruit. Legend had it that eating it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, allowing one to comprehend the Tao instantly. Even if it was not as heaven-defying as the legends said, it was definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, immortals would not fight over it. At this moment, the hemp-robed old man carefully approached the universe origin fruit. If one looked carefully, one would discover that his forehead was pitch black, and his complexion was very poor. Only a pair of eyes stared at the universe origin fruit, flickering with light. The old man was already severely poisoned. If he was not careful, he would die immediately. You know this person? The heavenly profound Holy Lady asked. Xiao Chun nodded and replied, "We came in together. He is dying. He is poisoned by at least 7 kinds of strange poisons. If he takes another 3 steps, he will definitely die. Is there any way to save him?" Xiao Chun asked. After all, they had met once before. He was not a cold-hearted person. You want to save him? There is no way to save him. One should know one's limits. Greed blinded one's eyes. Death is self-inflicted. Right after the heavenly profound Holy Lady spoke, the hemp-robed old man stumbled and stumbled, falling to the ground. No, I still have not obtained the universe origin fruit. I have not become a prime. I cannot die. As the hemp-robed old man roared in dissatisfaction, a huge snake flicked its tongue and slowly slithered over. Then it opened its mouth and swallowed him. The scene disappeared, and the universe origin fruit appeared out of nowhere. Like the reincarnation arts, it miraculously appeared on this blood lake. Even though Xiao Chun had seen many deaths, he was still somewhat shocked. The hemp-robed old man was very capable, yet he died just like that. After waiting bitterly for several decades, the Mirage Immortal Palace finally arrived. However, the result was like this. Xiao Chun withdrew the universe origin fruit into his hand. He found it somewhat heavy and somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, this immortal fruit ended up in his hands. Before coming here, he had never thought that with the reincarnation arts, his trip to the Immortal Palace would be a success. You should quickly treat your injuries as well. If this drags on, it will not be something that can be done in a short time, the heavenly profound Holy Lady said. Xiao Chun put away the universe origin fruit and looked at the heavenly profound Holy Lady. What about you? Me? The heavenly profound Holy Lady shook her head and said, I am just a strand of lingering thought. Now that my thoughts are clear, there is no need for me to exist or not. I just need to quietly accompany this immortal palace. This stunned Xiao Chun, and he felt somewhat bitter. In the end, this was a heartless person. That painting that made him an outsider sad was just a way for her to clear her thoughts. Suddenly Xiao Chun thought of something. His expression changed slightly, and he stopped thinking about treating his injuries. There should be a group of scarlet-clad experts in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Can you help me take a look and see where this group of people is? Xiao Chun nearly forgot that there was still this group of strange factions worth paying attention to. The blood-clad sect was mysterious in the first place. After they entered the Immortal Palace, their movements became extremely strange. Furthermore, the strangest thing was that the restriction that Immortal Venerate Mingyu left in the palace did not block this group of people. Back then, Xiao Chun could not resist taking the risk to pass through the restriction because of this doubt. Although the heavenly profound Holy Lady could not attack in this Immortal Palace, she clearly still had some tricks up her sleeve. It would be too much of a pity not to use them. Chapter 1453. The heavenly profound Holy Lady did not reject Xiao Chun's request. She only said that she needed some time. It's fine. I'll wait. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and regulated his breathing, quietly waiting for the heavenly profound Holy Lady. After about 7 minutes, the heavenly profound Holy Lady said, I found it. Xiao Chun tapped the air and a scene appeared. A group of scarlet-clad people broke the restrictions and snatched a resplendent pearl. The group revealed smiles on their faces, feeling wild joy. What is this? After all, the scene was not the real thing. When Xiao Chun opened his eyes, he did not recognize that resplendent pearl. This is a puppet pearl. It is not something from the martial epoch, but a magic treasure from the immortal epoch. It is used to control huge puppets, ancient beasts, deep-sea berserk sharks, and other extraordinarily huge puppets. The heavenly profound holy lady explained to Xiao Chun in detail. Xiao Chun felt excited. It was specially used to control huge puppets. He seemed to think of something in an instant, but he could not figure it out. I can take it back. Xiao Chun kept feeling that the blood-clad sect was plotting something. If the other party really obtained this puppet pearl, it would lead to a huge problem in the future. No, he already placed it in his spatial ring. I can only send over the treasures with the restrictions that are not completely broken. There are still many good things in the ethereal immortal palace. If you need them, I can give them to you. There's no need. Xiao Chun rejected the heavenly profound holy lady without much consideration. He always followed the principle of going too far was as bad as not going far enough. If he took too many things that did not belong to him, he might trigger some bad karma. Furthermore, he already obtained the cycle arts that he wanted the most and the incredibly precious universe origin fruit. There was no need to be greedy. It was not a bad thing to give more opportunities to the later generations. The most important thing was to figure out what this group of blood-clad sect people were planning. You can't be thinking of snatching it, right? In your current state, you probably can't even protect yourself. You should recuperate from your injuries. That's right. The heavenly profound holy lady looked up at the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in the air and entered deep thought. Where did you learn this Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram? This is my first time seeing someone merge the yin and yang attributes so naturally. Xiao Chun pondered for a moment. Naturally, he couldn't expose what happened on Earth, so he answered, I learned it by myself. Not bad, you're much stronger than I was back then. However, you're still lacking a cultivation technique. Otherwise, it would be difficult for your yin-yang flame diagram to become truly strong. Since you created it yourself, you need to have a complete set of martial techniques and cultivation techniques. Xiao Chun was stunned when he heard this. He thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. Xiao Chun's Taiji Dao indeed lacked a cultivation technique. However, creating a cultivation technique was too difficult for Xiao Chun. He couldn't do it for now. Since they are both yin-yang flames, you can actually use the energy of the void flower and the extreme yang true flame. If you absorb it into your yin-yang flame diagram, you can eliminate the threat of the extreme yang true fire and strengthen your yin-yang flame diagram. The heavenly profound holy lady continued after observing for a while. Xiao Chun's eyes lit up. Why didn't he think of it? Homologous. This was completely feasible. In order to maintain a balance, the void flower and the extreme yang true fire had to have the same amount of energy. After absorbing all of it, the yin-yang flame diagram would be able to maintain its balance. I'll teach you how to do it. The heavenly profound holy lady gave Xiao Chun pointers on how to use the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram to absorb the void flower and the extreme yang true fire. Xiao Chun's comprehension ability was startling in the first place. With a few words, he understood the principle. After trying it out, he succeeded. The 10,000 flower petals melted into the ground like snowflakes silently. The extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame strengthened bit by bit. Xiao Chun could not help feeling joy in his heart. Flames were split into 9 grades. His primal chaos level heavenly snow divine flame was rank 3, while the extreme yin true flame and the extreme yang true flame were rank 6. If Xiao Chun continued to absorb the 10,000 void flowers and the extreme yang true flame, it should not be difficult for his flame to rise to rank 7. One should not underestimate just an increase of 1 grade. The extreme yang true flame and the extreme yin true flame were existences second only to primal chaos level flames in the first place. After raising them to rank 6, they would be extremely difficult to raise. Such an opportunity could be said to be a fortuitous encounter that could not be sought. I need you to help me keep an eye on this group of blood-clad sex people. After we go out, I want to teleport to the same place as them. As Xiao Chun looked at the scene, a cold light flashed in his eyes at the ecstatic blood-clad sex people. Once, when Elder Qin underwent his tribulation, a group of blood-clad sex people had come to cause trouble. Their auras were very similar to this. If Xiao Chun was right, it was the blood-clad sex doing. Now that he ran into this group of people, he naturally could not let them off. If possible, he had to obtain the puppet pearl by force as well. Sure, that is not a problem. The heavenly profound holy lady agreed straightforwardly. To her, this was an incredibly small request. A month's time was neither long nor short. To the people of the Mirage Immortal Palace, they had to cherish every moment, as they could remain here for only 1 month. They absolutely could not waste it. As for Xiao Chun, he no longer had any desires. He had obtained the cycle arts and an additional universe origin fruit, a bountiful harvest. Xiao Chun only hoped that 1 month would pass quickly so that he could find the blood-clad sex people. A total of 9 people from the blood-clad sect came on this trip. 1 vice sect master and 9 elders. The vice sect master was a 9th heaven martial emperor. His scarlet clothes gave off a strange light. Upon closer inspection, the blood on his clothes seemed to flow. At this moment the 9 people gathered together. The vice sect master, Qin Minghua, held the puppet pearl in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Sect Master Can, now that we have the puppet pearl, the sect master's mission is complete. Can we go our separate ways and seek out fortuitous encounters? A few of the elders of the sect master's headquarters asked with a greedy look in their eyes. Qin Minghua put away the puppet pearl and shook his head. We can't. We have to personally hand the puppet pearl to the sect master to complete the mission. Right now we are only halfway done. We cannot be careless. This person was clearly extremely cautious. Caution was the parent of safety. They still had to maintain sufficient martial prowess to escort the puppet pearl back. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared above the 9 people. The expressions of Qin Minghua and the others changed slightly. When they heard the sound, they reacted extremely quickly. However, when Qin Minghua clearly saw who it was, he started laughing. The expressions of the other elders of the sect master's headquarters also relaxed significantly. How did the 2 immortal venerates end up in such sorry states? To think that their physical bodies were destroyed. The newcomers were Immortal Venerate Tianyi and Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who had their physical bodies destroyed. At this moment, their nascent souls appeared before this group of people with their life magic treasures. When Immortal Venerate Tianyi saw Qin Minghua's mockery, he said coldly, "Cut the crap. Quickly bring your people and follow me to the Immortal Palace's 9th floor to kill the Shadowless Saber Sovereign." The Shadowless Saber Sovereign? No wonder the 2 of you ended up in such sorry states. It turns out that you ran into such a demonic genius. However, why should I help you 2 to offend such a killing god? With the puppet pearl in hand, Qin Minghua only needed to wait here for 1 month before he could go out and report. There was no need for him to take the risk. He is already severely injured. Killing him will be as easy as killing a dog. You can have all the treasures on him, and the 2 of us will owe you a favor. Why not? Immortal Venerate Mingyu said, tempting Qin Minghua with benefits. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said, "Don't forget, if we had not let you in, how could you have obtained the puppet pearl so easily? Furthermore, the blood-clad sect and my Peng Lai Si both respect the treasure master. So what if you help me once?" Qin Minghua showed a hesitant expression, somewhat persuaded. Is he really injured? Do you think he will have a good end after putting us in such a sorry state? Immortal Venerate Tianyi countered. With a definite answer, Qin Minghua no longer hesitated. He nodded and said, "Very well, I'll help you this time. However, all the treasures on the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's body will belong to me." Xiao Chun, who was anxiously treating his injuries, could not imagine that the master behind the Peng Lai Si and the blood-clad sect was the same person. The blood-clad sect experts, who had been preparing to deal with Xiao Chun after leaving, were now rushing over. Chapter 1454. Above the blood lake, Xiao Chun closed his eyes and treated his injuries. At the same time, he circulated the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to recover his magic energy. The magic energy source in Xiao Chen's Sea of Consciousness slowly recovered. After the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation reached the 9th layer, Xiao Chen's magic energy recovered very quickly. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Chun had already recovered to a fifth of his peak, much faster than before. As for the physical injuries, they were even easier to recover from. The only thing he needed to pay attention to was his heart. Xiao Chun had already injured his heart once before. Then, he used the heartbreaking saber. The injuries on top of the injuries were much more severe than the injuries to the other internal organs. Once Xiao Chun used too much force, his heart would ache endlessly, spreading throughout his entire body. In battle, this would directly affect his movements. Although this injury was not fatal, it was the most problematic. Hence, it was best not to use the heartbreaking saber technique's flawless saber technique unless he had no other choice. Just as Xiao Chun anxiously recovered from his injuries, the heavenly profound holy lady suddenly said, "Shadowless Saber Sovereign, the group of scarlet-clad people you told me to keep an eye on are rushing over here." Whoosh! Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly, and he suddenly opened his eyes. How can it be like this? How did they know? After being stunned for a while, Xiao Chun reacted. It had to be those two immortal venerates. He had guessed long ago that the Peng Lai Sea's people had a secret connection with the blood-clad sect. Now it looked like it was true. If not for these two people informing on him, he would not have been exposed. Those two immortal venerates probably thought that the extreme Yang True Flame would blast him to pieces. In the end, they did not hear the expected explosion. Only then did they startle to their senses and seek help from the blood-clad sect. In an instant, Xiao Chun figured out the truth of the matter. The heavenly profound holy lady pointed in the air, and a fruit appeared out of nowhere. This is the heart-nourishing fruit. It has a miraculous effect on healing injuries to the heart. Why didn't you give it to me earlier? What was the point of giving it to Xiao Chun now? No matter how good the holy herb was, it could not instantly heal his injuries. The heavenly profound holy lady said calmly, "You were the one who said that you did not need anything else. How can you blame me?" Never mind, this is not the time to dwell on this. Xiao Chun quickly consumed the heart-nourishing fruit. As the medicinal liquid entered his body, it turned into a gentle energy that wrapped around his heart. The pain from the wound immediately lessened, allowing Xiao Chun to heave a sigh of relief. There were a total of 9 people in the Bloodcloth sect. Other than the vice-sect leader, who was a level 9 Heavens Emperor Wu, the other 9 elders were at least at the Greater Celestial Emperor Wu. Even at his peak, Xiao Chun had to be careful when facing such a group of people. If he wanted to subdue them, he would have to use the God's Eye of Lightning. However, he had only recovered 1/5 of his magic power, so he couldn't use the God's Eye of Lightning at all. Should they retreat? Looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in midair, which was still absorbing the void flower and the extreme yang true flame, Xiao Chun had an idea. Dong dong dong. Footsteps resounded. The blood-clad sect's vice-sect master, Qin Minghua, quickly arrived with a group of blood-clad sect elders. Bloodcloth sect. Xiao Chun, who was seated on the throne, opened his eyes, feeling somewhat weak and bewildered. When Qin Minghua saw this scene, he guffawed. "It looks like the two immortal venerates did not lie to me. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are indeed here." There was one more thing that Qin Minghua did not say. Indeed, he was severely injured and extremely weak. Kill him. Qin Minghua did not waste any time on nonsense. With a command, the 8 elders soared into the air and surrounded Xiao Chun, who was on the blood lake. Qin Minghua, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although this shadowless saber sovereign is injured, your group of elders will not be able to restrain him in a short time. You have to personally make a move. Immortal Venerate Mingyu, who was following from behind, said to Qin Minghua when he saw that the coffin was still there. Qin Minghua smiled coldly in his heart. Of course, this old man knows that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. The counterattack before death cannot be underestimated. The more this is the case, the more cautious I have to be. I absolutely cannot take risks easily. I just have to take advantage at the end. Immortal Venerable Tianyi's nascent soul was in the ancient copper lamp, looking at the yin-yang flame diagram in the air with a pensive look. No wonder he didn't die from the explosion. It turned out that this fellow still had such a method to hold back all the void flowers. When that shadowless saber sovereign was about to die, he would definitely make the 10,000 flowers fall and die together with this group of people. He had to think of a way to trick Qin Minghua in and make both sides suffer. Sitting on the throne above the blood lake, Xiao Chan was clearly no match for Xiao Chan. He could only hide and flee in all directions in a sorry state. Furthermore, it was getting slower and slower. It looked like it would not be able to hold on for much longer. Immortal Venerate Tianyi had not thought of a plan yet. He could not help but feel slightly anxious. Given the other party's character, he would definitely take the divine coffin away in the end. Old man Tianyi, what exactly are you and the Shadowless Saber Sovereign fighting over for you to fight so intensely? Seeing that victory was within sight, Qin Minghua's eyes swiveled as he asked with a smile. Immortal Venerate Tianyi cursed in his heart. I just knew that you would burn the bridge after crossing it. However, it just so happened that he could make use of this opportunity to lure him over. Immortal Venerable Tianyi feigned silence, not saying a word. Old man Tianyi, even if you don't say it, I can guess a thing or two. The coffin on the Blood Lake is the heavenly profound Holy Lady's coffin, right? Qin Minghua's eyes were very sharp. He had long discovered the sage coffin's existence. After probing it a little, he confirmed his guess. No, that sage coffin belongs to my Peng Lai Si. Qin Minghua, don't even think about snatching it away. Immortal Paragon Tianyi said angrily. The ancient lamp shook continuously, showing his anger. Qin Minghua laughed loudly. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. I'll just take a look and leave. Although Qin Minghua said that he would take a look, he had no intention of entering the Blood Lake. Immortal Venerate Tianyi could not help feeling anxious. Is that so? Then I'll give you a ride. Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Qin Minghua's expression changed drastically, and he quickly turned around to defend. His aura instantly soared to its peak. The 7 sabers merged into one, and 10 spots of saber energy burst forth. The resplendent saber light was extremely piercing in the dark passageway. Although Qin Minghua reacted very quickly, the force of this saber strike was too strong, directly knocking him back. Qin Minghua vomited a mouthful of blood and landed in the Blood Lake, his complexion somewhat pale. The scarlet light on Qin Minghua's scarlet clothes flourished, looking extremely strange. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. So this is your true body. Qin Minghua wiped away the blood at a corner of his lips. However, he did not show much surprise. He smiled coldly and said, Do you think that I did not guard against you? It would have been fine if you had not shown yourself. Since you showed yourself, you can forget about leaving. Xiao Chan could not be bothered with Qin Minghua. With a thought, the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram above the Blood Lake instantly crumbled. Thousands of flowers fell. Before Qin Minghua could understand what was going on, the extreme Yang True flame exploded in an instant. The extreme Yang True fire exploded in an instant. Fiery light soared into the sky, covering the entire Blood Lake in an instant. The instant the flame exploded, Xiao Chen's true body grabbed the ancient lamp that Immortal Venerate Tianyi's Yuanying was in and quickly retreated. The shock wave from the explosion spread out. Everywhere it passed, all the stone pillars instantly shattered, silently turning into nothing. Rumble. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace directly crumbled. Closely following that, the 8th floor, the 7th floor, and all the way up were affected. If not for the protection of the restrictions, this intense explosion would have been sufficient to destroy the entire ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew that the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram had already absorbed half of the energy of the Void Flower and the extreme Yang True flame. The might of the explosion was not enough to kill Qin Minghua. Perhaps a few of the blood-clad sect elders would still be alive. Xiao Chen was not in a good state either. This was not the time to seek trouble with this group of people. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, quickly let go of me. Otherwise, this old man's Yuanying will explode and die with you. The ancient lamp that Xiao Chan firmly grabbed shook continuously, trying to struggle free. Xiao Chan already knew that this Immortal Venerate Tianyi was a person who appeared tough on the outside but was cowardly on the inside. He appeared tough on the surface but was afraid of death in his heart. Xiao Chan simply ignored Qin Minghua. No matter how Qin Minghua called out, he did not let go. It was rare for Xiao Chan to capture an Immortal Venerate's Yuanying. This was a good opportunity to search his soul and uncover all the secrets of the Peng Lai Si. Xiao Chen's only regret was that he could not take advantage of this opportunity to capture the blood-clad sect's vice-sect master as well. Chapter 1455. Many thanks. After addressing Xiao Chan as fellow Taoist, Immortal Venerate Tianyi's Yuanying slowly faded away until it completely vanished. Xiao Chun could not help feeling shocked. To think that the low-key and mysterious treasure master had such incredible means. This was simply too shocking. Alright, I'm not willing to use the second method either. As Xiao Chun dodged the falling rocks and restrictions, his spiritual sense picked up countless figures rushing over. Immortal Venerate Tianyi said slowly, "When a person is about to die, his words are kind. What is he drawing for? This is truly incomprehensible." After trying many times, Immortal Venerate Tianyi finally gave up. A small illusory figure appeared in the ancient lamp. That was an Immortal Cultivator's Yuanying. Immortal Venerate Tianyi smiled in rage. "Since I'm going to die anyway, why should I let you off easy? Shadowless Saber Sovereign, you are too naive." A Yuanying was a very weak existence. The longer it existed, the weaker it became. The commotion must have been too great, startling all the treasure seekers in the entire ethereal immortal palace. Furthermore, Xiao Chun learned that the master of the Bloodclad sect was also the heavenly starry ocean's treasure master. The 9th floor of the ethereal immortal palace was destroyed, turning the entire ethereal immortal palace into chaos. However, the heavenly profound holy lady remained calm, her expression not changing at all. As for the eternal heavenly sword school's Xiachang Tian, Immortal Venerate Yun Chan had been watching over him. Hence, Immortal Venerate Tianyi did not know much. He only knew that there was indeed such a person living in the Penglai Sea. As Xiao Chun ran, he still had to control the ancient lamp, multitasking. He had no time to chat at all. Is there a safer, more remote place in the ethereal immortal palace that others cannot easily find? Yuanying? Furthermore, it's a blue dragon Yuanying. That's impossible. How can you dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? Even the heavenly profound holy lady can only cultivate immortal cultivation after scattering her cultivation. There are many things that you do not know. Don't worry about how I can cultivate immortal cultivation. All you need to know is that if I want to, I can swallow your Yuanying right now. If I know everything about you, your death will be even more miserable. Time is of the essence. I need to comprehend the cycle arts quickly and cultivate the state of cycle. Only by comprehending the complete Saber Dao would he be able to contend against Supremes and even surpass them. Xiao Chun casually looked around. Aside from the cleanliness of the bedroom, it was very different from a regular girl's room. Lying down in the air, the throne appeared. Xiao Chun had a feeling that before long, this person would no longer be able to endure. When Xiao Chun truly became high profile, the entire oceanic world would experience a huge change. It might even affect the entire Kunlun realm. Immortal Exalt Tianyi said furiously as he looked at Xiao Chun. There was a trace of deep fear in his tone. It's too late. I've already given you many chances. Now it's time for you to make another choice. Immortal Venerate Tianyi remained silent for a long time before saying helplessly, I choose the first option. With Immortal Venerate Tianyi taking the initiative to cooperate, Xiao Chun did not encounter any difficulties in searching the soul for the first time. 1 hour later, Xiao Chun understood everything about the Penglai Sea and the karma of this trip. The demonic calamity, Emperor Forsaken, and now there was a treasure lord. Despite Xiao Chun's strength, he still felt tremendous pressure. Xiao Chun casually tossed the ancient lamp aside and leaned back. The cycle throne attached to his clothes descended and caught Xiao Chun. The heavenly profound holy lady thought for a while before saying, Come with me. This scene was simply too shocking, completely surpassing Immortal Venerate Tianyi's imagination and understanding. The Bloodclad sect and the Penglai Sea were the treasure lord's pawns. He wanted the Bloodclad sect to obtain the puppet pearl. In that case, what did the immortal cultivators want to obtain by opening the coffin? Xiao Chun interrupted, not willing to listen to Immortal Venerate Tianyi's nonsense. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and played with it for a while. Then, he placed it in his universe ring. Immortal Venerate Tianyi's life magic treasure must be extraordinary. Furthermore, this was only what Immortal Venerate Tianyi knew. It was likely just the tip of the iceberg. Aside from that painting, there was nothing else in the coffin. The answer was obvious. If not for Immortal Venerate Tianyi having already cultivated the immortal cultivation Dao to the peak, reaching the void refinement realm, It would have been impossible for the coffin to exist for so long. Why could Xiao Chan dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation? The answer lay in the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation was either left behind by the Qing Emperor or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. Treasure Lord. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Don't worry. I have never been a bloodthirsty person. I will not implicate others in my personal grudges. This was my previous bedroom. Beside it is my meditation room. You can rest there." After obtaining everything that he wanted, Xiao Chan did not humiliate or make things difficult for Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Instead, he let Tianyi choose to commit suicide, a method of suicide. Only after a long time did Immortal Venerate Tianyi wake up from the fact that Xiao Chan could cultivate immortal cultivation. Xiao Chan said calmly, "Immortal Venerate Tianyi, do you still not have the resolution to die? Don't harbor any delusions about me. You have already forced our relationship to the point where only one of us can live." After pushing open a door, Xiao Chan entered. Now, he finally had time to deal with Immortal Venerate Tianyi. Clang! The ancient lamp fell to the ground, giving off a loud sound. You can commit suicide. If it were during the immortal epoch, one could become a loose immortal after committing suicide. Now one was nothing. Many thanks, fellow Taoist. The heavenly profound holy lady appeared unpredictably, appearing beside Xiao Chan once again. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's blue dragon Yuanying, Immortal Venerate Tianyi felt incredibly horrified. The ancient lamp shook intensely, revealing his extreme horror. The latter was more likely. However, it did not matter. The ancient lamp flew out the door with a whoosh. Then it landed on the ground with a clang. Now I'll give you two choices. Cooperate a little and let me search your soul. Then I'll give you a quick death. The second choice is that you do not cooperate, but I can still find out what I want to know. You will die even more miserably. After a while, Xiao Chan followed the heavenly profound holy lady to a quiet bedroom. When he opened the window, he could actually see the ghost mountain. This was a pretty good location. In the martial epoch, the martial path reigned supreme. Even when one cultivated the immortal Tao to its peak, one would only be as strong as Immortal Venerate Tianyi. To Xiao Chan, aside from a supreme magic skill like the Divine Lightning Eye, the immortal Tao did not hold much attraction. What a good plan! Unexpectedly, you are so decisive, easily resolving this calamity. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, what exactly do you want? Everything was linked to this person. It turned out that the Treasure Master had been controlling the Penglai Sea for more than 1,000 years. Xiao Chan did not get angry. With a thought, the blue dragon Yuanying hidden in the depths of the heart of an emperor slowly appeared above his head. When a regular immortal cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they needed to quickly possess another body. Otherwise, they would turn to dust. The ancient lamp felt extremely dissatisfied. It gave off a bright light and crashed around randomly. In the end, it returned to nothing and fell to the ground. However, Xiao Chan did not have time to investigate now. The Treasure Master's matter was still troubling him. On this trip to the Mirage Immortal Palace, aside from getting what he wanted, he had unexpectedly dug out such a big secret. Shadowless Saber Sovereign, if possible, do not make a move on the Penglai Sea. They are all innocent and also a group of pitiful people. Xiao Chan sat on the throne and said indifferently, "Don't waste your efforts. This was once the heavenly profound holy lady's place of meditation. Unless I am willing to open the door, you can forget about leaving in your lifetime." Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes, and his spiritual sense turned into a thread that flew towards Immortal Venerate Tianyi's Yuanying. Indeed, there is hope. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. With the heavenly profound holy lady, the master of the Mirage Immortal Palace, helping him, the crisis-ridden Mirage Immortal Palace was like entering his own home. He could always turn calamities into blessings. Indeed, there was hope. Xiao Chan heaved a sigh of relief. The three immortal venerates all lost to the Treasure Master. Right now, the Penglai Sea was a pawn of the Treasure Master. Is that so? Xiao Chan muttered to himself. No wonder I felt a familiar aura from your saber formation. It turns out that they are clones created by immortal arts. Had I known earlier, the second way to die was too painful for immortal cultivators. It was equivalent to someone swallowing them alive. No immortal cultivator would be willing to accept such a death. It was too tragic. They might even get swallowed by other immortal cultivators. That was the cruelest and most immoral ending, equivalent to cannibalism. Bang! Chapter 1456. Just as Xiao Chun was recuperating, the entire Penglai Immortal Palace descended into chaos, a commotion breaking out everywhere. In the 10,000 fetus blood spring, the blood-clad Sect's vice-sect master, Ken Minghua, paled. His scarlet clothes were in tatters from the explosion. His hair was disheveled, looking very miserable. The tattered scarlet clothes squirmed like blood, continuously merging together. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the scarlet clothes Ken Minghua wore were very different from the scarlet clothes that Xiao Chun had seen in the past. The original scarlet clothes gave off demonic qi, making one feel very uncomfortable just by looking at them. However, the demonic qi in Ken Minghua's scarlet clothes was even more withdrawn, not leaking out. If one did not purposely draw it out, one would not notice the demonic qi at all. Clearly, the quality of these scarlet clothes had improved significantly. According to rumor, the blood-clad sect would have different scarlet clothes depending on the rank. Of course, this was just the guess of others. The outside world knew too little about this faction that suddenly rose up in the past few years. Suddenly, Ken Minghua started coughing a few times. Only when he vomited a mouthful of blood did he feel much better. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Unexpectedly, someone set him up so ruthlessly. In the past few years, the blood-clad sect had been showing off its sharpness and rarely suffered losses. Ken Minghua was very experienced and shrewd. He had never been one to suffer losses. Unexpectedly, he suffered such a huge setback today. Had he known, he would not have believed the words of those two immortal venerates. Fortunately, he didn't lose the puppet pearl. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost it. Just thinking about the consequences made Ken Minghua tremble in fear. That was a treasure that the treasure master wanted. Once he lost it, even the sect master would not be able to protect him. He would suffer a fate worse than death. Footsteps resounded, and Ken Minghua's expression changed slightly. Enduring the pain, he quickly left this place. Soon, the Zodiac Hall's Sun Palace's palace master and the major characters of the other holy lands rushed over. However, they only saw rubble. They could not understand what was going on. There was no aura of a supreme treasure or any natural treasure. The people who caused the chaos had already left long ago. This storm was destined to end without attracting much attention. The people present would not have expected that this storm would be the cause. This gave Xiao Chun the foundation to surpass Prime. In the future, he would be able to turn the tide and save the Kunlun realm. The month was about to pass. Most of the people who had come here had already left. As long as they didn't die in the restriction, they would have gained something, so the trip was not in vain. They might have obtained the secret treasures of the Tianxian sect, the Taoist fate left behind by their predecessors, or other treasures of heaven and earth. There were many people who were disappointed. Sun Palace's palace master Chu Tian was one of them. There was still one more day before Xiao Chun would have to leave the Mirage Immortal Palace. Since he still had not found the cycle arts, he could already declare his failure. After dismissing the people beside him, Chu Tian summoned out a talisman. After the talisman burned up, the image of the cyclic astral lord appeared before him. Star Lord, this subordinate is useless and lost the reincarnation art. The cyclic astral lord seemed to have expected this long ago, and was not in a rush. The shadowless Saber Sovereign snatched it away? No. Chu Tian shook his head and told him about the strange situation that had happened. The reincarnation arts suddenly disappeared in front of him. Chu Tian was nervous, worried that the Star Lord would not believe this reason. Who could have imagined that the cyclic astral lord would say after thinking for a while, "I understand. After you leave, just return to the palace quickly. There is no need to care about this matter anymore." Hearing the cyclic astral lord's answer, Chu Tian was in disbelief. Only when the cyclic astral lord's image vanished did he startle to his senses. Xiao Chun felt relieved of a heavy burden, feeling very relaxed. On the other side, Ken Minghua also contacted the blood-clad sect's sect master at this moment. The identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master had always been mysterious. If someone were present and saw the image of the sect master, they would be greatly startled. No one would have imagined that the true identity of the blood-clad sect master was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master. Sect master, we already obtained the puppet pearl, Ken Minghua reported respectfully. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master revealed a smile and nodded. Very good. Pay attention to safety. Return the puppet pearl perfectly. The treasure master will reward you greatly. He can even give you a longevity-extending pill. At the mention of the longevity-extending pill, wild joy flashed in Ken Minghua's eyes. However, it soon dimmed. He said. However, something unexpected happened at the Penglai Sea. The shadowless saber sovereign captured Immortal Venerate Tian Yi, and Immortal Venerate Mingyu's physical body was also destroyed. After hearing about the encounters of the two Immortal Venerates, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master said calmly, "It's not a problem. As long as we obtain the puppet pearl, the treasure master's goal is complete. As for the Immortal Venerates, it was just a matter of convenience." The treasure master did not hold much hope. Ken Minghua was completely at ease when he heard this. In this way, he wouldn't be blamed for this. Inside the cultivation room, Xiao Chan had already recovered from his injuries, returning to his peak state. Just as he was about to leave the ethereal immortal palace, he formally read through the cycle arts. After closing the cycle arts, Xiao Chan could already confirm that this was the true copy. However, it was as the heavenly profound holy lady said. It was indeed just an incomplete copy and not very valuable. Without a doubt, if one cultivated the cycle arts together with the states of the seven thrones, one could definitely cultivate the state of cycle. However, what would happen after he cultivated the reincarnation state? There was no mention of how to cultivate it or how to use it. In Xiao Chen's opinion, merging the state of cycle was just the beginning. How to use it after that was the most important thing. Xiao Chan could only rely on himself to slowly explore it in the future. Or perhaps, after leaving the abandoned land and entering the true martial great world, he might be able to meet an expert who cultivated the state of cycle. However, no matter what, Xiao Chan was already very satisfied with being able to cultivate the state of cycle. After putting away the cycle arts, Xiao Chan took out the second great harvest of this trip, the universe origin Dao fruit. Speaking of which, this universe origin Dao fruit looked very ordinary. Its surface was bumpy and even somewhat prickly. It was hard to imagine that the legendary immortal fruit would have such an appearance. If one was deceived by its appearance and missed out on this fruit, one would regret it for life. As long as one focused and did not move their gaze, one would discover the profoundness of this fruit after 7 or 8 minutes. A scene of a golden divine venerate sitting cross-legged would appear in one's mind. When this scene appeared, one would be bathed in a profound feeling of ascending to the Tao. The universe origin Tao fruit is truly indescribably wondrous. Xiao Chan looked away in admiration. However, he did not dare to take the risk of eating it. Rumor had it that after consuming this fruit, it could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years. However, Xiao Chen did not really believe it. That would have been during the immortal epoch. The martial epoch and the immortal epoch were completely different cultivation methods. No one could be sure what the consequences would be. Based on his personal feelings, Xiao Chan was more willing to believe that this fruit had a miraculous effect on the Tao. This was because when that golden divine venerate appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, he clearly felt his saber energy stir. After consuming it, while his cultivation might not increase, his comprehension of the saber Tao would definitely improve. Perhaps if he was not careful, he might even comprehend the complete saber Tao. The universe origin Tao fruit might very well contain a complete Tao. Anyone who consumed it would be able to obtain the Tao. Immortal lords lived forever. To them, 1,000 years of cultivation was just 1,000 years. In eternal life, 1,000 years was just a flick of a finger. 1,000 years of cultivation was not worth fighting for. What they valued was definitely the desire for the Tao. What's wrong? You want to eat it now? The heavenly profound holy lady suddenly asked when she saw Xiao Chan holding the universe origin Tao fruit and staring at it. Xiao Chan smiled and put away the universe origin Tao fruit. He said, "It is too risky. If I fall unconscious after consuming it, I will have to wait several decades before I can leave." That's true. You are still young and in your best years. It is not good to waste it here. I came to inform you that the ethereal immortal palace is about to send you out. The heavenly profound holy lady said, if you want to go and take it, I can send you anywhere within 5,000 kilometers of the ethereal immortal palace. As you wish. Now that I have recovered to my peak, it does not matter where I appear. Xiao Chun stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Thank you for taking care of me on this trip to the ethereal immortal palace. Before I leave, I would like to thank you again. There's no need. We are just taking what we need. The heavenly profound holy lady shook her head and rejected Xiao Chun. Let's go. I'll send you off. Chapter 1457. After the heavenly profound holy lady finished speaking, Xiao Chun felt an irresistible force toss his body out of the immortal palace. The world spun around. When Xiao Chun felt his feet touch the ground again, he discovered that he had already landed on an island. Xiao Chun casually looked around and discovered that this nameless island was the island where the hemp-robed old man was before he entered the immortal palace. He did not know if the heavenly profound holy lady did this on purpose or if it was a coincidence. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chun was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared beside him. It was the Western Sea Berserk Saber Feng Xiao. Brother Shadowless, I did not expect to see you again after coming out. Feng Xiao's complexion was very good. There was a reserved sharpness on his face. He must have gained a lot in the Mirage Immortal Palace. Xiao Chun nodded firmly in response to the other party's greeting. Then he casually chatted with Feng Xiao for a while. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chun had expected. In the Mirage Immortal Palace, Feng Xiao had obtained a Dao comprehension painting left by an ancient bladesman. After comprehending it a little, he had gained a lot. Now, he was preparing to enter closed-door cultivation and absorb all the Dao in it. Xiao Chun smiled and congratulated Feng Xiao, offering his blessings. Hee, my gains are nothing. A huge explosion happened in the 9th floor of the Immortal Palace. I heard that a supreme treasure was born. Unfortunately, I missed out on the excitement. Feng Xiao was in a good mood, so he could not stop talking. Missing out might not be a bad thing. There are many fortuitous encounters that one has to evaluate one's strength first. Xiao Chun recalled his experience in the Immortal Palace's 9th floor, feeling deeply moved. Naturally, Feng Xiao did not understand the deeper meaning in Xiao Chun's words. He nodded and said, Brother Shadowless is right. I have to enter closed-door cultivation quickly, so I won't chat any longer. We will meet again in the future if fate allows it. See you again. Xiao Chun performed a cupped fist salute to send Feng Xiao off. Soon that middle-aged couple was sent out as well. After casually saying goodbye to Xiao Chun, they left in a hurry. They looked like they were worried that Xiao Chun would attack them and snatch away their treasures. Xiao Chun found this funny, but he did not say anything. It looked like the heavenly profound holy lady had indeed done this on purpose, sending them back to the same place. The hemp-robed old man was already dead. He definitely would not be sent back. Furthermore, the Geomaster Zhang Tian had not arrived yet. Although Xiao Chun believed that the other party would be fine, deep in his heart, he was still a little uncertain. Did something really happen to the old man? Just as Xiao Chun was muttering to himself, another beam of light appeared beside Xiao Chun. Zhang Tian, who exuded a sinister aura, appeared beside Xiao Chun. Haha, don't worry. Even if all of you die, this old man will not die. Although Zhang Tian's body was filled with yin qi, he was full of vigor and spirit. He did not look like he was trapped in the ghost mountain at all. What a pity. It would be great if I could stay here. He was in such a good mood that he almost forgot everything. He even forgot about the immortal cultivators. After a long time, Xiao Chun realized that he had lost his composure. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sorry, I was too engrossed in researching the techniques of the ancient geomasters in the Ghost Mountain. How is it on your side? Did the Peng Lai Sea's people obtain the Ghost Immortal Cultivation method? Xiao Chun felt that there was nothing to hide from Zhang Tian, so he honestly told the other party about the ethereal immortal palace. After hearing that, Zhang Tian felt emotional for a long time, sighing endlessly. Unexpectedly, the immortal cultivation method of the Ghost Immortal Tao is so difficult. The heavenly profound holy daughter is really pitiful, a heartless person. Xiao Chun said indifferently, I feel that it's still all right. At the very least, she really helped me obtain the cycle arts, unlike some people. Jiang Tian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Aren't I trapped in the Ghost Mountain? If not, helping you obtain the cycle arts would be easy. I can tell that after you came out, you seem to be quite at ease. You even have some inner energy." Xiao Qian did not give up. No matter what, he was the one who dealt with the Peng Lai Sea's people. He had to knock this old fogey down. Jiang Tian knew that he was in the wrong. He said, "Very well, I owe you a favor. How do you want me to repay you?" Xiao Qian smiled in satisfaction and said, "You are indeed an old senior. You are really straightforward. In that case, I'll be direct. I want you to help me investigate the treasure master's identity and the matter of the ghost Ho. How is it connected to him?" The moment Xiao Qian said that, Jiang Tian's expression immediately sank. "Little brat, are you trying to push me into a pit of fire? The treasure master is low-key and mysterious. Even primes do not dare to make a move against him. You want me to investigate him? This is not justifiable, right?" Jiang Tian pushed the matter away, clearly unwilling to accept. A gentleman never goes back on his word. Haha, I can't be bothered with that. This is my voice transmission talisman. Notify me if there is any news. However, Xiao Chen did not care. After tossing out a voice transmission talisman, he laughed heartily and left the nameless island. He left Jiang Tian alone, holding the voice transmission talisman in a daze. After a while, he said with a grave expression, "Indeed, I should not lie to myself about the treasure master's matter. Never mind, I'll use this opportunity to probe him with my other old friends." The treasure master had long suspected that Xiao Chen had something to do with the deep abyss demonic world. However, the treasure master was too strong and kept a low profile. Furthermore, he did not oppose the various holy lands. Many people turned a blind eye to his existence. This was especially so after Emperor Forsaken made a move and failed to take down the treasure master. This made everyone feel even more reverence for the treasure master's strength. However, if this continued, watching the treasure master slowly grow stronger, that would be too much of a lie. After leaving the island, Xiao Chen searched for a suitable place for closed-door cultivation on the boundless sea. Compared to Feng Xiao, Xiao Chen needed to enter closed-door cultivation even more. Furthermore, he already made up his mind to not come out of closed-door cultivation until he comprehended the state of cycle. Xiao Chen always wore a mask. No matter where he went, he gave Xiao Chen a feeling of hiding. If this continued for a long time, the heart tribulation would be even harder to resolve. He might never be able to overcome it. Thinking this, Xiao Chen found a pretty good place for closed-door cultivation, a lone island. Within a radius of 10,000 kilometers, there was only a boundless ocean. It was neither a trade route nor a blessed land. No one would purposely pass by this place even after 10 years or 100 years. Following the principle of caution, after Xiao Chen landed on the lone island, he laid a defensive formation. Then he tossed out the formation plate and tapped the air with his right hand. Then, Xiao Chen laid a simple defensive formation. After setting up the formation, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and cleared his thoughts, entering a state of forgetting himself in the outside world. After Xiao Chen entered this state, he shouted, and 7 beams of light of different colors came out of his body. Each light represented a different intent: slaughter, destruction, annihilation, pain, grief, despair, and death. Massacre produced destruction. When the destruction expanded, it was annihilation, bringing pain and grief. When grief expanded infinitely, it was despair and finally death. Death represented the extinction of all things. However, after extinction came new life, which happened to be a cycle. Everything in the world could not escape the cycle of reincarnation. From the small ants, birds, and beasts to the large worlds, even epochs. The immortal epoch was like this. Many immortals fell, the sky collapsed, and all things died. However, after death, a new epoch was born. The Kunlun realm was already so prosperous. The great world outside would definitely be even more prosperous. The cycle Tao had never stopped. Xiao Chen flipped to the first page of the cycle arts. There were 8 ancient words on it. As long as the cycle continues, life never ends. Grasping the cycle, one's flame of life would be eternal and inextinguishable, burning fiercely, living as long as the heavens. This was the highest level of expectation the creator of the reincarnation arts had for the reincarnation Tao. As for whether it had such an effect or not, no one knew. The cycle arts in Xiao Chen's hand was only an incomplete copy. The later contents were clearly missing. It was only enough for Xiao Chen to comprehend the state of cycle. Whether there was more was a mystery. Xiao Chen read through the cycle arts again. Then, he closed his eyes and started to follow the circulation path described in the cycle arts. Xiao Chen started to cultivate according to the prescribed order. As his primordial energy flowed through his body, the 7 flames around him spun continuously. A 7-colored light soared into the sky, looking like a rainbow, illuminating the entire horizon. Chapter 1458. Time flew like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. During this past half a year, Xiao Chen had always been in closed-door cultivation on the lone island, and he never left it at all as he cultivated the rebirth technique. He'd long since forgotten the passage of time, and the disturbances in the outside world were unrelated to him. The situation in the Kunlun continent changed. Ever since the battle between the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm and the elites of the demonic world in the savage battlefield, the situation in the Kunlun continent had changed. The conflict between the demonic world and the Kunlun realm intensified to the point where even the demon monarch would occasionally make a move. The shadow of the demonic calamity shrouded the entire continent. Under the pressure of the demonic world, the deity Tao Union and the martial god Palace, the 2 great alliances were forced to retreat. They reached a temporary truce, no more infighting, and united against the outside world. They had even organized several large-scale battles aimed at the battlefield of the stars. The 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world fought an intense battle. Both sides exchanged blows, each had their own victories and defeats, and both sides were wary of each other. They did not use all of their trump cards, all of them waiting for the final decisive battle to decide the victor. However, no matter how one looked at it, the factions of the Kunlun realm were at a disadvantage. This was clear from the fact that the decisive battle would take place in the Kunlun realm, and not the deep abyss demonic world. Ever since the 100 Race War in ancient times, the pinnacle of martial arts had never returned. The suppressed deep abyss demonic world took this opportunity to rise up. The Kunlun realm could only defend passively. The demonic calamity was forever a sword hanging over the heads of the Kunlun realm cultivators. In the Demon King's palace in the succubus realm of the 18 demon realms of the abyss, Chu Chaoyun and the demon monarch Lengyu stood side by side, looking at the scenery in the distance. The demon world had no color, no sunlight, and the sky was always dark. In the west, there was a blood-like ball of light hanging on the horizon. Taking a closer look, there was a huge illusory figure within the ball of light. It gave off a boundless might that enveloped every layer of the demon world. No demon could escape the gaze of that illusory figure. That was the demonic god, the faith of all the people in the demonic world. The Nether Sect's headquarters was also in that huge blood-red ball of light. Chu Chaoyun asked, "How's the refinement of the demon sword going?" "To be able to do as I please, to be able to release and withdraw as I please. It has already become a part of my body," Lengyu said softly. Her voice contained an enchanting enticement. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Since ancient times, no demon monarch has been able to refine the evil shadow sword so quickly. It looks like the mandate of heaven has chosen you as the master of the demon monarchs." Lengyu was expressionless. She did not look happy at all. Before the demonic god, even the lord of the demon monarchs is the most lowly servant. "Soon. Our chance will come soon. After I leave today, I will make a trip to the Sky Dome realm. The Kunlun realm will undergo a huge change soon." Chu Chaoyun stared at the demon god and said such treasonous words. The corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He knew very well what kind of thing the devil god was. It was not worthy of respect at all. However, Lengyu's fear of the demonic god prevented her from saying anything, remaining silent. "The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. How are you going to get there? Don't forget, I am someone with the Sky Dome heart. As long as I am willing, I can become the master of the Sky Dome realm at any time," Chu Chaoyun said softly with a smile. Lengyu still felt somewhat worried. "Has the Dark Church's churchmaster really never doubted or suspected you?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking. He knew about me from the very start. However, he is very confident in himself. He always thinks that everything is under his control. Aside from him, everyone else in the Sky Dome realm is an ant. I'm going. Be very careful. Don't give yourself away. You still need to wait for an opportunity. Now is not the time to make a comeback. Chu Chaoyun gently drifted away and vanished from where he was, not leaving any trace behind. It was like he had never been there. Leng Yu sighed to herself. She only admired two men in her life. One was Xiao Qian and the other was naturally Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's courage and intelligence were unrivaled among all the people she had met. She had never seen an outsider infiltrate the upper echelon of the Dark Church and deal with the Dark Church's churchmaster until now. When Xiao Chun betrayed Teng Xiao, he did not hesitate to kill decisively. Originally, Xiao Chun was just a pawn for Teng Xiao. Unexpectedly, he turned the tables and killed Teng Xiao, the pawn in charge. Just like that, the evil thoughts of the Qing Emperor were killed. When Xiao Chun revealed his true plan to her, even the demon monarch Leng Yu was startled. That plan was so bold that she did not even dare to think about it. However, not only did Xiao Chun think about it, he even carried it out step by step to where he was today. However, when Leng Yu thought about the battle between Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun at the end of the plan, she frowned heavily. She could not help worrying for Xiao Chun. Can Xiao Chun defeat Chu Chaoyun? At the same time, the heavenly starry ocean was not very calm either. The blood-clad sect, which took advantage of the Golden Age to rise up, had already expanded to the point where it could rival the veteran immortal Holy Lands. The conflicts between the various Holy Lands and the blood-clad sect turned from hidden to overt. Finally, an intense conflict erupted. The Five Poison sect and the blood-clad sect started a huge battle in the Eastern Sea. Both sides fought for a king's spirit vein, the shockwaves spreading for more than 500,000 kilometers. The result of that battle was the Five Poison sect's defeat, and the blood-clad sect snatched away the king's spirit vein. After this battle, the blood-clad sect became the new holy land of the heavenly starry ocean. Immediately, the blood-clad sect's fame spread far and wide, shaking the surroundings. The number of cultivators who wanted to join the blood-clad sect was as high as the clouds. The blood-clad sect's momentum flourished, showing signs of overtaking the veteran overlords, the Lunar Palace and the Zodiac Hall. Just at this moment, the identity of the blood-clad sect's sect master was purposely exposed. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's palace master, Ao Lang, officially stood on the stage and acknowledged his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master. The fact that he chose to stand out at this moment made others feel a trace of something else. Although there were already some clues that the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace had a close relationship with the blood-clad sect, no one expected that the master behind it was actually the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang. The peace of the heavenly starry ocean was immediately shattered. After acknowledging his identity as the blood-clad sect's sect master, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang went with the flow. He forcefully subdued all the factions left behind by the Sea King. The Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas came under his control. It was obvious that his plan was meticulous and he had been preparing for this for a long time. Otherwise, they would not have quickly unified the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas after acknowledging the blood-clad sect's sect master. When the identity of the West Ocean Dragon Palace's palace master was exposed, the neighboring Dragon Gate immediately became embarrassed. Compared to the shock of the other forces, the Dragon sect could be said to be panicking. They had not expected this at all. The West Ocean Dragon Palace, which had declined a long time ago, experienced a shocking reversal. Suddenly, the Dragon's Gate turned into a colossus like an immortal holy land. The nearby Dragon's Gate instantly became dangerous. City Lord Emochan decisively chose to seal the city. Aside from Dragon's Gate disciples, no one was allowed to enter Heaven Dragon City. At the same time, Emochan started to investigate the spies and all sorts of suspicious people in the city. On the other hand, she sent a message to the Bushin Palace, hoping to get reinforcements. At this delicate moment, the 13 great bandits of the Black Dragon City announced that they would station themselves in Heaven Dragon City. The Dragon's Gate was no longer what it was in the past. However, compared to an evil faction like the Blood-clad sect, there was still a significant gap. Although the Blood-clad sect did not show any signs of attacking the Dragon's Gate, Emo-chan did not have any hopes of getting lucky. However, Emo-chan did not have any hopes of getting lucky at all. From the moment the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Ao Lang stepped out, she started to make all sorts of preparations. Indeed, half a month later, the cultivators of the various branches of the Bloodclad sect headed for the Western Sea and gathered at the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. After another half a month, the Divine Dragon Palaces of the Four Seas gathered, and the 7-colored dragon marquises finished organizing themselves. In the Western Sea, the various factions that originally belonged to the Dragon's Gate were attacked. Apart from a few shrewd sects that had already moved their sects away, the rest of the sects had suffered a calamity. Immediately, the news of the Bloodclad sect making a move against the Dragon's Gate spread throughout the heavenly starry ocean, becoming a major event that everyone paid attention to. Many people took this as the first time the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Ao Lang made a sacrifice. Ao Lang wanted to establish his prestige in the Bloodclad sect, trample on the might of the Blue Dragon King, and make the Bloodclad sect a true overlord. Chapter 1459. In a side hall of the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Bloodclad sect Master Ao Lang received the Palace Masters of the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, the Northern Sea Divine Dragon Palace, and the Southern Sea Divine Dragon Palace. Since the four of them had gathered together, they naturally had something to discuss. It was impossible for them to gather together for no reason. Originally, the East Sea Dragon King was the leader of the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas. The West Sea Dragon King was ranked last. Who knew 1 month ago? Ao Lang visited the Palace Masters of the 3 Divine Dragon Palaces. Without exception, the Palace Masters of the 3 Dragon Palaces were all defeated by him. Even the strongest person, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Pangyang, a 7th Heaven Sovereign Martial Emperor, only lasted 100 moves against Ao Lang. It could be said to be extremely miserable, and he didn't have the strength to resist at all. Pangyang and the other two looked at Ao Lang with uncertain expressions. They felt some fear and some anticipation at the same time. This was because Ao Lang had already promised them that as long as they joined the Bloodclad sect, he would tell them the method to suddenly become stronger. Ao Lang, since the 3 of us are already here, there is no need for you to keep us in suspense, the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace's Palace Master Pangyang said. Ao Lang smiled faintly and said in a clear voice, "There's no rush. The blood-clad battle armor that I rushed out for you will be delivered soon." Blood-cloaked battle armor? Pangyang and the other two entered deep thought. This should be the scarlet clothes worn by the blood-clad sect cultivators. Could it be that there were different grades of blood robes, and that their blood robes needed to be specially refined? While Zhang Xian was perplexed, 3 pretty maids walked in from the side hall, each carrying a stack of battle armor. "Sect Master, I have finished refining the 3 Heaven Series blood-clad battle armors. Please take a look." Ao Lang smiled as he walked over. Then he introduced, "This is the blood-clad battle armor that I prepared for you. Its defense is comparable to that of an Emperor-grade secret treasure, indestructible. After wearing it, your body's potential will be stimulated, and your strength will increase by leaps and bounds in a short period of time." Pangyang frowned and said, "Although similar battle armors are rare, they are not non-existent. But the side effects are frighteningly strong. If it's light, you'll become a cripple. If it's heavy, your lifespan will be greatly reduced." Ao Lang nodded and said, "That's right. In this world there are gains and losses. There had to be a balance. After wearing the Heavenly Series battle armor, one's lifespan would be drained faster. After wearing it, 1 day is equivalent to 4 days for an ordinary person." Pangyang and the other two paled upon hearing this. This was equivalent to forcefully having one's lifespan, completely exchanging one's life force for combat power. "Ao Lang, you still have something to say, right?" Pangyang said sullenly. Ao Lang laughed loudly and said, "Indeed, Big Brother understands me. That's right. However, as long as you have the longevity-extending pill that I concoct, your lifespan will be almost the same as an ordinary person's. Of course, I can't give you the refining method of the prolonging longevity pill. As long as they are loyal to the blood-clad sect, I can guarantee that I will give priority to the 3 Big Brothers' life-extending pills." The expressions of Pangyang and the other two changed slightly. This meant that their lives were now in Ao Lang's hands. Ao Lang said indifferently. The blood-clad battle armor is divided into 4 grades: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow. The Heaven series battle armor is very difficult to refine. There are only 10 of them in the entire blood-clad sect. It can increase one's potential by 4 times. Not only will one's cultivation speed increase, but one's comprehension will also increase by 4 times. You can decide for yourselves. I agree. After hesitating for a while, Peng Yang could no longer resist the temptation of having 4 times his potential. He was the first to agree to wear the battle armor. Furthermore, if Peng Yang did not agree, Ao Lang might turn against him. When the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters saw the situation, they stopped hesitating and put on the battle armor. Whoosh! The instant the 3 put on the blood-clad battle armor, they immediately felt their strength increase by at least 20%. The joy of having their strength increase was indescribable. Peng Yang and the other 2 Divine Dragon Palace's palace masters immediately rejoiced. Here. These are your longevity extending pills. 1 bottle for each of you. Don't say that I did not take care of you, old brothers. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang's means were very incredible. He knew that he had to win over this group of people in order to continuously expand the blood-clad sect's influence. After the 3 received the bottles, they felt very satisfied. Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward. Peng Yang knew that his life was in Ao Lang's hands in the future. Since the situation was against him, he had no choice but to lower his head. Many thanks, Sect Master, for this reward. When Ao Lang heard this, he laughed loudly. A sense of satisfaction flowed in his chest. Waving his hand, he said, "We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Properly use the potential of the Heaven series battle armor. Half a month later, we will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate." Are we really going to attack the Dragon's Gate? He has the Bushan Palace supporting him. Although the Blue Dragon King is not a threat, the Heaven Dragon City is impregnable. The city lord, Emo-chan, is not someone easy to deal with either. Rumor had it that the blood-clad sect was preparing to surround and attack the Dragon's Gate. It looked like this was true. Ao Lang said coldly, "Don't worry. At that time the Bushan Palace will be overwhelmed. They will not have the time to interfere in this matter. Back then, I swore an oath to thoroughly humiliate Xiao-chan. Otherwise, all my years of forbearance would have been wasted." When Ao Lang thought of Xiao-chan, the rage in his heart flared up involuntarily. Scenes of the past appeared in his mind. All of them were scenes of humiliation. The most embarrassing one was leading the people of the many holy lands to cause trouble at the Dragon's Gate's establishment. In the end, Xiao-chan managed to break the plan. Finally, Ing Zongtian knocked him out with a palm strike. This was an unforgettable humiliation. However, the reputation of the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan, has fallen long ago. He is just a cripple now, the Southern Sea Dragon King said softly. A cripple? I don't care if he is crippled or not. Unless he kneels and begs for mercy, I will wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. A cold murderous intent flashed in Ao Lang's words, inspiring fear. The other 3 Dragon Kings did not say anything more, taking their leave. Father, how did the discussion go? Did they agree? After the 3 left, a youth immediately rushed into a side hall. It was the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng. It's settled. We will surround and attack the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, Ao Lang said indifferently. The disciples of the Divine Dragon Palaces of the 4 Seas will all wear the blood-clad clothes. Tonight, send news to Heaven Dragon City and get them to hand over the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan. Otherwise, the blood-clad sect will come out in full force and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. When Ao Feng heard this, he rejoiced. Back then, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao-chan, had forced Ao Feng to his knees with 1 palm strike. Xiao-chan had already become a heart demon for Ao Feng. After Ao Feng heard that Xiao-chan failed his tribulation, he had wanted to bring people to capture Xiao-chan alive several times. However, Ao Lang had stopped him. Now he was finally going to get what he wanted. How could he not be excited? After Ao Feng made his promise, Ao Feng immediately left, disappearing without a trace. After Ao Feng left, Ao Lang waved his hand to dismiss the maidservants. Then, he took out a messaging token. Whoosh! A small black figure appeared in the messaging token. This figure was shrouded in fog, looking unfathomable. Greetings, Treasure Master. I have already given the order. We will start attacking the Dragon's Gate half a month from now, the aloof Aolang said respectfully to the black figure. That's fine. You helped me obtain the puppet pearl. I already agreed to help you attack the Dragon's Gate. There is no need to report to me. The Treasure Master's voice sounded somewhat sinister, making one feel uncomfortable. Many thanks, Treasure Master. After obtaining the Treasure Master's approval, Aolang finally relaxed. He had waited for this day for far too long. Far away, in the underground room where the Treasure Master was in closed-door cultivation, he watched coldly as Aolang's figure slowly disappeared. The Treasure Master's lips curled up in a strange smile as he toyed with a pearl in his hand. Good timing. I can use you to test out the Dragon's Gate's strength and stir up the factions of the heavenly starry ocean. That night, the Bloodclad sect demanded that the Dragon's Gate hand over Shao Chan. Otherwise, news of the Bloodclad sect's gate would spread throughout the entire heavenly starry ocean after half a month. Everyone knew that the Dragon's Gate had the support of the Bushin Palace, which Ying Zongtian managed. However, the Bloodclad sect really dared to make an example out of the Dragon's Gate. What was even more eye-catching was that the Bloodclad sect's excuse was to hand over the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan. Many people had already forgotten this name. In fact, many of the newly risen outstanding talents had not even heard of it before. 5 years ago, the Blue Dragon King Shao Chan jumped off at the final step of his Emperor's Road. After Shao Chan returned to Heavenly Star Island, there was no more news of him, vanishing without a trace. If not for Aolang purposely mentioning him, no one would have thought of him. This immediately piqued the curiosity of many cultivators. They wanted to know whether the Dragon's Gate would hand over the Blue Dragon King or not. Chapter 1460. Heaven Dragon City, City Lord Hall. The upper echelon of the Dragon's Gate gathered together. Emochan Yu Chensi Kim Taeho Lord Jiu Lantianji Yu Jinlin Gongyang Yu Xinyuan Zhantian and the others all arrived. Many of them were outstanding geniuses who spent most of their time wandering outside, cultivating alone and searching for their own fortuitous encounters in the Golden Age. After receiving Emochen's message and learning that the Dragon's Gate was in trouble, he did not hesitate to rush back. None of these people had low cultivation bases. In this Golden Age, they were like fish in water, all of them able to stand on their own. The weakest among them was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. The ones with the most horrifying cultivations were Xinyuan Zhantian, Yu Chensi and Gongyang Yu, who no one expected. Like Shao Chun, these three came from the Sky Dome realm. Now they were as strong as sovereign martial emperors. Among them, Xinyuan Zhantian was the strongest. Even Yu Chensi and Gongyang Yu did not know what his true limits were. Back then, Shao Chun had said that Xinyuan Zhantian walked an extremely difficult path. He only cultivated the state of kingship. Later on, he had a fortuitous encounter and obtained a body cultivation technique, left behind from the peak of ancient martial arts. By combining his king's will with his physical body, he had formed the king battle body with limitless potential. Of all the people present, he was the last to advance to martial emperor. The path to martial emperor was fraught with death, and he had nearly died at the last step. But in the end he had managed to pull through. Right now his sharpness was restrained. Even though he was already standing at the furthest corner of the palace, that terrifying king's intent still made everyone feel pressured. Jinlin, who was also from the Haotian sect like Shao Chan, asked, Miss Emo, why did you suddenly gather everyone here? Did something happen? Emo-chan and Lan Tianji each took a seat in the middle. Lan Tianji answered, Let me say it. Last night, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, Ao Feng, personally sent word, asking us to hand over Shao Chan. Otherwise, the Bloodclad sect will come out in full force half a month later, and wash the Dragon's Gate in blood. Humph! Your tone is really arrogant. Not to mention that Big Brother Shao Chan is not in the Dragon's Gate. The Dragon's Gate is not the Dragon's Gate. Even if they are, we will not hand them over to them. We, the people of the Dragon's Gate, are not people that anyone can bully. Jinlin heavily slammed the table, causing a loud bang to ring out. He was extremely angry. That little bastard. Back then, Shao Chun was soft-hearted and took his life. Now that you've made a comeback, you've immediately climbed all over me. You're really arrogant. Kim Tae-ho cursed angrily. He hated himself for not destroying the West Sea Divine Dragon Palace when the Dragon's Gate was at its peak, leaving behind such a threat. Emo-chan said. Saying all this is already useless. I called everyone here just to discuss it with everyone. Now that the Blood-clad sect is very powerful, I have thought about it. Everyone here is Big Brother Zhao's good friend. There is no need for everyone to risk their lives to defend the city. We can hide for now and head to the Kunlun continent. When Big Brother Xiao Chun returns, we can think of countermeasures. Only with the green hills can the green water flow. Emo Chen's words were very sincere. She believed that Xiao Chun was here. She did not want to see this group of brothers put themselves in danger. After all, the Blood-clad sect was too strong. The Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang, the current Blood-clad sect master, was unreasonably strong. There's no need. Miss Emo, since we chose to return, we already made our decision. As people of the Dragon's Gate, how can we just sit and watch the Dragon's Gate get bullied? Xinyuan Zhantian, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. He said calmly, even if we cannot defeat them, we have to do our best. That's right. Brother Zhantian is right. This Heaven Dragon City is the culmination of Big Brother Xiao Chen's efforts. Similarly, it is also the culmination of Miss Emo Chen's efforts. If we leave, Miss Emo Chan will definitely not leave, right? Gong Yongyu smiled faintly, expressing his opinion in a cool and elegant manner. It was not easy to establish the Dragon's Gate. Think about how much pressure Big Brother Xiao Chan endured on the day the Dragon's Gate was established. How can people like us shrink back because of some pressure? Miss Mo Chan, please allow us to work with you to resist the Blood-clad sect. As Yu Chensi spoke, he looked like the morning sun, his face radiating a determined light. Let's go together. No one should leave first. If we are leaving, we should all leave together. Miss Emo Chan, don't harbor any thoughts of living and dying with the Dragon's Gate. If you die in battle, Big Brother Xiao Chun will definitely be very sad. Lan Yu opened her eyes wide, looking somewhat pitifully at Emo Chan. As Emo Chan looked at the people in the hall who had stood up, she saw the sincere smiles on their faces. Emo Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist. She felt indescribably moved in her heart. Earlier, she had been somewhat selfish. Gong Yongyu was right. Emo Chan had indeed intended to let everyone leave and defend the city alone. However, when she heard the words of the people here, she suddenly felt that she had been somewhat selfish. The Dragon's Gate belonged to Big Brother Xiao Chan, Emo Chan, and everyone else here. Sorry, Emo Chan was somewhat selfish earlier. Everyone, do not leave. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. All of us have to live well. None of us are allowed to die. Emo Chen's voice sounded somewhat choked. As she smiled, tears fell down her face involuntarily. Live and die together, advance and retreat together. At this moment, Lan Tianji also stood up and stretched his hand to the center. Immediately, everyone placed their hands on his. All the Dragon's Gate elders showed smiles on their faces as they promised to go through thick and thin together, advance and retreat together. Their smiles contained carefreeness, determination, courage and faith in the Dragon's Gate. This is the Dragon's Gate treasure armor that I personally refined, a replica of the Blue Dragon Holy Armor. It is a complete set of Emperor-grade secret treasures. Although it cannot compare to the Ascension armor that the Qing Emperor wore back then, it is at least half as effective. Since everyone had decided to stay, Emo Chan did not say anything else. She took out the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor that she refined using the power of the Dragon's Gate. Xinyuan Zhantian's eyes lit up with joy. He immediately dripped his blood on it and bound it to him, refining one set. With a thought, the various parts gave off an azure light and automatically attached themselves to every part of his body. Ha! Ha! After a while, the extraordinarily handsome Xinyuan Zhantian wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor changed drastically. The azure battle armor had true dragon patterns carved on it. The air of kingship merged with the tyrannical aura of a true dragon. It was like the king of tens of thousands of true dragons, unique and unparalleled. It really fits. Miss Emo-chan, you are really nimble. Many thanks. Xinyuan Zhantian revealed a satisfied smile as he performed a cupped fist salute with the heavenly war halberd in his hand. When everyone saw the extraordinarily mighty Xinyuan Zhantian, they all eagerly put on the Dragon's Gate treasure armor. As of now, no one in the entire Kunlun realm could surpass Emo-chan in terms of refining Dao. She already stood at the peak. Furthermore, she had surpassed the second-ranked person by several mountains. Everyone was extremely satisfied with their battle armor, feeling exceptionally happy. Wearing the Dragon's Gate treasure armor, Yu spun around in front of Lan Xiaobai. Her heroic air immediately turned lively and cute. Elder brother Xiaobai? I look good in this treasure armor, right? Lan Xiaobai smiled and nodded. Then he praised Yu, making her unable to contain her joy. A blush appeared on her snow-white cheeks. Of the 10 sets of Dragon's Gate treasure armor, there was a set of snow-white treasure armor with a red cloak. It was exceptionally eye-catching. Kim Tae-ho smiled and said, "This set of treasure armor is unique. It looks very handsome in white like winter snow. It suits this fat lord's pure and handsome air very well. However, it seems to be a little skinnier. It does not match this fat lord's figure." Emo-chan's smile faded slightly. She sighed softly. "This is for big brother Xiao-chan." The moment Emo-chan said that, everyone felt somewhat disappointed. If only Xiao-chan were here. He would be like you and share the same hatred. I believe that Xiao-chan will rush back and put on this battle armor. Then, he will lead us to kill our way out of the blood-clad sect. Xinyuan Zhantian stood proudly. His handsome face exuded a sense of fortitude. Imperceptibly, it infected everyone present. I also believe that big brother Xiao-chan will definitely return. He has never disappointed us before. Even if we unfortunately die in battle, he will put on this white-clad battle armor and take revenge for all of us. Half a month from now, as the elders of the Dragon's Gate, we absolutely cannot let down the Dragon's Gate's might and let the people of the heavenly starry ocean laugh at us. We absolutely cannot let the Dragon's Gate that Big Brother Xiao-chan established under the pressure of everyone in the world be destroyed. Live and die together. Advance and retreat together. Chapter 1461. With one glance, it looked like a thick scarlet cloud had landed on the sea. Wu Yun vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and blood spurted out. How arrogant! Let's go as well. Footsteps resounded as a Dragon's Gate disciple rushed in and said, "City Lord, the blood-clad sex people are here. They have already surrounded the entire Heaven Dragon City. The 3 Dragon Kings, the 7-colored Dragon Marquises, and the blood-clad sex vice-sect master are all gathered at the eastern city gates. An insignificant junior dares to fight with me." Right after Gong Yongyu spoke, blood leaked out of Wu Yun's mouth due to his carelessness. Then he got knocked down by the staff strike. Haha, what a good excuse. Who does not know? Xiao-chan jumped off his emperor's road and suffered the rebound of his great tribulation of wind and fire. Now, he is a cripple and is hiding in Heaven Dragon City. Wu Yun's arm went numb, and the force of the staff spread out. Half his body turned somewhat stiff. When the metal staff stopped spinning, Gong Yongyu swung it down. 10,000 bolts of lightning shot out from the thunderclouds. Gong Yongyu's figure quickly vanished. When he reappeared, Gong Yongyu had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he arrived at the eastern city gates. Right after Mo-chan spoke, she soared into the air, standing on the Book of Heavenly Works. Then she tore through the sky like a burning meteor. Several people were stunned when they saw this, feeling envious of Xiao-chan. Dong! 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 Fight! Young master, there is no need to waste words with them. I will go and capture this woman personally and interrogate her. Then we will know the result. City Lord Emo, you finally came out. I thought that you were like Xiao-chan, a coward, Aofeng said with a smile, his words arrogant and confident of victory. Unexpectedly, it would be so difficult. I'll go and meet him. Go to the eastern city gates. Miss Emo, are the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea and the Bushin Palace not coming? Jean Lin asked somewhat worriedly. Aofeng revealed a cold smile as he turned his head to look at his father, who was seated on the throne. Father, this Dragon's Gate does not know how to appreciate favors. There is no need for us to be polite to them. Above the city gate, the guards' expressions were solemn. Looking at the red clouds in the sky, their expressions were calm. Ao Lang wore the scarlet battle armor. and his eyes flickered with a strange red light. He gave off a frightening aura, appearing dignified and mysterious. Among the densely packed warships, there were 11 main warships. The 7 colored marquises each took one, the 4 great dragon kings each took one, and the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang's warship was the flagship. Roger. The previously solemn Dragon's Gate elders in the hall all stood up without hesitation. Since they had agreed to rush back, these people had no intention of deserting, no matter who the enemy was. She remembered that Big Brother Xiaochan had left with a smile. If he left with a smile, he should return with a smile. Without any hesitation, Emo-chan suddenly stood up. She only had one thought in her heart. They absolutely could not let the Dragon's Gate that Xiaochan had established be destroyed in the hands of this group of people. Of course, these people were not here to help. They only wanted to use this battle to figure out the blood-clad sect's strength. They only had their current accomplishments thanks to Xiaochan and Emo-chan's help. They had gone through many trials and tribulations with the Dragon's Gate. They were loyal to the Dragon's Gate, willing to go through fire and water at any time. Then, the hundreds of Dragon's Gate's warships hovering above the city lord's residence soared into the air. They flew quickly towards the city gates like arrows, appearing incredibly decisive. As for the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's young palace master, no, it should be the blood-clad sect's young master Aofeng, who had been waiting for this day for a long time. He felt impatient. Several of these people had vicious thoughts. They hoped for an internecine outcome. Bang! Gong Yongyu decided to beat them up when they were down. He brandished his staff with one hand, and the black metal staff spun like a hurricane. They can't come. We can only rely on ourselves, Emo-chan replied softly with a grave expression. A person beside Emo-chan soared into the air. Then he flew towards the eastern part of the city at lightning speed, heading for Emo-chan. Immediately, the messenger on the flagship took out a messaging talisman and passed on Aolang's orders. Seeing that Emo-chan really stood up on the tall wall, Aofeng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a deep smile. City Lord, the blood-clad sect's young master Aofeng wants to see you. The Dragon's Gate cultivators had already gathered on the Dragon's Gate's warship in the courtyard outside the residence. The Dragon's Gate's warships were filled with disciples willing to sacrifice themselves for the Dragon's Gate at any time. These were all natives of Heavenly Star Island. It was truly airtight and impenetrable. Although the city gates were not broken, there was a formation protecting it, and these people could not break in. However, a large patch of blood clouds gave people a lot of psychological pressure. Wu Yun laughed maniacally. Instead of dodging, he threw out a punch. He was already a cripple, but there was still such a peerless beauty who was willing to stay by his side and guard the Dragon's Gate. Half a month was but the blink of an eye for a martial artist. According to the plan, the battleship soared into the sky and floated like a blood cloud. The battleships quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. Every battleship was filled with red-clad cultivators. Commander Dong Chong walked over quickly and performed a cupped fist salute. Even further away, the Western Sea Dragon King Aolang did not ascend the island. He stood guard far behind, appearing very confident. When this punch landed on the metal staff, it gave off a loud, dull sound. It was like a sudden clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to buzz. Behind, the 3 Dragon Kings and the 7-colored Dragon Marquises each led a team. Killing chi filled their faces as they looked coldly at the people on the city walls. Rumble! As the metal staff spun, it gave off the sound of boundless wind and thunder, causing thunderclouds to cover the sky. In the city lord's residence, Emo-chan, Lan Tianqi, and the other Dragon's Gate doyens readied themselves for battle. Young master, the Dragon's Gate's people have not replied yet. They are not willing to hand over Xiaochan, an envoy on the flagship reported as he knelt on the deck. Right now, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the Blue Dragon King from 5 years ago, who was like the sun in the sky. The people of the various holy lands all chose to watch from the sidelines. In the distant sky, many cultivators and the people of the holy lands paid close attention to the blood-clad sect's every move. After advancing to Martial Emperor, Emo-chan had already removed her veil. She was once the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. Now she looked very graceful and noble, even more so than before. So, it turns out that your peak 6th Heaven Martial Emperor cultivation relied on external items to advance. You are merely SOSO. As for the Bushin Palace's side, the demons suddenly attacked. The Bushin Palace and the deity Dao Union worked together to fight the other party in the starry heavens. This person wore the earth-rank scarlet battle armor. His name was Wu Yun, one of the blood-clad sect's core elders. He was a sixth heaven martial emperor. Pass down my orders. The 3 dragon kings and the 7 colored dragon marquises are to ascend the island and surround the city. Wash the dragon's gate in blood. Originally, the blood-clad sect hoped that these 2 factions could help at the crucial moment. Who could have imagined that the Black Sea would suddenly turn chaotic? The 13 great bandits stationed in the city had no choice but to return to defend. Otherwise, their home might be destroyed. Emo-chan stepped forward and arrived at the edge of the city walls. Then she looked down. She happened to see Aofeng, who was riding on a handsome horse and being escorted by a group of people. When Xiao Chan came out of the palace hall and looked up at the sky, he saw red clouds surrounding Heaven Dragon City, forming a ring. The others used various means to move much faster than the Dragon's Gate's warship. It was hard to believe that this was just a simple coincidence. After integrating the factions that the Sea Monarch left behind, the blood-clad sect's strength reached an unprecedented level, reaching its peak. Aside from the slightly weaker accumulations, the blood-clad sect could already rival the immortal Holy Lands, perhaps even surpassing them. The blood-clad sect's might was vast, and its aura flourished. Emo-chan replied calmly in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Young Master Ao, I already said that Big Brother Xiao is not in Heaven Dragon City. Even if he is, the Dragon's Gate's people will not let Big Brother Xiao Chan fall into danger. Ao Feng's expression changed slightly. He said softly, It's him, Gong Yongyu, the strongest person of the heavenly starry ocean with the staff. Ao Feng smiled coldly as he spoke in a sinister tone. Whoosh! Many scarlet warships anchored outside Heavenly Star Island's sea region. All of these warships had the blood-clad sect's war banner. On the city wall, Gong Yongyu pushed off with his feet and swung his heavy black metal staff down at this person. She did not want to see a tattered Dragon's Gate when Xiao Chan returned. Chapter 1462. Gong Yongyu's victory in the first battle was beautiful and inspiring. However, in reality, the Dragon's Gate situation had not changed at all. Wu Yun was merely one of the core elders of the blood-clad sect. Above the core elders were the 8 enforcers and the vice sect master, Ken Minghua. Furthermore, there were the 3 dragon kings, the 7 colored dragon marquises, and the unfathomable Western Sea Dragon King. The strength of the blood-clad sect far surpassed that of the Dragon's Gate. 1 or 2 one-on-one battles would not be enough to salvage the situation. At the same time, on the isolated island overseas, Xiao Chen's cultivation of the cycle arts had reached its most critical juncture. 7 different states of light appeared around Xiao Chen. They looked like colorful diamonds floating around him. The various states spun continuously. As the states spun, all sorts of mysterious phenomena materialized on the isolated island. Mountains and rivers shattered, and the flames of war burned. Many wounded soldiers lay on the battlefield, their bodies riddled with arrows. The 2 armies faced each other, and the killing continued. Everyone's eyes turned red from the killing. The so-called history was continuously evolving amid the killing. This was the mysterious phenomenon materialized by the state of massacre. After a while, the scene changed. Many cities were destroyed amid the killing. Civilization was trampled, and mountains and rivers were flattened. This was the illusion materialized by the state of destruction. This was the destruction brought by the killing. The scene changed again. Someone cried in pain in the rubble. Flocks of vultures flew in the scarlet sky. The withered flowers in the sky were filled with grief. Countless people looked up to the sky and let out silent wails. Those were faces of despair. After the despair, countless people died. The entire world fell silent. The scene was only black and white. The silence that death brought swept through the mountains and rivers. When one looked around, everything withered. There were no signs of human habitation. The world turned back into a piece of white paper. After many years, a trace of color suddenly appeared in the dark world. It was a small green blade of grass struggling out of a crack in the rubble. The instant it appeared, the entire world changed color. One needed to kill to live. Killing would eventually bring destruction until the entire world died. then one would gain new life. Reincarnation did not end. Life did not end. The illusion disappeared, and the 7 colorful diamonds turned into a rainbow light that entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. In Xiao Chen's vast sea of consciousness, aside from the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice, there was also a reincarnation heart that merged 7 states. Xiao Chen opened his eyes, and the 7-colored light that had filled the sky for more than half a year disappeared. As he looked at the world, he felt a sense of enlightenment. The originally desolate island was no longer lonely in front of his eyes. The ant nests buried deep in the ground, the grass in the cracks of the rocks. Everything was full of vitality. He could even see further into the future, 10 years, 100 years. The desolate island became verdant and lush with dense forests. Samsara has finally reached this step. Xiao Chen fell into deep thought. Before he fused the state of cycle, he would never be able to experience the wonders of the state of cycle. With a flick of his finger, a saber light shot out from Xiao Chen's fingertip and landed on a mountain rock a kilometer away. The saber light contained the state of cycle that Xiao Chen just comprehended. The mountain rock struck by the saber light suffered the attacks of the 7 states. Finally, it turned into yellow dirt and merged into the ground. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor were there any dazzling and colorful anomalies. There was only simplicity and simplicity. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. Although he still did not know how to use the state of cycle, the effect before him already explained it. The state of cycle simplified Xiao Chen's primordial energy, bringing it to a whole new level. Xiao Chen's primordial energy had always been much weaker than Emperor Wu's primordial energy. The reason was simple. He had not undergone his tribulation yet. However, this state of cycle made up for this. As long as the state of cycle fused with primordial energy, Xiao Chen would be able to use it. As long as he merged the state of cycle with his primordial energy would not be weaker than a sovereign martial emperor's. Xiao Chen thought about his 1,000 strands of primordial energy. This was 100 more strands than the 9th heaven's Emperor Wu. With the state of cycle, Xiao Chen's cultivation was already no weaker than that of a 9th heaven martial emperor. More accurately, he was even stronger than that. Only peak 9th heaven martial emperors, the Holy Land's masters who were only a step away from prime, could contend with him. Interesting. However, the state of cycle should not be so simple. If the reincarnation concept only had this effect, then it would be a little disappointing. Xiao Chen might as well try to see what would happen after exhausting the state of cycle with all his might. The cycle arts were incomplete. After teaching one to cultivate the state of cycle, there was no more content. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself to figure it out. Otherwise, there would be no need to put in so much effort. Whoosh! The cycle heart spun quickly in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Beams of multicolored light instantly filled the sea of consciousness. Following that, the energy from the state of cycle charged out of the sea of consciousness's limits and flowed throughout Xiao Chen's body. His limbs, bones, and internal organs were all filled with explosive energy at this moment. However, he could not move. His body was clearly filled with energy. However, the instant Xiao Chen raised his leg, he felt like he was fighting against the entire world. There was a boundless resistance. How can it be like this? Questions filled Xiao Chen's mind. He could not understand no matter how he thought about it. Could it be that he could not use the state of cycle in this abandoned land? If that was the case, then all his efforts over the past half a year would have been for naught. Xiao Chen's eyes turned scarlet. He had placed such a huge bet on the state of cycle. His 10-odd years in the Kunlun realm could be said to have been for the sake of this goal. In the end, this result was a little too great of a blow. Xiao Chen could not accept this. I will never give up. Xiao Chen roared ferociously. At this moment, 1,000 strands of primordial energy poured into his body. Whoosh! His body seemed to have broken through a thick layer of invisible barrier. The moment he broke through the barrier, he felt a chill run down his spine. The instant he broke through the barrier, that resistance no longer existed, and he charged forward. Holding pride, Xiao Chen stabbed it into the ground and unleashed all the energy in his body. With a loud bang, the entire island exploded in an instant and turned into nothingness. Rocks filled the sky and turned into countless specks of dust that shot out in all directions. A huge hole appeared on the surface of the sea, forming a huge whirlpool that sucked in the seawater for 5,000 kilometers around like a deep abyss. Whoosh! Something strange happened. Xiao Chun, who had just seen the island crumble and the deep abyss form, suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered that the scene in front of him had changed. He held his saber and stood on a lone island. Xiao Chun felt indescribably fatigued. He wished that he could immediately fall to the ground and sleep. He was simply too tired. How can it be like this? I clearly remember what happened earlier. I clearly shattered the island under me with one saber strike. Why is the island I see still intact? Could it be that I saw wrong? Was what I experienced just an illusion? However, Xiao Chun's primordial energy was drained, and his cycle heart was dim. His body and mind were fatigued. How could this be fake? Boom! Just as Xiao Chun thought this, the scene before him changed again. The island under him was no longer there. Xiao Chun was not careful, and he fell into the huge whirlpool of the sea. The whirlpool was like a bottomless abyss. Clearly, it was caused by his earlier saber strike. Fish Dragon Art, Divine Dragon Tail Whip. Xiao Chun shouted. Then he moved like a berserk dragon, moving in a huge arc. He struggled free from the strong suction of the whirlpool and somersaulted into the air, landing on the sea. As Xiao Chun looked at the pitch-black whirlpool, his thoughts slowly calmed down. Then he calmly pondered. That earlier scene was too strange. Reversing space-time. After Xiao Chun calmed down, he carefully considered the various possibilities. Finally, these words appeared in his mind. Reversing space-time, going back and forth between the present and the future. The state of cycle temporarily broke the restraints of time. Chapter 1463. As Xiao Chun lay on the throne in exhaustion, he still thought about the scene from earlier. He finally understood why it felt like he was facing the entire world when he circulated the state of cycle. It was very difficult to take a step forward. This was because Xiao Chun reversed time and space. With one step, he arrived in the future. When he stabbed the saber into the ground, the sea exploded, and a whirlpool appeared. Then, he returned to the moment he drew his saber. If that was the case, it would explain why the island didn't explode when he looked back. Because of the reversal of time and space, Xiao Chun saw the future. The energy of his saber also appeared in the future. When the future was set, the result could not be changed. After that, Xiao Chun did not do anything, and the island still exploded, exactly the same as what he saw in the future. This seems somewhat complicated to explain. Simply put, after Xiao Chun unleashed the full power of the state of cycle, he could travel to the future to attack the enemy. From start to finish, there was a total of 3 seconds. Excluding the time he returned to the present and the moment he drew his saber. The time he truly attacked in the future was only 1 second, perhaps even less than 1 second. However, this 1 second was sufficient to determine the outcome of the battle. Unless the opponent was like Xiao Chun, who had scratched the surface of the state of time, no one would be able to block this saber strike. Just think about it. How would one block a saber strike from the future? The state of cycle is indeed indescribably wondrous. It truly lives up to being above the great Tao. No matter how Xiao Chun looked at it, the cycle Tao was stronger than the ice Tao, the thunder Tao, and even the saber Tao that Xiao Chun was most proficient in. However, this cycle Tao had obvious flaws to Xiao Chun. Firstly, this was just the beginning. Xiao Chun did not know how to cultivate it in the future. Secondly, he did not have the feeling that the saber Tao and the thunder Tao felt like they were his own arms. It was too difficult to execute them, and it was not natural enough to do so. Finally, the exhaustion was too great. It was like facing the obstruction of the entire world. Traveling back and forth between the future and the present. Aside from the huge exhaustion, Xiao Chun felt like his physical body was finding it hard to endure. However, everything was difficult at the beginning. On the bright side, this was just the beginning, and Xiao Chun was already so strong. If he reached small perfection, how strong would he be? This was simply unimaginable. Just then, Xiao Chun suddenly felt the message token in his universe ring ring ring. The message token was very expensive to make. It was something that only sovereign martial emperors could afford to use. Xiao Chun had only given his message token to Zhang Tian. Over the past few days, he had felt that Zhang Tian wanted to contact him. Unfortunately, he was at a crucial point in his cultivation of the reincarnation arts. Xiao Chun didn't want to interrupt. He was afraid that if he stopped, he would have to spend another half a year to comprehend it. Now that he had finished cultivating the reincarnation art, Xiao Chun did not hesitate to take out the communication token. Xiao. A miniature image of Zhang Tian appeared on the token. Xiao Chun was in a good mood. He smiled and asked, "Is there news of the treasure master?" You can still laugh. This old man truly admires you." Zhang Tian had a strange expression as he sneered. Xiao Chun sensed that something was amiss. His face darkened as he said, "Speak your mind. I wanted to look for you half a month ago. The Bloodclad sect wants to attack the Heaven Dragon City and capture the Blue Dragon King alive. 3 days ago, I wanted to tell you that the Dragon's Gate is in danger. Your group of good friends will not be able to stop them. If you rush over, you can still make it in time." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An overwhelming killing intent surged out of his body uncontrollably. After the Dragon's Gate was established, it kept a low profile and did not compete with others. It was just a gathering point for his group of good friends to fulfill his wish of re-establishing the Dragon's Gate. He didn't have the ambition to dominate, nor did he think of invading any faction. To him and Mo Chan and the others, he didn't have any ambitions. To Xiao Chan and Mo Chan and the others, the Dragon's Gate was like a big family that connected all his friends. "What about now?" Zhang Tian remained silent for a while before saying, "Half a day ago, the city gates were broken. The Dragon's Gate's doyens moved out and even killed a few Bloodclad sect elders. However, the Bloodclad sect master personally made a move. Xie." Before the Geomaster Zhang Tian finished speaking, the message token floating in front of him directly shattered, turning into powder. This little fellow. Why is he still unable to calm down at such a mental state? Zhang Tian sighed softly as he shook his head on the other end of the message token. Xiao Chen's mental state was pretty good, even better than that of most sovereign martial emperors. He could control his greed and murderous heart very well. However, a dragon had a reverse scale. Touching it would enrage him. The Dragon's Gate, his brothers, and his close friends were Xiao Chen's reverse scale. No one was allowed to touch it. A good mental state did not mean that Xiao Chen had no temper or lost his sharpness. Rage blazed in Xiao Chen's heart. He simply could not control it, nor did he want to. Before such a matter, he could not remain calm, unable to remain as immovable as a mountain. Originally, Xiao Chen planned to consume the universe origin Dao fruit after he comprehended the state of cycle. Now it looked like he could only set this aside for now. Xiao Chen took out the primordial pills that he rarely used. Without hesitation, he took out 10 and consumed them. Now, he directly used the primordial pills that he used to cultivate primordial energy to recover his primordial energy. These were treasures that others would find hard to obtain, but Xiao Chen casually used them without even blinking. 1 hour later, with the help of the 10 precious primordial pills, Xiao Chen completely recovered his primordial energy. His mental and physical strength had all recovered to their peak. Whoosh! Xiao Chen raised his foot and heavily pushed off the water. Then he soared into the air like a berserk dragon, roaring ferociously. Rumble! The water that Xiao Chen stepped on shattered like glass, creating a huge pit. Just like that, Xiao Chen used his full power to rush over this boundless sea in the direction of Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen moved like a berserk dragon, moving 10 kilometers with each step. After he left a huge pit in the deep sea, displaying the rage in Xiao Chen's heart. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Chen traveled more than 50 kilometers. However, this place was too far from Heavenly Star Island. Even if Xiao Chen's speed reached the limits of the Kunlun realm, he would not be able to reach Heavenly Star Island within a short time. 2 days later, a strange piece of news started spreading in the heavenly starry ocean. Some people said that they saw a true dragon appear and flash before their eyes. When these people recovered their wits, they discovered that the true dragon had already vanished. The berserk aura inspired fear in everyone who saw it. Naturally, the main character of the legend was Xiao Chen. He had no distractions, only one belief. Faster! 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 Get to Heavenly Star Island! With the support of this belief, Xiao Chen raised his speed to its limits. When everyone who saw it, they all thought that it was a dragon image flashing by. By relying on this extreme speed, Xiao Chun miraculously arrived at the sea region where Heavenly Star Island was 3 days later. When Xiao Chun passed the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he felt that the atmosphere of the island was somewhat strange. However, Xiao Chun, who only had one thought, did not stop. After he overtook the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he anxiously rushed to Heavenly Star Island. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace was not close to Heavenly Star Island. However, compared to Xiao Chun's starting point, it was much closer. After another half a day, Xiao Chun finally set foot on Heavenly Star Island. The silhouette of Heaven Dragon City appeared in Xiao Chun's vision. After he landed, he finally stopped frantically. Feeling somewhat nervous, Xiao Chun slowly walked to Heaven Dragon City. From a distance, he saw smoke rising from the city. The largest city gate, the East Gate, was already completely destroyed. Only a pile of bricks and tiles remained. There was no sign of the past. When Xiao Chun stepped on the rubble of the city gate and looked around, the entire Dragon City no longer existed. After all the buildings were destroyed, they were set ablaze. Heaven Dragon City, which could rival Bright Moon City in the past, was now a pile of dilapidated rubble, filled with holes and thick smoke. In some places, the flames had not even extinguished yet, continuing to burn. Xiao Chun could see some natives in the rubble, looking for the corpses of their friends and relatives in sorrow. These were the disciples who died for the Dragon's Gate. The corpses were buried and no one cared about them. How could it be like this? Xiao Chun muttered to himself, feeling grief in his heart as he stood there in a daze. Chapter 1464. Not a single place in the vast Heaven Dragon City remained unscathed. The entire Dragon's Gate was destroyed. Xiao Chun blamed himself. Why was he not here at the Dragon's Gate's most crucial moment? The stench of blood in the air had yet to scatter. One could smell it with a gentle sniff. Xiao Chun did not want to smell it because he did not know how much of the Dragon's Gate's disciples' blood was in there. When he looked around, he saw the family members of several Dragon's Gate disciples in the rubble, doing their best to stay alive. Some of the disciples were still breathing, while others had been dead for a long time. Xiao Chun hated himself for not being able to reverse the situation, for not having the ability to reverse life and death. He hated himself for not being there, for not being able to prevent the tragedy from happening. He hated the Bloodclad sect for attacking the innocent Dragon's Gate's disciples. Suddenly, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what it meant to be in extreme pain, to not have the heart to feel pain. Then Xiao Chun formed hand seals with both hands and spread out his Taiji Saber domain. Within 1 kilometer, the collapsed walls, stone pillars, and roofs all floated up within the Saber domain. With a thought, all the huge rocks instantly turned into powder and disappeared with the wind. The Dragon's Gate disciples buried in the huge rocks revealed themselves. Xiao Chun tapped his forehead with a finger, and the life essence that merged with the heart of an emperor turned into motes of stars drifting out of his body. The motes of light containing Xiao Chun's life essence looked incredibly beautiful. As long as the Dragon's Gate disciples still had a breath left on the ground, their injuries healed at a visible pace. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chun pulled them out of the gates of hell. As long as they did not die, Xiao Chun pulled them out of the gates of hell. Just like that, he closed his eyes and slowly walked through the huge city. Everywhere he passed, the collapsed rocks floated in the air and instantly turned into powder, scattering with the wind. Everywhere he passed, Xiao Chun cleared out large patches of rubble. The life essence that he scattered was even more effective than the best holy medicine for treating injuries. The many Dragon's Gate disciples miraculously came back to life. Elder Brother White Robes, what are you doing? This is life essence. Little 3, the item spirit in the 3 life mirror, was startled silly by Xiao Chun's scene. In just a short while, the life essence that Xiao Chun scattered had already used up 100 years of his lifespan. Of the 1,000 strands of primordial energy, 100 strands had already vanished from the life essence that contained his cultivation. Don't be afraid. I have a lifespan of 2,000 years. Dissipating 1,000 years won't be fatal. Even if my cultivation base regresses, I can still cultivate it back. Saving people is more important. Xiao Chun's face was slightly pale. He responded calmly and continued walking. With such an understatement, he had managed to explain his shocking actions. Little 3 was speechless for a long time after hearing this, not knowing how to continue. Life essence cultivation base. Those were the foundation of a martial artist's life. No one would be willing to part with this. This was a martial artist's most precious asset. On the ruins, the people who were still alive were all stunned by this scene. After a while, Xiao Chun walked around the entire city and cleaned up all the ruins. In the vast Heaven Dragon City, apart from some of the main buildings, there were no more ruins. The people on the ground stood up one after another. When they saw their recovered wounds, they felt somewhat confused. However, when they saw the masked, black-clad, and cold Xiao Chun, no one dared to go up and ask him anything. Nothing. The corpses of Mo Chan, Lan Tianji, Xinyuan Zhantian, and the other Dragon's Gate elders were nowhere to be seen. Xiao Chun had already used up 1,000 years of his lifespan, leaving him with only 700 strands of primordial energy. Now, his tense heart relaxed slightly. Whoosh! 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 Sonic booms rang out behind him. Someone rushed over. When Xiao Chun turned around, he recognized this person. This person was the vice commander of Heaven Dragon City, Yuan Bing. He was a third Heaven Emperor Wu. Normally, he was responsible for maintaining order in the city and guarding the city lord's residence. May I ask who you are? Why are you willing to use your life essence to save us Dragon's Gate disciples? Yuan Bing looked at Xiao Chun and drummed up his courage before speaking boldly. For some reason, when facing this mysterious masked person, there seemed to be an invisible force field. Even though the other party had not done anything, Yuan Bing felt like he was much weaker than the other party. There was an inexplicable pressure that made him feel nervous. It's City Lord Mo's good friend. I received her request for help and came too late. Since he could not expose his identity now, Xiao Chun decided to ask about what happened in Heaven Dragon City. So, it is City Lord Mo's good friend. Sorry for the disrespect. Mo Chen's prestige in Heavenly Dragon City was very high, and she was able to become her friend. For someone to be her friend, Mo Chen was at least on the same level as her. However, it was still hard to explain why the other party was willing to use his life essence to save them. There were many suspicious points, some of which Xiao Chun could not figure out. Where is the city lord? Xiao Chun asked. When Yuan Bing heard Xiao Chun's question, his expression turned somewhat grave. He replied in a low voice, he was captured. The blood-clad sect came out in full force. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders fought to the death, but they still could not block the other party's attack. The blood-clad sect master personally made a move and injured the city lord. After the city gates were broken, the blood-clad sect's army charged in. The other party had too many people. We were simply not a match for them. The city lord and the Dragon's Gate elders related to the Blue Dragon King were all captured. Xiao Chun felt a pang in his heart. He endured his grief and continued asking, where were they taken? It should be the Western Dragon City where the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace is. I'm not sure where exactly. I fainted and just woke up. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. The Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace? How did you get involved with them? Yuan Bing explained for a while, telling Xiao Chun the reason. Then, he said that the Western Sea Dragon King was the blood-clad sect's mysterious sect master. It's him. Xiao Chen's killing chi surged uncontrollably. Yuan Bing felt extreme pressure, feeling like he had fallen into an ice cave. No wonder. I was wondering why the blood-clad sect would attack the Dragon's Gate for no reason. If the blood-clad sect's sect master was the Western Sea Dragon King, then everything could be explained. Sir, don't be rash. The Western Sea Dragon King's strength is now unfathomable. If a supreme being doesn't come out, I'm afraid there are very few who can defeat him. More importantly, the blood-clad sect has many experts in the first place. Furthermore, it has consolidated the faction that the Sea Sovereign left behind. Now it is already as strong as an immortal holy land. If you charge in rashly, it will be no different from sending yourself to death. Yuan Bing resisted the pressure and advised with some difficulty. He did not want the city lord's mysterious friend to be in danger. Without personally experiencing that great battle, one would not know how horrifying the blood-clad sect was. Without seeing the Western Sea Dragon King make a move, one would not know how strong he was. Xiao Chun calmed down. Indeed, even if he still had 1,000 strands of primordial energy, he would not be able to kill his way into a holy land. Even if he grasped the state of cycle and the divine lightning eye, he would not be able to charge into a holy land. Not only would he not be able to save his friend, but he might even lose his life. It was not that Xiao Chun underestimated himself. It was just that his individual strength was indeed insignificant when facing a faction that rivaled a holy land. Xiao Chun was confident that he could charge in and out, escaping unscathed. However, that would be pointless. If he could not save Mo Chen's group, it would be pointless. Instead, he might even harm them. After asking around, Xiao Chun understood why the Bushan Palace and the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea did not come to provide reinforcements. Ing Zongtian led the Bushan Palace's people and the deity Dao Union to fight the demons in the starry heavens. He could not afford to be distracted. Suddenly, there was internal strife in the Dark Sea. The 13 great bandits could not even take care of themselves. Goodbye. Xiao Chun glanced at the Dragon's Gate and instructed Yuan Bing to take care of these Dragon's Gate disciples. Then he left alone. The urgent matter at hand was to obtain the latest news about Mo Chan and the others before making a response. Xiao Chun, who was raging, had already calmed down. His rage had not been extinguished, only slowly accumulating and accumulating. Chapter 1465. With some anticipation, Xiao Chun opened his palm and refined the universe origin Dao fruit into a golden liquid filled with spiritual energy. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. However, this Xiao Chun is really something. Why did he not appear? If he had appeared, the Dragon's Gate would not have been destroyed so miserably. Xiao Chun opened his eyes and muttered, and the great Dao energy behind him turned into a faint halo of light. Under a towering tree in the courtyard, Xiao Chun sat on a stone platform. Then, he took out the universe origin Dao fruit that he had not had a chance to consume. Xiao Chun was here to scout out news of Mo Chan and the Dragon's Gate elders. The factions that the blood-clad sect destroyed and the cultivators that came to the Western Sea all chose this place as their final resting place. The blood-clad sect is so powerful that even the Bright Moon Empress has to assess the situation. However, logically speaking, the Lunar Palace should not fear the blood-clad sect. There might be some hidden reasons. As Xiao Chun muttered the words, Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace, he silently left Heavenly Star Island. Then, he casually arrived at an island in the Western Sea. Late at night, the moon hung high in the sky like a silver plate. After entering the largest tavern in the city, Xiao Chun found a desolate corner and called out a waiter. Then, he ordered a flask of wine and casually drank. This was Xiao Chun letting him choose which Dao to seek. The Thunder Dao, the Ice Dao, or the Saber Dao. Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace. The towering tree behind Xiao Chun looked like a fairy, drifting and dancing. After sending a message to Jiang Tian, Xiao Chun rented a courtyard in the city. There was even a rumor that after consuming and refining this fruit, one could increase one's cultivation by 1,000 years, directly becoming a prime. Kassier. All sorts of wondrous thoughts filled Xiao Chen's mind, making his eyes light up and clear. This was indescribably wondrous. All the bladesmen felt horrified and flustered. With the thought, the saber energy in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness shone brightly, overwhelming the light of the will of ice, and the innate thunder crystal in his sea of consciousness. However, now Xiao Chen hoped that the legend was true. As long as Xiao Chen consumed the universe origin fruit, he would be able to become a prime. In that case, he would not have to fear the blood-clad sect. Xiao Chen held the cup and drained it in one gulp, not saying a word. There was no need to pay attention to the celestial music. It was like the music of the great Tao resounding in one's ears, as if one was listening to the supreme great Tao. However, this was unprecedented. Due to a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen managed to comprehend a complete saber Tao before the age of 100. How did he get out? From the moment he jumped off the Emperor's Road, the Blue Dragon King no longer existed. If you come out, won't you be humiliated to death? Do you think you're still Xiao Chen or the Xiao Chen of the past? Xiao Chen didn't quite believe it. The island did not attach itself to the Dragon's Gate or the blood-clad sect. As its location was not good and there were not many resources on the island, the blood-clad sect did not make a move on this island. Taverns were Xiao Chen's targets. Taverns in any city. All sorts of people would gather there, good and bad people mingling together. The people drinking and chatting there would definitely talk about the recent storm at the Dragon's Gate. Xiao Chun was clearly no longer Emperor Wu, but he was still within the realm of Emperor Wu. Prime was a realm filled with contradictions and pain. Yu Bingyun truly lives up to the title of Holy Daughter. She is indeed loyal. Back then, for the sake of asking the Lunar Palace to help, I heard that she knelt before the Bright Moon Empress for 7 days and 7 nights. However, for some reason the Bright Moon Empress did not agree. The Tao. The reason was not hard to explain. It was none other than neutrality. I heard that the Holy Daughter sent out a hero invitation today, inviting all the heroes of the heavenly starry ocean to head to Western Dragon City to save her. Hence, Xiao Chun could only settle for the next best thing, finding another place. Half a month. Xiao Chun only had half a month. From now on he could not stop for even a moment. Such a change caught Xiao Chun off guard. He had consumed many natural treasures before. However, none of them could trigger such a mysterious phenomenon. I heard that the Bloodclad sect already said that if the Blue Dragon King does not come out within half a month, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. Then, they will start killing people openly in Western Dragon City. They will kill one person every other day until Xiao Chun appears. Who knows? In any case, the Lunar Palace did not make a move. Yu Bingyun has no choice but to use her influence to send out a hero invitation alone. I wonder what the effect will be? The originally slightly messy celestial music changed its tune and became a simple piece of music. Xiao Chun's body became like a musical instrument, giving off immortal music that could not be heard in the mundane world. This music contained the sound of the great Tao. The saber energy in his sea of consciousness increased continuously. Compared to when Xiao Chun cultivated on his own, this speed was more than 100 times faster. 100 spots of saber energy gathered in his sea of consciousness and formed a complete great Tao. Recently, the number of people coming and going to Star Universe City on the island had increased significantly. As Xiao Chun expected, most of the topics in the tavern were related to the destruction of the Dragon's Gate. After paying for the wine, Xiao Chun turned to leave. Just at this moment, another piece of news entered his ears. When Xiao Chun heard this, he was slightly stunned. After pausing for a while, he shook his head and left. The Tao. This was a Tao fruit that even immortals chased during the immortal epoch. It was a priceless treasure. Xiao Chun's mind was clear. It was like a wide door had opened to his understanding of the Saber Tao. What's going on? TSK. What kind of person is he? He still doesn't know that this is just an excuse? One mountain cannot hold 2 tigers. Even without Xiao Chun, the Bloodclad sect would have made a move against the Dragon's Gate. If you want to blame someone, blame the Dragon's Gate for being too magnanimous back then, not eliminating the root of the problem earlier. The entire courtyard instantly came to life. Amid this ethereal immortal music, spiritual energy filled the air, dancing to the music. Aside from the cycle heart, the will of ice, the innate thunder crystal, and the saber energy in his sea of consciousness stirred, feeling incredibly excited amid this immortal music. This island was called Starry Sky Island. It was not very famous in the Western Sea. However, it was one of the few islands that chose to remain neutral. Unfortunately, the cycle Tao seemed to be too strong. Even the universe origin Tao fruit could not shake it. 3 days. After 3 days, Xiao Chun finally finished absorbing the universe origin Tao fruit. All sorts of discussions could be heard in the hall. Amidst the lively atmosphere, there was an additional layer of noise. This was how taverns worked. If one preferred peace and quiet, they could only choose a tea house. After a while, the spiritual liquid from the Tao fruit permeated Xiao Chun's internal organs, limbs, and bones. Xiao Chun already knew how the Dragon's Gate was destroyed. He perked up his ears and listened carefully. He only heard news about Emo-chan and the others. Now that the Bloodclad sect was very powerful, there were many factions that relied on it. Most of the entire Western Sea was under the Bloodclad sect's control. It was very difficult to find a peaceful place. It was as the cultivator in the tavern said. The Bloodclad sect was openly plotting to force Xiao Chun to show himself. This method was shameless. However, it had to be said that it was very effective. How ruthless. The Bloodclad sect is really willing to use any means necessary to force Xiao Chun to show himself. To think that they could even do such a shameless thing. Xiao Chun suddenly startled awake. As he guessed, the universe origin Dao fruit was the fruit of Dao verification. In a situation where he could not verify the cycle Dao of the three great Dao, Xiao Chun naturally chose the saber Dao without hesitation. Naturally, the best place to obtain information was a specialized intelligence organization. As long as one had money, one could obtain any information. However, there was also the risk of exposing one's identity. When the universe origin Dao fruit turned into spiritual liquid and entered Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, it was like clear water. The spiritual liquid from the universe origin Dao fruit in his body turned into musical notes and entered his sea of consciousness. The will of the saber Dao greedily absorbed these great Dao musical notes, slowly strengthening itself. A strange feeling appeared in Xiao Chen's body before he could react. Suddenly, a multicolored light shot out of Xiao Chen's body, and immortal qi spread out. Just like that, Xiao Chen comprehended the saber great Dao that the item spirit of the saber sovereign token, Qing Yun, spoke of. Pan Huang comprehended the saber great Dao when he was 100 years old. Xiao Chun was only 35 this year. Based on the lifespan of the Kunlun realm, he was a bona fide junior. Being a prime was not a simple increase in cultivation. It was a kind of breakthrough. They had already broken through the limits of the ninth heaven Emperor Wu. However, due to the heavenly Dao laws of this abandoned land, they could not find a way to advance further. Chapter 1466. Dao. In the courtyard, Xiao Chun muttered, and the great Dao halo behind him disappeared. The ring of light of the great Dao behind him suddenly shrank and condensed into a point before rising continuously. When it reached 10 meters, it stopped. Pu Si. An even stronger aura of the saber Dao swept through the entire city, including all the bladesmen. They felt their qi and blood surge. Unable to endure it, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The other cultivators all felt a strange pressure as well. They all circulated their energies and did their best to resist. It was just a casual action. However, when the great Dao appeared, the vast pressure firmly suppressed the entire starry universe city. Even Emperor Wu could not avoid it. Xiao Chun finally understood what kind of existence the great Dao energy that the item spirit Qing Yun mentioned was. One had to obtain the Dao before they could comprehend it. The cultivation of great Dao energy had just begun. With a thought, the light formed by the great Dao energy returned to Xiao Chen's body. The pressure on the entire starry universe city immediately lessened significantly. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiao Chun was preparing to enter the Saber Sovereign Medallion, and asked Qing Yun for advice on how to cultivate great Dao energy, 3 figures landed on the courtyard wall. The 3 figures landed on the wall of the courtyard. They looked around and fixed their gazes on Xiao Chun. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Of the 3 old men, the one in the middle had the highest cultivation, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 on the left had slightly lower cultivations, but they were also 6th heaven Emperor Wu. However, the auras of these 2 were somewhat ferocious. This was especially so for the one on the left. He was tall and stout, showing a ferocious expression. This old man is Xiao Hang, Starry University's city lord. Might I ask if the earlier fluctuation was caused by you? Xiao Hang was somewhat suspicious. The earlier fluctuation was startlingly large. However, this person before him was only a 6th heaven martial emperor, which did not seem to be the case. Big brother, who cares about him? This fellow is very strange. Let's kill him first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the tall old man on the left. Seeing that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not high, he harbored evil intentions. He wanted to kill Xiao Chen and snatch the treasures on him. Right after the tall old man spoke, he leaped down and threw a palm strike. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. Flames revolved around his palm, and a strong wind howled behind him. He cultivated 2 wills, the will of wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire was extremely violent. The main building, trees, and other buildings in the courtyard were all burned to ashes under the pressure of the wind and fire. Looking at the silent Xiao Chun in the courtyard, Xiao Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Third brother, stop! Too late." With a thought, the energy of the saber Dao spread throughout Xiao Chen's body. Then, he sent a palm strike at the tall old man. The strong aura of wind and fire ceased before the might of the saber Dao. The old man felt an unbearable pressure on his entire body. Before Xiao Chan could react, the two palms already clashed. The saber Dao energy in his body that contained primordial energy surged out. The force was too strong. Xiao Chan did not control it well. The power of the saber Dao flowed out along with this palm strike. Countless holes appeared on the tall old man's body. Each hole had a sharp saber light, looking as piercing as the sun. In the next moment, the old man's body shattered into pieces, and his heart of an emperor shattered. You! The old city lord and the other person were frightened silly. Xiao Chan killed their third brother with one palm strike. What kind of strength was this? Even the ninth heaven emperor Wu was not that strong. Xiao Chan entered deep thought. His control of great Dao energy is still too weak. Such a sixth heaven emperor Wu would only need a tenth of his great Dao energy to deal with him easily. However, Xiao Chan unleashed all his great Dao energy with one palm strike. I have to quickly ask Qing Yun for advice on how to control and cultivate great Dao energy. After glancing at the old city lord and the other person, Xiao Chan left without saying a word. The two old men felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. A chill ran down their backs and they broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying strength! Big brother, his cultivation is clearly not high. How could he kill third brother with a single palm strike? Xiao Hang replied with lingering fear. There is only one explanation. His comprehension of the saber Dao is already close to a legendary realm. Legend? The second city lord was stunned when he heard the words. Obviously he could not understand it. Did he see the legend with his own eyes? After leaving Star Universe City, Xiao Chun arrived at the edge of the island. After he took out the Cycle War Chariot, he directly entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully grasped a complete Dao. Qing Yun knew everything that happened outside like the back of her hand. When she saw Xiao Chen enter, she smiled softly. At the same time, she felt incredibly shocked. Back then, Pan Huang only comprehended a great Dao at the age of 100. The Xiao Chan before him was only 35 years old. Yet he had comprehended a complete Saber Dao. Could it be that this youth's future accomplishments would be greater than Pan Huang's? Even though he had grasped a complete great Dao because of the primordial Dao fruit, he was still able to do so. However, fortuitous encounters were a part of one's strength in the first place. Back then, Pan Huang's fortuitous encounters were no less than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen did not know what the other party was thinking. After he saw Qing Yun, he said directly, "Tell me how to cultivate and use great Dao energy." Qing Yun recovered her wits. When she saw that Xiao Chen's mood was not quite right, she consoled him. The cultivation of great Dao energy requires patience. Don't be too hasty. Be careful, the Dao will scatter, and you will have to cultivate again. I'll teach you how to use great Dao energy first. When Xiao Chen heard that, he was startled. He had indeed been too hasty and could easily cause trouble. Qing Yun's reminder was very timely. All right, go on. The cultivation of the Dao is divided into 5 stages. From lowest to highest they are: first glimpse of the Dao, small perfection; heart of the great Dao, Dao domain, and boundless Dao. Qing Yun continued. First glimpse of the Dao and small perfection are these 2 stages. To you, the Dao is just a skill. You will feel that with the support of the great Dao, the might of your martial techniques will multiply. However, without comprehending the heart of the great Dao, you will always feel that the Dao is like a mudfish. It is clearly in your hands, but you just cannot firmly grasp it. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he asked, in that case, how should one cultivate the Dao? The Dao cannot be cultivated. Don't interpret the Dao as cultivation. It is a kind of comprehension. You have to comprehend it. As your horizons, cultivation, and comprehension ability increase, your comprehension of the Dao will naturally increase as well. Qing Yun smiled and explained, go to the comprehension platform. Pan Huang's comprehensions are there. Go and carefully look at them. You should be able to gain some comprehension on how he used great Dao energy in battle. Many thanks. Xiao Chun felt that his understanding of the Dao had become much clearer. After thanking Qing Yun, he climbed up to the comprehension platform. 3 days from now, regardless of whether I gain anything or not, you must wake me up, Xiao Chun instructed Qing Yun as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Qing Yun nodded and said, all right. I will forcefully wake you up 7 days from now. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he climbed up to the comprehension platform and sat down cross-legged. Immediately an illusion appeared. The Bodhi tree, the Buddhist sect's holy tree, was above Xiao Chan, and white Bodhi flowers floated around him. The instant Xiao Chan closed his eyes, he instantly forgot about the troubles of the world, entering a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Great Tao energy did not need to be moved, silently unfolding behind him. As the Bodhi flowers floated in the air, that Tao disc flickered with a faint spiritual light, looking like it was breathing. Brat, watch carefully. This is the situation of me fighting with various experts when I am at the initial stage of comprehending the Tao. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your ability. Various scenes appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. The owner of these scenes was the first-generation saber sovereign, Pan Huang. Pan Huang was fighting with others. During that peak era of the martial Tao, he held up a saber and fought against various outstanding talents. Xiao Chan watched carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Every time he finished watching a battle, he felt like he gained a lot, completely immersed in it. After 7 days, Xiao Chan, who was in the cycle war chariot, suddenly startled awake. Qing Yuan had forcefully woken him up and kicked out the saber sovereign medallion. How fast? Xiao Chen felt that 7 days passed too quickly. There were still many things that he had yet to comprehend in detail. However, he had to come out of closed-door cultivation. Today was the day he and Jiang Tian agreed to meet. Whoosh! The war chariot turned into a throne. Then Xiao Chan looked up and saw a figure quickly drifting over from the distance. After a while, Jiang Tian appeared in front of the cycle throne. As he looked at Xiao Chan, the smile on his face froze. Unexpectedly, he felt some pressure before Xiao Chan. Xiao Chen, why did you call me here? Jiang Tian asked after calming himself. You should have made some progress in your investigation of the treasure master in the past half a year. I only have one request. Help me delay the treasure master 5 days from now. Don't let him rush to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's aid, Xiao Chan said seriously. Others did not know that the Blood-clad sect had the treasure master supporting them. However, Xiao Chen was very clear on this. With the treasure master making a move, unless Xiao Chan was a prime, he would not be able to save the Blood-clad sect even if he used all his means. Instead, he would end up getting himself killed. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and said, Your request. Can it be done? Xiao Chan believed that Jiang Tian had the ability and means to do so. The key was whether Jiang Tian was willing or not. Very well, I agree. However, you have to agree to this old man's request. After this, you owe me a request as well, Jiang Tian said with a grave expression as light flickered in his eyes. Deal. Chapter 1467. There were only 5 days left until the half-month deadline that the Blood-clad sect announced. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan, still had not appeared. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about Xiao Chan spread. Some said that Xiao Chan was already dead, so naturally, he could not appear. Some said that Xiao Chan was already crippled and was now just an ordinary person. If he went, he would just be seeking death. For the past 5 years, everyone had already forgotten about Xiao Chen's existence. In this golden age, outstanding talents appeared every day. Who would remember an outstanding talent that was already past his prime? However, due to the Dragon's Gate's commotion half a month ago and the Blood-clad sect's announcement, the public opinion of the entire heavenly starry ocean immediately pushed Xiao Chan to the heart of the storm. This outstanding talent that no one paid attention to became the focus of every cultivator's discussion. There were even some nosy people who started betting on whether Xiao Chan would appear or not. The number of people betting surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, the largest casino in the heavenly starry ocean, the Rosy Cloud Mountain Manor, officially took over. They set up professional bets on whether Xiao Chan would appear, whether he would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, and whether he would be able to retreat unscathed. There were only 5 days left, but there was still no news of Xiao Chan. There were no traces of Xiao Chan at all. The news that he would not appear spread like wildfire. The odds of betting on Xiao Chen's appearance immediately soared, reaching a shocking 1 to 100. However, even with such horrifying odds, few people placed their bets. They did not believe that Xiao Chen would appear. As for those who bet that Xiao Chun would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, they were even rarer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. No one expected that the Blue Dragon King, who was already past his prime, could cause such a commotion after 5 years. There was no news of Xiao Chun at all. However, there was another gathering that was related to him that caught everyone's attention. The former Lunar Palace's holy daughter sent out invitations, calling all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean to gather and rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder. Over the past half a month, many outstanding talents showed up with invitations. The Zodiac Hall's holy son Chu Yang, the Myriad Fiend Islands Di Xinhan, the Yinyang Paradise's In Susu, and the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yi Chan. Even Dugu Ao, who was far away in the human demon sea, rushed over in the last few days. Every name on this long list was a well-known outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean. This clearly showed the influence of the holy daughter. Even though she was no longer at the Lunar Palace, she still commanded respect. When talking about the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, her character and emotions were widely praised. Being affectionate and righteous was the best evaluation of her. Some sharp-witted people noticed that many of the people on this long list had immortal holy lands behind them, or a power second only to a holy land. This triggers some deeper guesses. Could it be that these holy lands did not dare to officially fall out with the blood-clad sect, and could only use this method to silently express their stance? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. 5 days later in the Western Sea, the blood-clad sect's headquarters, Western Dragon City, everyone's attention was focused on the place. The streets and alleys of the city were packed with people. All of them were cultivators from all over the heavenly starry ocean. There were famous outstanding talents and cultivators who were just here to watch the excitement. Of course, there was only one reason for so many cultivators rushing to Western Dragon City. This was because today was the day the blood-clad sect decided to kill the Dragon's Gate's elders. All the Dragon's Gate's elders were locked up in Fresh Blood Plaza. Rumor had it that at that time, the blood-clad sect's young master Aofeng would draw lots to decide who to start with. After that, they would publicly kill a Dragon's Gate's elder every day until Xiao Chun appeared. If he did not appear, they would kill him until there was no one left. The cruelty of the blood-clad sect's methods was rarely seen since ancient times. The arrogance of the blood-clad sect's actions was also rarely seen in recent years. After this matter was over, a newly risen faction dared to be so ostentatious. Aside from forcing Xiao Chun to appear, the blood-clad sect also had the intention of establishing its might. After this matter was over, even if Xiao Chun did not appear, the blood-clad sect's position in the heavenly starry ocean would be stable. This could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. The sinister plan was extraordinary. In the tallest pagoda in Western Dragon City, the blood-clad sect's sect master, Ao Lang, looked down on everyone. The aura of an ambitious and ruthless person on him was becoming more and more obvious. Qin Minghua, who was standing behind him, felt a great deal of pressure. With his back facing Qin Minghua, Ao Lang stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Is there still no news of Xiao Chun? No, this guy seems to have really disappeared. There's no trace of him at all. It can't be that he's really dead, right? If that's the case, it seems a bit unnecessary for us to make such a big fuss." Qin Minghua said carefully. Ao Lang's lips curled up in an unfathomable smile. Unnecessary? It was no longer important whether he appeared or not. His appearance was a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't appear, then I've more or less achieved my goal. After today, the blood-clad sect will truly be established in the heavenly starry ocean. Only then will I have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the many holy lord. Qin Minghua performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Congratulations, sect master. You have fulfilled your wish. The day you unify the heavenly starry ocean is just around the corner." When Ao Lang heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He could not help smiling and saying, "Who said that this is a golden age only for the outstanding talents? Everyone has the opportunity to carve out their own empire in this age of geniuses." "Sect master, there's one more thing. After Yu Bingyun's group entered the city, they split up." Ao Lang smiled in disdain and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns. What age are we in? To think that they are still thinking of heroism and letting their emotions affect their decisions. They think that no one will notice them. How can there be a chance for them to hide in my blood-clad sect? Sect Master is wise. We have been monitoring these people closely. It would be fine if they did not show themselves. However, once they do, we will definitely teach them a lesson, Qin Minghua said softly with a smile. Ao Lang nodded in satisfaction. There's no need for you to personally monitor this matter. You are overestimating them. Go and manage Fresh Blood Plaza. I have a feeling that Xiao Chun will still appear. Yes. As Ao Lang stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the entire city, he felt a heroic spirit that made everyone else seem like ants. Xiao Chun, I said before that one day, I will make you kneel and beg me. I absolutely meant it. Thinking back to the humiliation of the past, Ao Lang clenched his right fist. A strong murderous intent flared in his eyes, and a strange red light appeared in them. Due to this terrifying killing chi, strong winds blew in the sky above, adding a hint of desolation and coldness to the atmosphere. Fresh Blood Square used to be the West Dragon Square. However, after the West Ocean Dragon Palace changed its name, the West Ocean Dragon Palace became the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, after the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace changed its name, the decorations in the plaza changed to a piercing scarlet color. Naturally, the name of the plaza changed as well. The Dragon's Gate Doyens had their cultivations restricted at the tall platform in the center. Chains bound their bodies as they knelt on the platform. Emo-chan, Xinyuan Zhantian, Lan Tianji, and the other people of the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon who had a deep relationship with Xiao Chun were all present. Everyone's clothes were still intact, but their complexions were somewhat pale. As they knelt on the ground, they appeared to be in sorry states. How miserable! Half a month ago, they were all the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon. Unexpectedly, half a month later they are all prisoners. Why is Xiao Chun not showing himself yet? Seeing so many of his companions suffer, does he not blame himself at all? So what if he comes out? Now he is just a cripple. Is he here to send himself to death? That's true. I believe that this group of fellow sect members do not want him to show himself. Seeing the Dragon's Gate's Doyens on the tall platform, the people below the platform discussed. Emo-chan looked for something in the crowd. When she did not discover Xiao Chen's figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. While the defenses around the plaza looked lax, the blood-clad sect's experts were actually all hidden. If Xiao Chun really came, he would have fallen for the blood-clad sect's trap. The young master Ao Feng sat on a chair in the back, playing with a die in his hand. This die would decide who would be the first Dragon's Gate's Doyens to be killed today. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chun, listen up. I have not touched a single one of these Dragon's Gate's Doyens. As long as you immediately appear before me, I can immediately release all the Dragon's Gate's Doyens. Ao Feng lazily reclined on the chair and drove his primordial energy, spreading his voice to every corner of the city. His arrogant voice contained a trace of frivolity as it reverberated throughout the entire city. Clearly, Ao Feng did not hold out much hope that Xiao Chun would really appear. If Xiao Chun really appeared, he would have come long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Ao Feng's behavior was truly asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this was the blood-clad sect's territory, so he could only endure his anger. Ao Feng yawned in boredom. Then he toyed with the die. When the drifting sound grew softer and softer, he prepared to continue speaking. As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the blood-clad plaza. Compared to Ao Feng's arrogant voice, this voice was much weaker in aura. However, it was these 4 simple and clean words that caused the clamor in the city to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone held their breath, feeling their hearts thumping loudly. For some reason they felt nervous. An entire city had stopped breathing for him. Clang! Ao Feng showed a startled expression. The lazy smile on his face vanished, and he stood up abruptly. Then, he threw his chair down heavily and looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. Pa! The instant Ao Feng stood up, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Before Ao Feng could react, a huge foot trampled on him. His bones shattered, and he turned into a pile of mush. Chapter 1468. Naturally, the owner of the gargantuan foot was Xiao Chan. Before the sun rose that day, he had been hiding above Fresh Blood Plaza. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he withdrew his aura, even a prime would not be able to see through him. There was no need to use Dermic World to deal with a minor character like Ao Feng. However, Xiao Chan felt angry in his heart. He had been suppressing his rage for a long time already. When it finally erupted, he could no longer hold it in. The tall platform in the plaza instantly shattered, and all the Dragon's Gate elders soared into the air. Xiao Chan, who stomped Ao Feng into meat paste, quickly recovered his figure. Wearing a mask, he sat on the throne hovering in the air. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Many people present were very familiar with this image. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who had risen to fame in recent years. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who suppressed the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon royal halls. He was the most mysterious and unfathomable character of the Golden Age. He had risen too quickly, and there were too many mysteries and too many legends about him. Be it the newly advanced Saber Sovereign, suppressing the righteous and evil factions in the savage battlefield, or the widely known phrase of not touching a saber or leaving a shadow behind, there were many mysteries about the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's identity. He had long since become one of the greatest mysteries of the Kunlun realm. Such a character was destined to be a legend in this golden age of the Kunlun realm. However, today the Shadowless Saber Sovereign suddenly appeared in Fresh Blood Plaza, and even executed the signature martial technique of the Blue Dragon King. Could it be? There was an answer in everyone's heart. Xiao Chan somersaulted in the air and returned the throne to his battle robes. A saber light flashed in his hand, and the chains on the Dragon's Gates people in the air broke. The Dragon's Gates people regained their freedom. Then they moved and landed firmly on the rubble of the plaza. Xiao Chan landed and stood in front of the crowd. Then, he swept his gaze across the Dragon's Gate's gate elders before fixing it on Mo Chan. Fortunately, they were all here, not a single one missing. Casually removing his mask, Xiao Chan said, "Sorry for making you all suffer. I could not protect everyone. Xiao Chan let you all down." Delicate appearance, handsome facial features, and fluttering long hair. Who else could it be but Xiao Chan? Outside the square, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The famous Shadowless Saber Sovereign, whose identity was a mystery, was actually the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan, who was deemed to be a cripple. How is this possible? Chu Yang, the holy son of Zodiac Hall, who was hiding in the crowd and was prepared to rescue the people from the dragon sect, was dumbfounded by this scene. He had personally seen the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's strength in the savage battlefield and knew how horrifying the other party was. He looked at Xiao Chan and casually took off his mask, revealing his true face. An indescribable bitterness appeared in his heart. Originally, he thought that he was already the leader of this sea region. He never expected that he would still be firmly suppressed by that person. After 5 years, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chan not disappear, but he also changed his identity and made a name for himself. At this moment, Xiao Chan was not the only one feeling disappointed. The outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean that Yu Bingyun gathered all felt a heavy pressure. Cripple, who still dared to say that the Blue Dragon King was already crippled, that the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was Xiao Chan, and that the Blue Dragon King was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign. The mystery was solved. However, the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign was somewhat hard to accept. Many people felt conflicted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign is actually Xiao Chan. In less than a day, this news will spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon King is indeed the Blue Dragon King. In the end, the Golden Age still belongs to him. There was no need to say too much. In any case, the cultivators who came here definitely would not regret coming today. Not only did they see Xiao Chan, but they also saw the Shadowless Saber Sovereign taking off his mask. The blood-clad sex people were also completely stunned. This was not the result they wanted. They had been waiting for Xiao Chan to show up. However, when Xiao Chan truly appeared, they were all stunned. Even when their young master was trampled into meat paste, he did not stand up for the injustice and make a move against Xiao Chan. The reason was none other than Xiao Chan being the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, a legendary character that even the Holy Lord could not do anything to. Big Brother Xiao Chan. Emo-chan cried tears of joy, not knowing what to say. She sobbed softly. Sorry, the dragon's gate is destroyed. Xinyuan Zhantian said calmly. Xiao-chan, leave quickly. The strength of this blood-clad sect master is unfathomable. By coming here you really fell for their trap. Indeed. Big brother Xiao-chan, leave quickly. They lured you out on purpose. The Dragon's Gate's people startled awake from their joy and tried to persuade Xiao-chan to leave. Leave? Where do you think you are going? Today, regardless of whether you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign or the Blue Dragon King Xiao-chan, you will die here. At the crucial moment, Qin Minghua led the 8 law enforcers of the Bloodclad sect, the 3 Dragon Kings, and many Bloodclad sect experts to surround Xiao-chan and the Dragon's Gate's people. Clang! The Bloodclad sect drew their weapons, and a cold killing chi pointed at Xiao-chan. Everyone, scatter. The Bloodclad sect is handling matters. Anyone in the way will die. Suddenly, countless scarlet-clad cultivators appeared in the surroundings, chasing away all the cultivators watching the excitement in the plaza. Instantly, Fresh Blood Plaza became densely packed with the Bloodclad sect's elite cultivators. Several warships even flew over in the sky, sealing off all the routes. Up in the tower, after the initial shock, Ao Lang revealed a cold smile. You are seeking your own death. Even if you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this Fresh Blood Plaza will be your burial ground today. Dong! 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 The tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites walked in orderly steps, pressing in step by step and closing in on the encirclement. His footsteps were like thunder, mixed with his killing intent, rumbling continuously, shaking people's hearts. Immediately, the cultivators chased to the periphery were all frightened by this scarlet sea. The ear-splitting footsteps caused several cultivators to bleed from their 7 facial orifices. Oh no! Even if the Holy Lord arrives, he will not be able to do anything. The strength of the Bloodclad sect is really terrifying. How can the Blue Dragon King block them alone? He won't die just like that, right? Seeing this scene, everyone started to worry for Xiao-chan. There was no way out, no way out. Furthermore, there were the Bloodclad sect experts eyeing Xiao-chan like tigers watching their prey. How was the Blue Dragon King going to break out of this situation? No matter how one thought about it, they could not think of a way out of this situation. At best, they could only force their way out. However, what was the point of Xiao-chan coming here after abandoning the Dragon's Gate elders? Big brother Xiao-chan, just leave by yourself. There is no need to care about us. Emo-chan and the others said worriedly with grave expressions. Xiao-chan smiled faintly and said indifferently, Don't worry. After turning around and facing Qin Minghua and the Bloodclad sect's upper echelon, Xiao-chan did not show any fear on his face. Xiao-chan, I can't help but admire you. Even at this point you are still so bold. What's wrong? You want to attack us? I will not give you that chance. Ha ha ha. I will drag you down to death. Qin Minghua laughed loudly, and the tens of thousands of Bloodclad sect elites soared into the air, charging at Xiao-chan. Despite facing such an advantage, this Qin Minghua actually wanted to use numbers to overwhelm Xiao-chan to death. Everyone cursed in their hearts at how despicable Qin Minghua was. However, there was nothing they could do. Dao! Just at this moment, Xiao-chan suddenly shouted, and a faint Dao disc appeared behind him. At this moment, the complete Saber Great Dao unleashed its full might. At this moment, the world seemed to merge with Xiao-chan, and he executed the Dao with his words. No one could block the might of the Great Dao. Pu-ci. The tens of thousands of elite cultivators in the air bore the brunt of this Dao might, causing them to vomit blood. This was the might of the Great Dao. Only a small number of geniuses during the peak of the ancient era could comprehend it. This was a distant legend, an ancient myth. Today it reappeared in the world. Dao! Xiao-chan shouted again, and the Dao disc gathered into a spot. It was resplendent and dazzling like a powerful saber light. Then it suddenly extended. The Bloodclad sect cultivators vomiting blood in the air suffered another heavy blow. This second Dao was like a club to the head, knocking them all into the air. This scene thoroughly shocked Qin Minghua and the other Bloodclad sect upper echelon. The vast Dao might force the experts of this group of experts into a sorry state, forcing them to take a few steps back. When the tens of thousands of elites fell on their own, they all paled. Dead. As the Emperor Wu of the Ninth Heaven, Qin Minghua actually died just like that. How exactly did Xiao Chen block that sword? What exactly happened within the flames that caused the entire situation to be reversed in an instant? It was completely unfathomable. Holding the saber in his hand, Xiao Chen stood proudly. The reborn lunar shadow saber was much stronger than he had expected. Transcendent divine weapon. This was a true transcendent divine weapon. It surpassed divine weapons and was unparalleled. There was a faint glow on the blade, but it was neither intense nor dazzling. However, when the crowd's gazes came into contact with this light, tears of blood fell from the eyes of many of them as they felt intense pain. Saber. Everyone was incomparably alarmed. What kind of blade was this? It was flickering with luster. Even from 500 kilometers away, the saber chi contained in the saber chi could pierce and injure people's eyes. There is no such saber on the divine weapon ranking. Someone asked, feeling confused. Of the 10 transcendent divine weapons, there was only one saber, the coiling monarch time saber. After today, there will be one more. The moment Xiao Chen said that, no one dared to question him anymore. Without a doubt, this was a treasure saber that surpassed divine weapons. Qin Minghua's defeat was understandable. If he had known that Xiao Chen had a transcendent divine weapon, he would not have died so carelessly. Good move. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Even though he has been silent for 5 years, he still cannot touch the reverse scale of a dragon. The Western Sea Dragon King slowly walked out of a cloud of dust, wearing his scarlet battle armor. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression remained calm, appearing as calm as still water as he looked at the ruined Western Dragon City. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the tens of thousands of Dragon's Gate elites lying on the ground and the blood-clad sect upper echelon frightened by Xiao Chen, his expression did not change, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was like everything before him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it did not matter. As long as the Western Sea Dragon King killed Xiao Chen and snatched away the transcendent divine weapon in his hand, with the support of the Treasure Master, it would not be difficult to build an even stronger blood-clad sect. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and sized up the Western Sea Dragon King. After not seeing him for 5 years, the other party's strength had improved somewhat horribly. The scarlet battle armor on the Western Sea Dragon King looked even more strange. It was like a sea of blood splashed on the Western Sea Dragon King's clothes. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "Make your move. There is nothing to say between us. I will give you 3 chances to make your move. After 3 times I will take your head." When the Western Sea Dragon King heard that, he was stunned. Then he laughed loudly. "Arrogant. I thought that I was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, you are even more arrogant than me. If not for your transcendent divine weapon, Qin Minghua's sword strike would have taken your life. Now I already know all your trump cards. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of arguing with the other party. Before coming, he was still somewhat worried about the Western Sea Dragon King's strength. After he saw it clearly, he no longer worried. He was like the other blood-clad sect disciples. It seemed like he relied on external items, the scarlet clothes on his body, to obtain his current strength. However, the scarlet clothes on his body were of a higher grade. That was all. The Western Sea Dragon King was still a distance away from a true Holy Lord. The other Holy Lands did not make a move on the blood-clad sect, because they feared the mysterious person behind the blood-clad sect. This was the saying, "When beating a dog, look at its master." It looks like you have already given up on this opportunity. In that case, I have no choice but to use the move that I saved for you in advance. The cycle heart spun silently in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. The Western Sea Dragon King revealed a cold, disdainful smile. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Wanting to do whatever he wanted by relying on a transcendent divine weapon was simply a fool's dream. "Blue Dragon King, I will stand right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me." Ao Lang reared his head back and laughed maniacally. Then he unleashed his aura without hiding it. His body released a boundless scarlet light. His aura soared continuously until it approached the level of the Holy Lord before stopping. Thick scarlet clouds covered the sky and the sun. As the clouds churned, they looked like a surging sea of blood. Waves splashed up endlessly, materializing many mysterious phenomena. How strong! The crowd, who had retreated 500 kilometers, all felt a strong pressure. This pressure was already close to the level of the Holy Lord. This is the aura of the ninth heaven's Emperor Wu at his peak. No wonder the blood-clad sect master could break the Dragon's Gate's protective formation with one strike. Isn't Xiao Chan being too careless? After fighting so many battles, could he still have a trump card to kill this Western Sea Dragon King? The crowd did not believe what Xiao Chan said about taking off Ao Lang's head with one strike. It was not that they did not believe it. Rather, they felt that it was simply impossible. Xiao Chan narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King, who was 1 kilometer away. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To Xiao Chan, he would not even need the time to blink to cross 1 kilometer. Cycle in full, reversing time and space. Xiao Chan ignored the other party's arrogant laughter, wanting to erupt with the state of cycle in his sea of consciousness at full force. The resistance of the entire world appeared again. That's not right. This time it is much stronger. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt the resistance he faced this time. Compared to when he unleashed the state of cycle at full force on the desolate island, the resistance he faced was at least 50% stronger. It looked like experts had an aura around them. Reversing time and space in front of an expert was much more difficult than reversing time and space in front of an ordinary person. Damn it! Could it be that this saber strike that I specially prepared for the other party is going to end here? Up until now, even when facing 12 sovereign martial emperors, Xiao Chan had not used the state of cycle. Xiao Chan had been waiting for this moment. After suppressing it for a long time, he had not expected such a change. The sudden change caught Xiao Chan somewhat off guard. He brought out the state of cycle and held the saber scabbard with his right hand, but he could not draw it. Idiot master, quickly draw your saber. I'll help you break his aura. Ao Jiao suddenly said at the crucial moment. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw that Xiao Chan did not move, he thought that Xiao Chan did not dare to make a move. He smiled coldly and said, "You are scared silly, right? This king's strength is no longer what it was 5 years ago. Even if I stand there without moving, you will not be able to find any openings." However, the moment the Western Sea Dragon King said that, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. "You are already dead." Xiao Chan sheathed his saber and soared into the air. The Western Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. What a joke! Pussy eye. A saber light appeared on the Western Sea Dragon King's neck. Blood spurted out, and the head of the maniacally laughing Western Sea Dragon King suddenly flew off. Xiao Chan, who soared into the air, seemed to have expected this. He stretched out his hand and caught the Western Sea Dragon King's head. Chapter 1471. Holding the Western Sea Dragon King's head, Xiao Chan descended from the sky and stomped on Ao Lang's headless body. Bang! The strong impact immediately crushed this headless body, shattering its bones. The heart of an emperor immediately shattered and gave off a boundless scarlet spiritual light, spreading around Xiao Chan like stars. Holding the blood-clad sect master's head, Xiao Chan appeared stern amid this boundless scarlet light, looking like a deity. Dead? What's going on? Did anyone see clearly how Xiao Chan attacked? Damn! How did this Ao Lang die after laughing? Who in the world did it? That scared me to death. His head suddenly flew off. Did I see wrongly? Damn! What exactly happened? Who saw it clearly? Tell us. The many cultivators who had already retreated far away from the city nearly went crazy. Many of them even wondered if they saw wrongly. However, the scene before them had really happened. The strong blood-clad sect master Ao Lang had his head in Xiao Chen's hand. Like Ao Feng, Xiao Chan stomped on Ao Lang's body, turning it into a pile of mud. He was deader than dead. However, everyone only saw Xiao Chan sheath his saber. They did not see Xiao Chan make a move. Even the outstanding talents and the experts with good eyesight did not see it. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the blood-clad sect master did not know how he died. The moment before his death, he clearly did not know anything at all. He even shouted at Xiao Chan. It was like someone had chosen that moment with the judgment pen. When the time was up, Ao Lang would die. Strange. This simple battle was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could figure it out or understand it. However, no matter what, the result was already set in stone. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. The Blue Dragon King, Shao Chun, had remained silent for 5 years. Once again, he used his actions to prove this point. Shao Chun looked at the ruins of the city and the miserable state of the blood-clad sect's tens of thousands of elite disciples. After this battle, even if Shao Chun remained silent for 100 years or even 1,000 years, he would not be able to do anything. No one would dare to recklessly attack the Dragon's Gate. The blood-clad sect's miserable state used the bloody facts to show everyone the consequences of offending the Dragon's Gate. After tossing the Western Sea Dragon King's head into the universe ring, Shao Chun felt his entire body go weak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood flowed out incessantly, and it was surrounded by black demon chi. This was what the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang left for Shao Chun before he died. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the moment he traveled to the future. Shao Chun exchanged moves with the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang in the time it took for a spark to fly, deciding life and death in one move. Even if Shao Chun traveled to the future, the Western Sea Dragon King would not just stand there and let Shao Chun kill him. That was not realistic. That is impossible. In the future, the Western Sea Dragon King will be a fool. His greatest advantage was the element of surprise. These 4 words should not be underestimated. When Shao Chun traveled to the future, his saber strike came without any warning. It appeared right before the Western Sea Dragon King. How could it be easy to receive the peak strike of a person who had stored up power in an unexpected situation? How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary person walking on the street normally, and suddenly having a flower vase fall on their head? The second advantage was that it would be very difficult to counterattack, as Shao Chun would return to the past in the next second. There was one final advantage. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to block it by luck, Shao Chun would be able to figure out how to block it. After returning to the past, Shao Chun would predict what the Western Sea Dragon King would do in advance. Then, when the Western Sea Dragon King suddenly changed his plans, he would still be flustered. This was the first time Shao Chun used the state of cycle in actual combat. While the battle appeared easy to others, Shao Chun won by luck. If not for the help of the lunar shadow saber, the state of cycle would not have been able to break free from the time and space where the Western Sea Dragon King was. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to break free, the time left for him to make a move would be much shorter. Even so, there was still a wound on Shao Chun's chest. He had indeed won by luck. The state of cycle was boundlessly mysterious. However, Shao Chun had only scratched the surface of it. Perhaps it could not even be considered scratching the surface. It was too unfortunate that the cycle arts had only the first chapter. Big Brother Shao Chun. The Dragon's Gate elders, who had been protected by Shao Chun, rushed over and surrounded Shao Chun. Shao Chun barely managed to stop his wound. Then he smiled and a Dragon's Gate's warship flew out of the universe ring. He said, "I said that I would bring you away. Come back with me." After saying that, Shao Chun's body swayed slightly. He was too tired. Emo-chan stepped forward and quickly supported Shao Chun. Then the group leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. There was no time to explain. They had to leave this troublesome place first. The remnant forces of the blood-clad sect had already scattered the instant the Western Sea Dragon King died. The injured upper echelons of the blood-clad sect fled even faster. The huge blood-clad sect collapsed in an instant. This made everyone sigh. Compared to the Holy Lands, these upstart sects still lacked accumulations. The treasure master was not angry at the losses from the destruction of the blood-clad sect. Instead, this matter surpassed his plans and control. Go out, I understand. However, some people just cannot resist the temptation. Even though they know the consequences, they still believe that they will be an exception. The treasure master controlled his rage and waved his hand to let Yiling out. The treasure master did not give Yiling a chance to show the world his true strength and trump cards. The treasure master said indifferently, I know your purpose in calling me out. I am just a sacrificial pawn. I've already achieved my goal. If there are any more gains, that would be a pleasant surprise. At first, the cyclic astral lord was stunned for a moment. Then he rejoiced. With the existence that comprehended a Tao, his strength will improve further. It should not be difficult for him to complete the Kunlun road. After a long silence, the treasure master sighed and muttered to himself. Between the giant statue's fingers, the three of them were as small as ants. The statue lowered its eyes, as if it could see everything in front of it clearly. I just received news that Xiaochun already killed the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang. He also destroyed the entire blood-clad sect's headquarters. The upper echelons of the blood-clad sect all fled with severe injuries. When Jiang Tian heard this, his expression changed slightly. You gave up on the blood-clad sect? Even if the Holy Lord came personally, he would not be able to destroy the blood-clad sect. However, Xiaochun managed to do it. Yi Ling felt somewhat dissatisfied, unwilling to believe that this news was true. He seems to have grasped the Tao. Finally, he could truly stand on his own. This was the best news he had heard before the arrival of the devil tribulation. The strength that Xiaochun displayed in Western Dragon City was simply too startling. After 5 years of silence, Xiaochun shocked the entire Kunlun realm with one brilliant feat. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor shook his head and said, No. Back then, before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he was already hard to kill. Now that he has grown to such a level, it will be even harder to kill him. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said softly. He has been cautious all his life. How could he let himself fall into danger so easily? This fellow is too mysterious. Although they did not really care about the blood-clad sect, they still understood the blood-clad sect's strength. When the treasure master heard this, he was startled. The usually calm and unfathomable treasure master showed anger for the first time. No, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Star Island. I have to figure this out. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere behind Jiang Tian. The Bright Moon Empress and the Myriad Law Fiend Master. The 2 primes appeared silently. We kept getting the wrong information. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is Xiaochun. Not only did Xiaochun appear in Western Dragon City, but he is also much stronger than he was 5 years ago. As for the 3 primes on the deity Tao Union's side, they were all shocked. Emperor Forsaken, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor gathered together to discuss this matter. I want to tell you that this world is very big. You still have a lot of room for improvement. As long as you are willing, I can satisfy you. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Based on the 2 primes' words, it seemed like they intended to work together to test the treasure master. At the same time, the other primes of the Kunlun realm received the news. Jiang Tian asked, What's wrong? Chapter 1473. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. The other 2 did not know what he was thinking. The 2 did not want to disturb Qitian, so they could only wait. After a long time, Emperor Forsaken said coldly, There's no need. He has not reached the point of death yet. Wait until he opens the doors of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then he can die. The Blue Dragon Palace? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. Why was Emperor Forsaken still nurturing a tiger at this time? That's right. It is the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. Back then, the Qing Emperor could rise up because of this Blue Dragon Palace. Although they are all human holy lands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate do not have a similar holy palace. Have you thought about the reason? This was a matter from 10,000 years ago. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God did not understand. Furthermore, they did not pay much attention to this information. Emperor Forsaken was different. 10,000 years ago, the deity race was even stronger than it was now. However, it still fell to the hands of the Qing Emperor and his Dragon's Gate. For the past 10,000 years, the deity race had been investigating the Blue Dragon Palace's origins, spending a lot of manpower and resources. I never thought about it. Could there be some other mysteries? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emperor Forsaken with some urgency. The Blue Dragon Palace was an even more horrifying existence than the 8 great forbidden lands. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Of course, there are other mysteries. 10,000 years ago, this Blue Dragon Palace did not exist. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, the Blue Dragon Palace did not come from the Kunlun realm but from the great realm of the abandoned land. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god were greatly startled. They had never heard of such a secret before. This was their first time hearing about it. Is this true? The 3 holy masters have personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? Emperor Forsaken said in a deep voice. The reason why the Qing Emperor was able to rise back then was because of the Blue Dragon Palace. And this Blue Dragon Palace contains the inheritance of the Dragon Clan from the Outer Realm. The Qing Emperor inherited the legacy of the extraterritorial Dragon Clan. That's why he became so powerful and became the strongest person in the post-ancient era. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was still a little confused. Then, why didn't the legacy of the other 3 Holy Masters' lands appear? Only the legacy of the Dragon Sect has appeared. Emperor Forsaken replied, I don't know. Only by entering the Blue Dragon Temple will we know the real answer. Therefore, we can't touch Xiaochen now. We can only kill him if he opens the door of the Blue Dragon Temple. The heaven-punishing corpse god suddenly said, Why are you willing to tell us such important information today? Things are already beyond my control. Don't worry. If we really enter the Blue Dragon Temple, the 3 of us will definitely split the benefits equally. Clearly, the initial silence was because Emperor Forsaken was considering whether to tell the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god. Now, it looked like Emperor Forsaken had already made his decision. Xiaoqin's growth had exceeded expectations. Xiaochen had forced the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to make a compromise, truly joining hands with the heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. As for how to decide, it will depend on the 2 of you. If the 2 of you insist on killing Xiaochen now, I will not force you. In that case, I won't force it. I'll definitely do my best to eliminate this threat. Emperor Forsaken tossed the ball to the 2 and did not say anything else. After a while, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god decided not to kill Xiaochen for now. The result was within Emperor Forsaken's expectations. No one could resist the temptation of the Blue Dragon Temple. On Heavenly Star Island on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, Xiaochen treated his injuries in his courtyard. This place was one of the few places that had not been destroyed by the Bloodclad sect. The other injuries on Xiaoqin's body were not particularly severe. The only problematic one was the wound on his chest. Before Ao Lang died, he had infused all his cultivation into that strike. If not for Xiaoqin's already strong physical body, his heart would have shattered. This strike would have shattered Xiaoqin's heart on the spot. At the foot of the cliff, the Dragon's Gate's doyens were gathering the remnant disciples on the island to deal with the Dragon's Gate's funeral matters. Aside from being mentally fatigued, these people recovered rather quickly after they were freed from their restraints. Suddenly, Xiaochen felt a strong aura sweep through Heavenly Star Island. Then that person quickly flew towards him. This person was very strong. Aside from Xiaochen, no one else discovered it. Xiaochen opened his eyes and happened to see the Myriad Law Fiend Master land in front of him. When Xiaochen saw the other party, he felt somewhat shocked. In Xiaoqin's impression, this old man did not care about many things in the outside world. In the Myriad Fiend Island, even his descendants found it extremely difficult to meet this old man. Back then, when Xiaochen went to the Myriad Fiend Island to meet this old man, many of the Myriad Fiend Island's disciples envied him. Senior, why are you here? Xiaochen asked as he stood up and stopped his cultivation, giving up on treating his injuries for now. Seeking the Tao. The Myriad Law Fiend Master was very straightforward, not hiding anything. With just these 2 simple words, Xiaochen already knew the Myriad Law Fiend Master's purpose. He probably already knew about the battle in the Bloodclad sect. That's right. This junior has indeed grasped a complete Saber Tao. However, this is just the first step. I still have a long way to go. Xiaochen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's face lit up in joy. Then, he revealed an excited expression. You really grasp Great Tao energy? Xiaochen nodded. With a thought, Great Tao energy spread out, forming a faint Dao disk behind him that gave off a bright light. Then the Dao disk condensed into a point and continuously elongated. The Dao might on Shao Chen's body grew as well. Boom! The Myriad Law Fiend Master slowly felt some pressure. He had no choice but to drive his aura to block. Enough. You are already injured. There is no need to continue demonstrating. The ancients did not lie to me. A great Dao truly exists in the world. However, this old man is stupid. I'm afraid that I will not be able to comprehend it in this lifetime. The Myriad Law Fiend Master indicated for Shao Chan to stop. Then he said somewhat disappointedly. At his age, he had not comprehended a Dao yet. He basically had no fate with the Dao. His thoughts were already fixed. It would be very difficult to change. If it were 1,000 years ago, he would have gotten Shao Chan to demonstrate and explain to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Given his comprehension ability, he would have had a 50% chance of grasping Great Dao energy. Following that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked Shao Chan about the mysteries of the Dao and how it worked. Shao Chan was not stingy, telling the Myriad Law Fiend Master everything he could. No matter what, the Myriad Law Fiend Master had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He owed him a great debt, so what he said was nothing. After a long time, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked, "Do you blame me for not making a move when the Dragon's Gate was destroyed?" Shao Chan shook his head. "No, Senior. You are not obligated to defend the Dragon's Gate. You cannot stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. It's good that you can think that way. It's not that I don't want to help. Let me tell you the truth. The people who can help you are all delayed by all kinds of seemingly coincidental things." The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled and said, "However, after that, the blood-clad sex people did not dare to go overboard. When the Dragon's Gate's elders were captured, they did not suffer any abuse." Shao Chun was startled. His thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking for a while, he said, "Someone wants to test me?" "That's right. I'm sure you've guessed who it is. However, right now, he should be regretting his underestimation of your strength." The Myriad Law Fiend Master continued, "Your appearance spoiled his plans. The heavenly starry ocean will probably descend into chaos in advance. Given that person's means, it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he does, the entire heavenly starry ocean will suffer a calamity." Of course, the answer to who that person was went without saying. Shao Chan asked doubtfully, "Why don't the three of you primes work together to make a move? Could it be that the three primes are not sufficient to defeat him?" Of course, the three primes can defeat him. However, because they cannot figure him out, they do not dare to make a move. No one can bear the consequences of falling out with him. They can only keep their guard up and make their own preparations. The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed softly. The situation is even more complicated than you imagine. Attacking the Dragon's Gate is just a prelude. Cultivate properly and make use of this rare period of peace to raise your strength further. The Great Tribulation is approaching. A storm will arrive soon. A storm that will destroy the world. Chapter 1474. Senior, aren't you being too serious? Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master's stern appearance, Shao Chan felt that he had gone overboard. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and said, "I am absolutely not joking. I have lived for so many years. I have experienced and know much more than you do. A long time ago, it wasn't particularly difficult to leave this land of exile. Most of the vanished existences in history left. However, now the Kunlun Road is becoming more and more like a dead end, practically a dead end. In the past, the Thunder King was still around. At the very least, he could handle everything. Now that the Thunder King is not around, no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The Kunlun realm is in a state of disunity, unable to withstand a great calamity. Right now, you are the only hope of replacing the Thunder King. You are a variable, the bearer of luck of the Kunlun realm." After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master left behind a bottle of the Fiend race's holy medicine for treating injuries before leaving quietly. Shao Chen entered deep thought. He felt a strange pressure. This Kunlun realm was no longer calm. However, it was still calm in the eyes of the Myriad Law Fiend Master. A true storm would be much more horrifying than this. Destroying the world. If I lose, will everyone in the Kunlun realm die? With this thought, Shao Chun felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to see this familiar world destroyed. Xiao Chun, don't overthink. Just do your best. It is not fair to place the pressure of the entire world on you. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, consoled Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun said helplessly, if I were really the bearer of luck and inherited the heavenly Tao's luck, then it would not be as simple as doing my best. Right now Xiao Chun grasped great Tao energy and the supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. His potential was limitless. Surpassing Prime was originally an unreachable goal. Now he was not far from it. Luck could not be given to one for free. The heavenly Tao had always been fair. It was a form of self-protection. Although it did not have life or intelligence, it did not want the Kunlun realm to be destroyed. If he failed to do so, his luck would probably turn into misfortune, and many inauspicious things would happen. However, Ao Jiao said a lot. Regardless of whether she believed in fate or not, there were many things that she just had to do her best. If it still didn't work, then there was no other way. People didn't need to trouble themselves. After taking the recuperation medicine left behind by the Myriad Law Fiend Master, Xiao Chun started to recover quickly. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. It looked like the medicinal pill that the Myriad Law Fiend Master gave him was a trump card. Presumably, after listening to Xiao Chun talk about so many cultivation methods, the other party would feel embarrassed not to express his gratitude. After recovering from his injuries, just as Xiao Chun was about to go into seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived. The one who came was the cyclic astral lord, one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean. He was also the person who had a 100-year agreement with Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Little brother Xiao Chun, congratulations to little brother Xiao Chun for killing Ao Lang with 1 saber strike. No one under Prime can defeat you. After comprehending great Tao energy, it will be easy for you to surpass Prime in the future. The cyclic astral lord's handsome face showed a spring breeze-like smile, making one feel very comfortable. However, Xiao Chun knew who the other party was. He replied indifferently, the cyclic astral lord is too serious. I don't dare to say that I surpass Prime. I'm not here for anything else. I just want to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill the agreement, you will really die. The cyclic astral lord still had a wide smile on his face. However, his words were not polite at all. The oath stone is no joke. If you fail to fulfill the oath you made, the consequences will definitely come true. Xiao Chun loathed this person from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, thank you for your auspicious words. Don't worry. I will do it. It's good that you remember. Don't disappoint me. The cyclic astral lord did as he said. After reminding Xiao Chun, he laughed and left. After the cyclic astral lord left, the bright moon empress and Jiang Tian, whom Xiao Chun had not seen for a long time, appeared together. Furthermore, they were all major characters. The 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean were all here. Like the Myriad Law Fiend Master, these 2 came for the same purpose, to ask about the Tao. Xiao Chun did not find this troublesome. He repeated what he had said to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. After the 2 heard it, they both gained a lot of comprehensions. This was especially so for the bright moon empress. Her pretty eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. Although he couldn't comprehend the Tao, it would more or less be beneficial to his cultivation. Xiao Chun, it looks like you are different from the Qing Emperor back then. I had too deep a prejudice against you in the past. Please don't take it to heart. Xiao Chun wondered if he had heard wrong. The bright moon empress actually apologized to him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, in the end, strength reigned supreme in this world. Even a noble and cold existence like the bright moon empress would still show respect to him after he was strong enough. Palace Master is too polite. I have never harbored any hatred for the lunar palace. This was the truth, not a lie. Xiao Chun did not feel any hatred for the lunar palace. Of course, he did not have a good impression of it either. After the 2 left, a large number of cultivators arrived. They were either the holy masters of holy lands or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. These were all major characters of the heavenly starry ocean, people who were rarely seen. However, today they all rushed to the rubble of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiao Chan had no choice but to close the doors and reject all guests, getting Emo-chan to spread the word. 3 months later, when the Dragon's Gate was rebuilt, he would invite everyone to a banquet. Otherwise, Xiao Chan would not even need to cultivate after receiving so many people endlessly. The arrival of the 3 primes made Xiao Chan understand that time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate quickly and improve his strength. Then, he would make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was naturally urgent. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was very important. Xiao Chan could not afford to make any mistakes. He needed to be strong enough to face a prime before he could go. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. Although the 3 primes said that Xiao Chan would soon surpass prime, Xiao Chan was not lost. However, Xiao Chan did not lose himself. Right now, the gap between him and a prime was still rather large. At the very most, he would only have some trump cards that could slightly threaten a supremacy. 5 years ago, Xiao Chan had seen a prime make a move during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew how horrifying a prime's strength was. Every single existence that could become a supreme being was definitely not an ordinary person. They were all incredibly powerful. Naturally, the first thing Xiao Chan needed to do was to recover his primordial energy. Then, he would continue to refine it until he could no longer cultivate. After searching through the universe ring, Xiao Chan took out all the primordial pills he had. There was a total of 2,000. This was a large number. If Xiao Chan absorbed and refined all of them, it would be sufficient to completely recover his primordial energy or even become even denser. While Xiao Chan cultivated, the entire heavenly starry ocean became much more peaceful, as the Myriad Law Fiend Master expected. It was like a sign before a storm. After the destruction of the blood-clad sect, the Treasure Master seemed to have stopped all his plans and chose to hide, vanishing from everyone's sight. The deity Dao Union side in the Kunlun realm also quieted down, not taking any action. It was like they were waiting for an opportunity. Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god rarely showed themselves. The deity Dao Union's actions surpassed many people's expectations. Originally, several people thought that the deity Dao Union would seek trouble for the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chan. Who could have imagined that the deity Dao Union would remain so calm, not reacting at all? However, these peaceful days would be broken one day. The great battle triggered by the Blue Dragon Palace far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Chapter 1475. 1 month later, Xiao Chan refined all 2,000 primordial pills, and his cultivation finally returned to its peak. Xiao Chan now had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He already had such a cultivation in the first place. After he refined it again, every strand of primordial energy was like a roaming dragon in the heart of an emperor, already possessing the form of a true dragon. It was no longer like before, when it only had an embryonic form and could not reach such a level. Xiao Chan felt that he could no longer cultivate. He could no longer cultivate primordial energy, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. No matter what, the primordial energy of the outer realm could not advance his primordial energy any further. Xiao Chan had already reached the bottleneck of Emperor. Unless he broke through to Prime, he could not advance further. However, the path that Xiao Chan took was too special. He could not even be considered Emperor Wu, so how could he break through to Prime? How should he cultivate in the later realms? This was truly frustrating. This was a very awkward realm. Xiao Chan was only 35 years old. In the Kunlun realm, he could be considered an outstanding talent at this age. Despite being so young, Xiao Chan could no longer cultivate. He clearly still had vast potential to dig out. Unfortunately, Xiao Chan already stood at the peak of this abandoned land. There was no other path for him to take. The Purple Emperor's door hovered in the middle of the heart of an emperor. This piqued Xiao Chen's interest. He remembered that the Emperor's door contained an incredibly vast energy. Back then, it only opened a small crack, and it allowed Xiao Chan to defeat Diwuk with one punch the instant he jumped off the Emperor's road. Perhaps the mysterious Emperor's door was a direction for Xiao Chan to continue advancing his cultivation. Unfortunately, the strands of primordial energy turned into roaming dragons and circled the surroundings. No matter how the primordial energy attacked, it could not shake this Emperor's door at all and could only return empty-handed. Perhaps the only way forward was to seek the answer in that mysterious blue dragon palace. Let's try again. Xiao Chun decided to attack that purple emperor's door again. Now that Xiao Chun had returned to his peak, he might have a chance of pushing open the emperor's door. With this thought, Xiao Chun steeled himself. The strands of primordial energy that looked like true dragons intertwined and intertwined. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy intertwined and twisted together like hemp ropes. The primordial energy took the shape of a huge dragon. The purple dragon scales on its body were clearly visible, looking like a true lightning dragon. The emperor's door floated in the air, its 2 purple doors tightly shut. In this heart of an emperor, there was silence and suppression. Charge! Xiao Chun's heart was filled with heroism. Half a day later, Meteor Trail City came into view. The scarlet clouds in the sky were already right before their eyes. Xiao Chun gently waved his sleeves, and the cycle war chariot turned into a throne and entered his white clothes. The 2 of them slowly descended from the sky and stood in the ruins of the city gate. Looking at the ruined Meteor Trail City under the dim light, the 2 of them felt emotional. The scenes from 5 years ago appeared in his mind. Even now it felt like it was just yesterday. That great battle was truly world-shaking. It was fought until the heavens and earth darkened, and the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. He would probably never forget it in his life. The difficulty of every step on the Emperor's Road was deeply engraved in Xiao Chun's heart. He would never be able to forget it. When Xiao Chun saw the smile on Emo Chen's pretty face vanish, he asked softly with a grave expression, "Are you thinking about the past?" Emo Chen forced a smile and replied, "I'm thinking about many things. I was thinking if Big Brother Xiao had not jumped off his Emperor's Road because of us, what would the situation be like now?" "Do you believe in karma?" "What do you mean?" "Karma means that there are no coincidences in the world. There is a reason for everything that happens, a purpose for its existence." Seeing that Emo Chan still did not fully understand, Xiao Chun smiled and did not explain further. He simply said, "Actually, in my opinion, the final test of the Emperor's Road is not whether I can clear it or not. It is whether I have the courage to jump off. 5 years later, when I look back, I actually won the gamble." Emo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, looking like beautiful crescent moons. She smiled and said, "As long as Big Brother Xiao can walk out of the shadow, Emo Chun feels that it is good." Xiao Chun felt a warmth in his heart. He looked to the front and said, "Come in and take a walk with me." "All right." Xiao Chun was very familiar with the graveyard. For the past 5 years he would come here every year. Every time he came, the pain in his heart intensified. In the end, he no longer had the courage to get off the cycle war chariot and remove his mask. Now that he was revisiting this place, Xiao Chun got off the war chariot, removed his mask and brought his friends over. The pain was no longer there. It was more of a feeling. What death represented was not destruction but new life. Back then these people died for him. They did not have any other hope. They only hoped that Xiao Chun could step forward and become the true bearer of luck. Xiao Chun would lead them to resist the deity Dao Union, to resist the demonic calamity that could descend at any moment. Their new lives rested on Xiao Chun. As long as Xiao Chun could walk out, these people would gain new lives. If one could not walk out, then death would be destruction, grief, despair, all pain and all negative emotions. After comprehending the state of cycle, Xiao Chun's perspective on the problem was no longer the same as before. He could calmly look at all this. All he needed to do was be grateful and continue walking down this path. Remaining in seclusion and holding on to a knot in his heart was the greatest disrespect to these dead people. Strange. After walking around for a long time, Xiao Chun revealed a doubtful expression, feeling very confused. When Emo Chan saw this, she quickly asked, "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "In the past, when I came here, there would be a large number of blood crows coming after hearing the news. However, this time, aside from the blood clouds in the sky, I did not see any blood crows. The number of blood crows has decreased significantly." Emo Chan did not understand. What's wrong with that? Something is very wrong. Someone is refining these blood crows, absorbing and digesting the sins in my body. Xiao Chun frowned slightly as he thought of a bad answer. In the past, some deep abyss blood demon cultivators would come here to refine and absorb the blood crows. However, those people did not harm the source of sin. The more blood crows they killed, the more would recover. However, this time, Xiao Chun clearly felt the pressure of sin in the sky weaken. The number of blood crows had decreased. What kind of person was doing this? Xiao Chun closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in the scarlet graveyard. Xiao Chun searched slowly. In the end, aside from some scattered grave sweepers, there were also blood demons here on experiential training. Xiao Chun did not discover anyone worthy of suspicion. Could my senses have been wrong? Xiao Chun was not satisfied. He used his spiritual sense to search several more times but found nothing. Then he personally walked through the entire graveyard. In the end, he still did not discover anything. However, he ran into a few blood demons and dealt with them in passing. When Xiao Chun looked up, the thick scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to be dimmer than before. However, the difference was not great, making it hard to judge. Big brother Xiao, perhaps that person is in the sky. Mo Chen's words startled him out of his reverie. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. The blood clouds in the sky are filled with heavy sin. If one comes into contact with them, one will be plagued with sin. Most people would not go there, so I automatically ignored it. However, if there really is someone who can refine the sin's origin energy, they will not care about this." With a thought, Xiao Chun gently pushed off the ground with his feet. Then he shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly entered the blood clouds. However, there were other mysteries in the blood clouds. It was like there was a cotton-like barrier separating them. No matter how hard Xiao Chun tried, he could not break it. Instead, he got plagued by sin, feeling extremely uncomfortable. After a few attempts, Xiao Chun's eyes turned scarlet. Black lines appeared on the surface of his eyeballs. That was a sign that the sin had penetrated deep into his body, already infiltrating his mind. It was extremely dangerous. Xiao Chun did not dare to linger. He quickly left the blood clouds and landed on the ground. Then, he quickly used his great Tao energy to cut off all the sin in his body. "What's wrong?" Mo Chan asked somewhat worriedly when she saw that something was wrong with Xiao Chun. After purging the sin in his body, Xiao Chun revealed a smile. "You are right. There is indeed another path above the blood clouds. To think that even I cannot break it easily." Not being able to break it easily did not mean that it could not be broken. It just required some effort. Xiao Chun was not afraid of trouble. He only feared that he would not be able to find any clues. Now that he had a clue, he was naturally happy. "Move further away." Xiao Chun gestured for Mo Chan to move further away. With a thought, the ring of light that represented great Tao energy appeared behind him. The ring of light condensed into a point and soared into the air. When it reached 10 meters, Xiao Chun shouted, "Tao!" Xiao Chun pointed his finger to the sky, and a saber light, supported by great Tao energy, lit up the dark meteor trail city. The saber light turned into a resplendent beam of light, carrying a boundless saber intent. Whoosh! It shot out and instantly tore a hole in the blood clouds.